Yes, we are on YouTube.
Jayashree ma'am, can you let in Dr. Geeta, please?
Just a minute, huh? Just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Actually, Harpreet is the host. One person from the council is the host because she's doing the streaming. So just
Sure.
give me a minute before I can.
Sure.
I have shared the link of the YouTube streaming on the group. Coordinators, please share this widely.
Yes, ma'am.
Geeta ma'am is logged in as what? What is her login name?
Geeta Vaidyanathan?
No, I don't see.
You don't see her?
There is nobody in the waiting room right now.
Okay. Unless she has
logged out.
logged in. Sorry, could you please find out? Sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please find out in which ID she has logged in. Madam is trying to help her out.
Geeta Shri.
Yeah.
WhatsApp audio.
राउटर में अपन डाल देते हैं कुछ नहीं चलते जियो बहुत ही सड़ा है कुछ भी कनेक्ट नहीं होता
If we are all here, can we begin now? Are we ready to start? Yes, Geeta ma'am is with us now. I think we should be beginning now. Are we all ready? Anirudh sir, should we start?
Yeah, we can start.
Yes, it's nice to see all the participants have logged in. And a very good morning to everybody here on the platform and those of you who are viewing this on the YouTube channel. Very good morning and a very warm welcome to everybody on the second day of the zonal juries of the CoA National Award for Excellence in Architectural Thesis cycle of 2020. We had one jury conducted yesterday, and today we are having the Zone 2 jury being conducted. We have a panel of eminent architects who have gone through the entries which were submitted in this zone, and we've been able to shortlist 10 best entries from all those submitted. There were 82 participants, and the 10 best have been identified and are in a slip of paper with architect and Professor Anirudh Paul, who would be announcing these names by random selection throughout the day, one by one, before the beginning of each presentation. It is a privilege to have with us today as chief guest of the program the Vice President of Council of Architecture. I extend a very warm welcome to Architect Sapna. Ma'am, welcome to you on this platform, which is also your own platform, which you've been supporting all along. Just to introduce Sapna ma'am to the audience, I don't think she needs an introduction, but I would like to say that she's the Chief Architect of the Department of Architecture at the Government of Punjab. And I would request Sapna ma'am to please address the audience today.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Warm greetings from Council of Architecture. And this in Council, actually, we started these awards in 2006. And I think Professor Jayashri, yesterday even told us that at that time there were only 35 entries. But today we have around 500 entries. And in council, actually, we had started so many initiatives like CA social reads, dialogues, and it's all for fraternity. But these special awards are for the students to encourage them, to motivate them. And today, welcome to this CoA Awards for Excellence in Architectural Thesis 2020. And warm welcome to our jurors of today's Zone 2. I welcome architect Yashwant Ramamurthy from Hyderabad, architect Puneet Mehta from Baroda, and Dr. Harimon Pillai from Thesis. And for this zone, we have 84 entries, which is really huge. And all the best to the students who are participating today, and so wonderful. Looking forward, to all the presentation. And I know it's little tough for the jurors to sit the whole day, but I'm sure the student, it's the way how we motivate our students. And I'm sure all of students, all of you must have done very well. And as already said, you all 10 are already winners. So all the best to all of you, and looking forward to today's session. Over to you, Professor Jayashri. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is a pleasure.
And of course, I would like to add, Jayashri, one thing. Yes. I think some way it's a blessing of this pandemic, because it is for the first time we are streaming this on YouTube. So yes, anybody and everybody can see these theses, these presentations, and I'm sure all the students of architecture who are studying maybe in first year, second year, so much of motivation, and there's so much of learning from how it to go about a thesis project, the approach and the presentation, and of course with all these wonderful eminent jurors, the conversation which will happen today. There's so much of learning for the students and the faculty too, for the institutions who have really made all this effort. And of course, let me also thank the college who is the host today, and it is Sri Jayashri. Can you Sri?
Yes, ma'am. Sri University at Cuttack. their department
Sri
of.
University. And Sri Lakshmi Swami, are you heading this?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have been
Okay.
given this opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you,
And
Jayshree,
thank
ma'am.
you so much for, I'm sure you must have put lot of efforts in this. And thank you and all the best. And let us begin this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, Jayashri. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you have rightly said that this pandemic has served as a blessing in disguise. We started this program in 2006, and we have always wanted that a large number of students should be able to come and view the work that is done by their peers in different geographical locations. But when we were doing it physically, it was not so easy for everybody to come and actually view it. We would have students from the same town or same city or nearby towns and cities coming and seeing the work. For the first time, we are going to be streaming this work and the entire day's proceedings on YouTube. And it is a wonderful opportunity for all the students, faculty, and schools, like you said rightly, to come and see the work. And it will help definitely to raise standards and offer a lot of exposure to schools which are in remote areas and are not able to connect with these schools in the mainstream. I think the pandemic has blessed us in that way. So thank you for that. Now, also, you have rightly pointed out that it is a long day for the jury members. Uh, we have three senior architects, Architect Yashwant Ramamurthy, Professor Punita Mehta, and Dr. Harimohan Pillai. But I must also note here that these ladies and gentlemen have been with us over the last so many years, and it is their continued support and determination to ensure that the work reaches a higher quality every year that makes us go on. Thank you so much, all of you, for being with us. I think at this point of time also, I would like to compliment and acknowledge the support offered to us by the zonal center. Every year we associate a school of architecture with a particular zone so that that school gets connected to other schools in that region and there is a bonding created. This time in zone 2, architect Sri Lakshmi Swami, who heads the School of Architecture at Sri University, uh, offered that they would like to host the Zone 2 jury. And I must say that Swami ma'am, together with her wonderful team consisting of Dr. Geeta Vaidyanathan, architect Sarit Mukherjee, architect Rupal Shah, and architect Rishabh Rai, have been doing excellent work for the last 1 month. They have been connecting to schools, helping them to submit on time, and generally hand-holding through the entire process. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank
At this time, may I request somebody to mute themselves, please? I think somebody is on unmute. Thank you. Uh, I would like to now introduce Professor Sri Lakshmi Swami. She is the Dean at the Faculty of Architecture, Sri University since 2015. She's a graduate from the Manipal Institute of Technology of the 1984 batch, and she's done her post-graduation from Vishwesvaraya National Institute of Technology at Nagpur. Interestingly, she started her career in Coal India Limited as an architect and has worked in open coal fields. This, she says, was an eye opener because it gave her a real picture of the destruction of nature at the cost of human comfort. She has had an opportunity to work on residential colonies, hospitals, administrative buildings, schools, and parks for specific subsidiary of coalfields in and around Singrauli in MP. Her career began in teaching from the Priyadarshini Institute of Architecture and Design Studies in Nagpur in 1995, and she's been focusing on subjects like alternative building materials, specification, and construction. Additionally, she also had the opportunity to design projects like girls' hostels, residences, and some industrial buildings. Every time the attempt was on minimizing the negative impact of on the environment. She has been guiding students in the thesis project since 2000 onward, and has been invited to teach postgraduate students for a brief period at AVIT Cuttack. During this long academic career, her quest was always to find ways to make the teaching learning process interesting and meaningful for the faculty and students. She has been experimenting with some initiatives at her new school at the basic level, like the concept of adopting a site from the early stages of schooling, including students in framing the syllabus, facilitating opportunities for the students to work with industry partnership right from the beginning, using the floor as a learning platform to draw and understand architecture. So these were some of the initiatives which were different from the normal which she has been experimenting with. As a Dean of the Faculty of Architecture at Sri Sri University, she has framed the curriculum as per the standards while exploring creative to create teaching learning opportunities. And the curriculum has been developed specially to blend theory and practice, vernacular and modern, research and design into an innovative practice oriented curriculum. It is aimed at a futuristic world that is sustainable and harmonious with nature. So we have a multifaceted personality in architect and Dr. Sri Lakshmi Swami. I welcome you, ma'am, and welcome your team on this platform. And I would invite you to please tell us some more about your school and the work that you've been doing.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Good morning and greetings to one and all. Thank you, Council of Architecture, Vice President ma'am, Sapna ma'am, for giving this opportunity. Jayashree ma'am, you have identified our college to host this. It is an honor for us. And I still remember that if it was on an offline mode, it would have been nothing less than like a festival. I remember once it was in Nagpur, it was held. This exhibition, after this jury, the exhibition was held for almost 5-6 days. And school children, parents, and architecture students, practicing architects would come and see this exhibition right from morning till evening. It was really a memorable thing for me that I was also a part of that team that time, and I'm getting this second opportunity once again to be of some help to council when you are doing such a big job. Our contribution is very less, but we really appreciate that. And I welcome all our eminent panel members, Aniruddha Paul sir, and all the students who are eagerly waiting to see which number is going to come and how they would, explain their hard work and, lifetime achievement this could be for them, because thesis is their baby and from where they go out. So with this introduction, I would like to talk about the university. This university was started by our Puja Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar in 2012. And this is located in the banks of Mahanadi River, a sprawling area of 188 acres, which is more or less with an abandoned quarry. Laterite quarried land was given with hardly 3 trees on it, on a whole thing. But today when we see that, we have more than 40 programs running in the college, in the university, and more than 10,000 trees we have had so far. And also I would like to show a small clip of our departmental work And after that, maybe I would like to speak for a minute or so. Is that okay, ma'am?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Yeah.
I think Sarit can share screen.
Yeah.
Sarit, would you like to? Yes, yes.
Namaste, I'm Rupa Shah, faculty member with the Department of Architecture at Sri Sri University. We are at this beautiful campus of Sri Sri University, and the spot where we are right now is called as Krishna Plaza. So earlier, there was a statue of Krishna in the center and an existing banyan tree which you see over there. So this little patch of site has been redesigned, developed and executed by our pioneer batch of architecture students. So this was done as a part of their assignment in the third year for the subject called the Theory of Landscape and Design. So here you see there is a mini amphitheater with a stage, and then over there, that side, there's this concept of mandala which will be used as a sit-out space. So in the subject, they also study about hardscapes, softscapes, different types of trees and foliage. So when they were planning the site, they have put in a thought of what trees to grow where, and literally they have planted them, all of them on the site. So right from laying it out onto the site, mapping it onto the site and putting the laterite stones together, everything has been executed by the whole batch of students. And the graphical pattern which you see over here, then little bit that side, and it is still under process. So this has been implemented by the first year architecture students. So this was done as a part of their elective subject called Advanced Basic Design. So let's hear from them about their experience of working on an assignment outside the classroom.
So what we designed here is something we did using the concepts we learned in these classes. So what we had to do is figure out the geometry, proportions and all that on a smaller scale first. And then we came here on site, implemented it on such a larger scale.
For days, this had become a classroom. We had learnt a lot by making these patterns over here. I'm so happy and thankful to say that I'm in such a university where I get ample of opportunities to do such things.
I would also like to show you one more thing out there. So this again has been made by the students. It has been casted in a mold, and the pattern which you see inside has been made out of waste broken tiles and broken glass pieces. So it's really nice to see how this space gets utilized by the students. They use it for smaller events, open mic sessions. They even put up a screen and watch movies sometimes in the night. And it's really heartening to see that our pioneer batch got an opportunity to do something like this hands-on on the site, and they have as their memories forever on the lands of SSU. Sri Sri University is a beautiful campus sprawling over nearly 188 acres of land. And thanks to the leadership team of Sri Sri University, because of them, students get ample of opportunities to work and learn on site. And also the methodologies and the techniques that are adopted in the architecture program are very, very different and unique, because of which student gets an experiential learning. And not only that, we focus on spiritual integration with academics, which equip them with a lot of soft skills and empowers them from within. So this architecture program
I think the movie said it all. But I would like to just add one thing. Our Pujya Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar says, universities are there to create vibrant minds, minds that open to research, questioning, and new learning. So, true to every word, we were trying to make sure that we follow the same path as to making sure that classroom learning is less, outside learning is more, whether it is a canteen or whether it is on the street or a quarry, just to see how you feel it, below the ground level also. And we do have an opportunity to integrate many subjects from other disciplines, because we all house in the same university campus. Osteopathy is one of its kind in Asia that has been introduced in the Sri Sri University for the first time. So uh, experts, ergonomics experts from osteopathy department are linked with our department, so that our students get a benefit of learning ergonomics in architecture as one of the important elective subjects. And likewise, we have also taken up environmental psychology from Department of Contemplative and Behavioral Studies, which is also one of its kind in the world. Um, so we have environmental psychology as one of the open electives for our students. And we have also integrated music and architecture synergy with the music department and visual arts department. So likewise, we have the benefit of integrating our subjects and aligning with the new NEP, NEP and minimum standards given by CoA. So we are able to explore as interdisciplinary subjects which can be exchanged between architecture and rest of the university subjects programs. And finally, I would like to introduce our team, who are as Jayashree ma'am said, have been working continuously since almost 4 weeks. We have with us Rupal Shah, architect, graphic designer, and she has a special quality of eye for detailing, as you saw in the movie right now. And apart from academic work, she is one person who has been there since the inception of this department. Like, we started the department in 2015, but much before that, she was doing a groundwork for getting architecture into Sri Sri University. And her another extraordinary quality is that she is a soft skill trainer and a yoga expert who has trained people from corporate sectors and thousands of students across the country. With her, we have Sarit Mukherjee, who is an urban planner, and he also takes keen interest in all the IA activities of the local chapter, and any programs of CoA, TRC, he is the first one to acknowledge the whole thing and make sure that students participate in every activity. Then we have our Rishabh as our landscape architect, who is also working closely with the CoA TRC awards, calling up students and making sure that the entries have come and they have been reached out and their queries have been answered very patiently. So a big thanks to all the team members. And lastly, I would like to just add that, we are, as I said, our batch started with in 2015 with 40 as an intake, and our first batch of students, about 21 of them, have graduated in the year 2020. So we were very lucky to have this concept of adopt a site and all that, whatever we said right from the beginning. So in these 5 years, we were able to have some design charrettes, deep workshops with architects like A.B. Lal could come to Sri Sri University and have a very good workshop with our students. And we are also associated with industry partners. At least 3 MOUs have been signed so far. And we take up every place as our learning place, and heritage buildings have been documented by our students, and our study tours range from Pondicherry to Bhutan as of now, and all of them have been documented meticulously by our students. Thank you for giving this opportunity, CoA TRC. And Jayashree ma'am, you have been very, very cooperative, and thank you so much for all the help you have extended to us. And good luck to all the students. Greetings once again from Faculty of Architecture to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would now request our awards committee member and a constant support, Professor Anirudh Paul, to please formally introduce our eminent jury panel to the audience and extend a very warm welcome to all of them on behalf of Council of Architecture.
Yeah. Thank you, Jayashree. Good morning to all. And I would request the jury members to please turn on the camera when I'm introducing them, so that the students can also see them. So first, I would introduce architect Yashwant Ramamurthy. Architect Yashwant Ramamurthy is a graduate of the JJ College of Architecture, Mumbai, and during his early days, he has worked with the CNT at Bangalore. After that, he moved overseas to work in projects in Iran. And later, after the stint in Iran, he returned to Hyderabad to commence his practice in 1979. So it's been 35 years of practice for his firm called Studio One. And he has been working on many projects, right from high-end private residences to humble, affordable housing using sustainable technology. Though clearly the firm's core competency is in hospitality design, and the firm has executed nearly 80 projects in this design vertical. He has also been working in the area of heritage conservation, craft revival, and also looked at documenting design history. So that has been his work. He has served as the chapter chairman of the IID and is currently on the managing committee of the IIA Telangana chapter. He's the convener of the publications committee of the Council of Architecture and serves on the academic board of the JNFAU. He's also a visiting faculty at the ICFAI School of Architecture. And 2 years ago, he founded Hyderabad Design Forum, which aims at integrating all design verticals. Uh, he has conducted a lot of heritage walks of architectural monuments in Hyderabad, making technical presentations or other ways in which he contributes to the city's design fraternity. The commercial design magazine recently rated him as amongst India's 100 most influential designers. So I welcome architect Yashwant Ramamurthy.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, so we have with us our second juror, Dr. Harimon Pillai, who's also an architect. He has been completed his bachelor's of science at the Maharaja College, Ernakulam, Cochin. He's a double degree. Also, he has an architecture degree. He's completed his architecture from the IIT Kharagpur, West Bengal, from where he also completed his PhD. And his PhD work has been to identify and establish linkages in architecture between the traditional and the modern. He has been involved, as I understand, in many architecture colleges thereafter. He has, after a brief stint with being a deputy project manager, foreign building operations in the US Embassy, New Delhi, he has been associated in education with the Sir JJ College of Architecture. He has been the principal of the Pillai College of Architecture, Navi Mumbai, also the head at the MES School of Architecture. Principal in Pillai from 1990 to 2000, and the MES School of Architecture from 2000 to 2006. He has been also practicing a practicing architect from 1980 onwards, and now a visiting professor at several schools of architecture. I would welcome Dr. Harimon Pillai.
Thank you, Aniruddha. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And we have with us Punita Mehta. Punita has done her architecture from CEP. She's from CEP Ahmedabad. She's from the 1980 batch. She has completed her Masters of Design from the University of Canberra in 2000-2001. After that, she had been working with Studio Jamni Mehta from 1980 to 2000. After which, she started her independent practice from 2007 onwards. And since then, she has been involved on institutional projects working for NGOs. Yeah, she has also been a faculty member at the University of Baroda, Maharaj Sayaji Rao University of Baroda from 1991. Just retired, 2018 she retired. She has also taught in various universities. She has taught at the Wrestler Polytechnic Institute in the US. She has taught in the University of Canberra. In Australia, she has been an adjunct professor at the Goa College of Architecture. She has been also involved with the ITSA at Rajkot and the Navratna University. So that's as far as she's concerned, her education is concerned. She's conducted a lot of research, conducted a survey-based research on sexual harassment of women in public spaces, especially streets in Vadodara, with OLAC, a feminist organization based in Vadodara, prepared a report. It's called Reclaiming Public Spaces, Places, Gender Inclusive Urban Planning and Design, where she formulated urban design and planning guidelines to make streets safe for women. And also, she had prepared a manuscript on called Gender and Incidental Public Spaces, a case of Vadodara city, with Neha Sarvate for a chapter on in the book on gender and city, edited by Madhavi Desai. Well, she has received several scholarships. She has received some scholarships from the Turkish government, and also her whole course, the master's course, has been fully funded under the President's Scholarship. And yeah, she has also been jurors to like the CoA forum, also been a juror to the JK Cement forum. I welcome Punita. Punita, you're there?
Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So with that, well, we have introduced all the jurors. I welcome them all again. And Jayashree, it's over to you. Should we start or do we have any other?
No, we can begin. I would just like to make a small announcement. Yesterday, we have conducted the zonal jury of Zone 5 for this cycle, and I have with me the names of the two candidates who were selected there. I would just like to make a formal announcement. Normally, we would announce the names of the winners on the very same day after the jury is over. But this time, because we are doing this online, we wanted to give the jury panels to deliberate among themselves to arrive at the names of the winner, and therefore I am having this task of actually declaring the winners of the Zone 5 jury conducted yesterday. We have two projects selected. The first one is code number 20Z5049, reconception of the railway station of Madurai. And the other one is 20Z5064, rethinking Matanchari. I think let us all give them a big hand. And yes, we look forward to seeing some interesting projects today as well. Anirudh, I would request you to please take it over and go ahead with the jury. Before we invite the first participant, I think we would also have to declare the name of the second presenter of the day. Can you please?
Yeah, I'll do that. So the first participant, just for the benefit of the jurors, the title is a Cyclone Resilient Settlement, is the rehabilitation of Kapteshwar village at Puri. So, and it is 20Z2068. That's the participant who's going to present now. And the second participant, I'll just announce the number, is 20Z2012. Artist Village, Baragran, Himachal Pradesh. Are you there? 20Z2012. It's called Artist Village, Baragran, Himachal Pradesh. Could you identify yourself?
012. Please unmute yourself if you are there.
It's 20Z2012. Well, I can't see it in the participants list. I can't see the number in the participants.
No, it is not there. Anirudh, you will have to pick up another slip now.
Okay, okay, no problem. So I'll just cut this off. Okay, so now we have another participant, that is 20Z2072. It's called Redevelopment of Flower Market, Mullik Ghat. Are you there?
Sir,
Can you unmute yourself?
yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, so you have 45 minutes now to prepare. Okay, and we can start with the first presentation if you're ready. That is a cyclone resilient settlement at Puri.
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Yeah, sure.
Before we begin, I would just like to once more inform the participants that we are going to be maintaining time, and we will have a short warning bell at 10 minutes, another bell at 13 minutes, and a final bell at 15 minutes. Please do not speak after the 15 minutes are over. We will quickly run through your slides, and you can come back to them if required during the question answer session. So over to the coordinators. Thank you, Syed. I can see that you put on the presentation, and we can begin now.
Okay, you can begin now.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. Um, my thesis topic is a cyclone resilient settlement, rehabilitation of Kapteswar village, Puri. My reason of selecting this topic was that cyclones are the most hazardous disasters in India. And to further prove my inclination towards this thesis, I would like to provide you with the factual information that approximately 80,000 to 1 lakh or more people are affected every severe cyclone that occurs in India. Next. First of all, I would like to introduce my project through my methodology. I've gone through a huge process to come to any design conclusion. My literature study on the left, if you see, talks about is the data collection of the primary and the secondary sources. The primary sources includes detailed case studies of settlement planning, dwelling units that have survived the cyclones, and multipurpose cyclone shelters in the area. Secondary sources talks about the schemes. Uh, the secondary sources talks about the schemes that are schemes and stakeholders that are playing a very important role in management of the disaster management.
Obedient center.
Sorry? I think somebody's mic is on. Sorry. Okay. My site selection was done with the detailed manual documentation of the site. You'll see it further. Coming to my site analysis includes the site condition study, which includes the topography, hydrology study, climate condition, the drainage pattern, slope analysis, and social and community understanding through their understanding their festivals and their day-to-day activities, as well as their beliefs, traditional beliefs. And there was another analysis done in accordance to the cyclone and the damage caused in the previous cyclones, which includes the study of rooting systems of the trees which have got affected and which have stayed after the cyclone, and then vegetation, and the topographical damage, and then the wind damage analysis. Coming to my site proposal, there are 8 types of community-based site proposal and 13 typologies for the dwelling units, which are differentiating with their occupation and their plot sizes and the climate and the position of the land, etc. And the community-based proposal includes the structure for the food market and conveyance stores, structures. Then you have the cyclone effect, multi-purpose cyclone shelter. Then you have a skill development center and medical facility for the people, and multi-purpose cyclone shelter for the whole tehsil. Next. This is just the introduction of the disaster. Next. These are the various stakeholders that are playing important role in the in various stages of disaster management. Next. This is a detailed study of the recent cyclone which happened. That is Fani cyclone 2019. Next. Yeah, coming to my literature study. Next, yeah, I have further studied the various existing standards for the dwelling units and the cyclone shelters for cyclone-prone areas, such as guidelines for from NIDM, Hunarshalla, etc. You can see this one is NIDM. Next, uh, this one is Hunarshalla guidelines. Next. Uh, and further, I have done 7 case studies related to dwelling units, settlement planning, and cyclone shelter in and around the site area itself to understand how these people are surviving the tremendous damage, tremendous weather conditions of that area. Next. This is one case study I did in Raghurajpur, which is about 5 kilometers from my site, and this is Bakhali village in Sundarbans. It's a comparative case study. Next. My major takeaway from these case studies were their planning. They were all planning in linearity, because since the plot sizes are very small, and these people, the small houses, they tend to get affected more during the cyclones. So linear planning was one solution which I saw that was keeping them intact to the ground and keeping them protected during extreme winds. Next. These are the construction details for the same. Next. This is the case comparative case studies for multipurpose cyclone shelters. Next. Next. Yeah. Coming to my site documentation. My site, the following are the various heads in which the site documentation was collected, which includes the visual analysis. First, occupation details, type of architecture, studying their typology of the house, materials that were used before cyclone, and materials that were being used after the cyclone, and the amount of damage was calculated in these categories: that fully damaged, severe damage, partial damage, and documentation calculations. Next. This is the detailed documentation. You can see compilation. Next. 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 Yes, this is the compiled detailed documentation. I'll let you go through it for once. Next. My site is located about 19 kilometers from the east coast, and towards the left you can see the hierarchy diagram where you can see that it falls under the Puri Sadar district of Puri, and the tehsil is Malti Patipur, and the village name is Kapteswar. Next. Next. These are some site pictures. You can see the temple. Sorry, the last one, ma'am, please. Yes, you can see the damage in these pictures. Majorly all the houses roofs were affected, and and the famous thing about these villages were that these people were into traditional art form that is called Patachitra. They were all artists, majorly were artists and farmers, and there was another class called laborers. Next. These are the site elevations of the village. Next, site analysis. Next, this is site analysis. Talks about the surrounding study, topography, slope analysis. Next, slope analysis here, and then hydrology study on the lower one. Next, this helped me to know what are the areas which are best for constructing houses in that area, since there is a lot of water movement, and there is a lot of extreme climate conditions due to which these people were facing a lot of problem of clogging, and then water catering in their houses, etc. And this is the present and the after cyclone condition of the village. You can see the huge difference. There were many commercial trees such as coconut and everything which got damaged, due to which even the houses got damaged. Next. These are the various vegetations you see in and around the village. These people were quite sustainable. They were into the farming business, and they were even making their paints for their artist work, and they were even making canvases for themselves in the area, and they were using the natural plantations for the colors, everything. And commercial plantations include pan, supari, and the jackfruits and mangoes, etc. Next, uh, in this as per in this slide, you see the various activities happening around in and around the site, which includes having a brick in about 300 meters from the site, and then there's a dhobi ghat, and then you have people. You see people working outside their verandas on the art. And then you have a local market called Chandanpur Market, which is near the Puri Katak Road, which gives access to the village. Next. Yeah, there's a brick in there, and there's a local man-made ponds, which they survive on. They do not have any source of water. They were only recently provided with the taps, but initially they were surviving with the natural man-made pokris, which are the man-made ponds, rainwater harvesting in such way. Next. This is the temple, quite old temple, which was surviving in the area, in the village, and this has survived many countless cyclones, and it is about 1200 below the ground level of the village. Next. This is the damage analysis due to topography. The higher buildings were much more affected than the lower ones. Next. This talks about the sorry. Yeah. As per the inferences from this analysis, the cyclone resilient, it was needed that there should be a barrier from the southwest to the northeast, since the wind blows from that direction. A barrier of plantations, a barrier of something should be created in order to protect these houses from any kind of damage from this harsh winds. Next, you'll see it in the next proposal. Yeah. Next. Yeah. This is my proposed site plan, wherein when you enter from the site from the left, you have the food market zones where I have proposed the structure for these markets. Then coming to the number 5, there is a fishing dock for parking all their boats during the cyclone, during the extreme weather conditions. And then when you reach to the village, that is the red outline, number 6, there are 13 typologies of the houses, which are divided into 3 categories, that is the artist dwelling unit, farmer dwelling unit, and the labor dwelling units as per their need. And then and at number 10, you see a gathering space for their festival, celebrating their festivals, etc. And then at number 8, you see a dispensary and a skill development center, which actually acts as a multi-purpose cyclone shelter during the extreme conditions in any urgency. And at number 9, on the lower edge, you see multi-purpose cyclone shelter, which is for the whole tehsil, which can cater about 2,000 people in that tehsil, only for the vulnerable population, to be specific. And on the 11, you see a proposed pokri in the blue color, which is for catering all the rainwater, which is getting drained from the houses, from the higher parts, so that there is no so that there's it can be used by the local people for their day-to-day use. Next. Yeah, that's the zoomed version of the village. Next. Yes. Next. So there are 49 residents that in the whole village, and 352 population of the village. And this is the first proposed artist village of type 1. Next please. Yeah, here. In this, it includes, there are spaces that includes, in the artist village, these spaces such as workshop for painting and commercial sorry, spaces such as workshop for painting and therefore the commercial use is on the first end of the house, and then they are led to the courtyard where they have rainwater harvesting courtyards, so that there is a tremendous amount of rain here, and so that the water gets seeped into the ground or can be collected and used by the people. And then they have backyard farming places for their personal use. It is noted that these farming lands, the high tall trees should be planted about 3 meters away from the house, so that during any severe winds, if the trees fall, the houses should not get affected. And they have foldable lean roofs on the front and the back of the house, so that during the cyclone these can be folded down for avoiding any kind of damage to the lean roofs.
Please repeat. Your time is over.
Next. These are the construction details. Next. This is the type C, type D for all the houses. Artist village. Next. Yeah. This is for the farmer village again. The front of the house is for the storage. Next. Yeah. Those were the 13 houses. This is the multi-purpose cyclone shelter designed as per the guidelines of NIDM. This is the shop structure, multi-purpose this is the skill development center of the area for the village. That's it. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Now I would request the jurors to respond. Yashwant, you would like to go first?
Yeah. Firstly, can you tell us your name, please? We don't know the name of the student.
No, you don't need to know the name, because the name is not
right.
to be told.
I only needed to know how to address her personally, but that's fine.
Okay.
You can say 068.
Okay. So, from your 7 case studies that you did, what
Yes.
was the major feedback that you got from the people who live in those villages?
Yes.
What is it they desire in rehabilitation?
The case studies that I did were majorly, they were the houses which actually survived the cyclones. The previous, at least last 3-4 cyclones, they had survived, and these people were using their local materials and local techniques for the construction of houses. Even if there was a minor damage, at least it was not affecting the human life and people shedding under that houses. And my major takeaway was their construction details, the way they were constructing their plinth, how the high because I studied a local village called Raghurajpur, and I really had to know how high should be a plinth to actually save them from the run of water, save the foundations from those kind of rainfalls. And the materials, I got to know that they're using the local stone called the local stone which comes from Cuttack for the foundations, and for the upper stories they were using brick into mud plaster, which was okay for them, which was working for them. And then for the roofing, most of them had roofs in bamboo, but then what I noticed was that their construction techniques of bamboo was not appropriate. The joinery details were not taken care of, and which I really worked on. And if you see my construction details in the dwelling unit, you will see the compact bamboo roof which I have provided to keep it low cost. And yeah, maybe you can go back to see those construction details. back, back, back. Many screens actually. Yeah, you see them somewhere here. Back, yes, here. If you see, I have tried to keep it compact by using the this bamboo split to tie them from up and below with the, what do you say, with uh, the iron string to keep it compact, so that it doesn't blow off during a cyclone or during harsh winds. Uh, yeah, please.
Okay. My second question would be, you said that there were three types of people that live in the village. One, of course, are Patachitra artists.
Yes.
And there are farmers and there are laborers. Can you
Yes.
tell us specifically for these three different kinds of people who live there, in the typologies that you've created, how did you make them user-friendly, or how did you
Sure.
make? Yeah.
Sure. Ma'am, one screen back, please. Yeah. This is the typology I designed for the artist. This is one of the typology I designed for artists. They are only differentiating because of their land, private land sizes. These people have their own private lands as per the Khasra map, and they're differentiating in sizes, but the spaces used are similar. And in the artist dwelling unit, I have tried to cater their day-to-day activity through creating spaces so that it becomes easier to make it make the house mixed use for the commercial use as well as the residential. So the front of the artist house was being used as the workshop, where they can also display everything in the room itself, for them to use that space for displaying it to the people who come there. Actually, there's a footfall of about at least 100 tourists every day in those villages. Ma'am, please, can you go back? Um, back, back, back. Yeah. No, ma'am. On the 3D view. Next. Yes, here. And then you have the rainwater harvesting, which is common in all of them. And I think the commercial use is what is creating a huge difference in all the houses. Let's discuss the farmer house now. Next. 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 Yeah. Um, in the farmer dwelling unit, it was noticed that these people bring a lot of raw materials and lot of they need a lot of storage spaces for their crops, which should be dry and wet as well. So for the initial crop which they bring in, they need to have a dry space in order to keep the crop safe from the any rainfall or anything. And the other later crops which are cut from the farming lands is kept in any space, and usually it has water, so that is why I've called it as a wet space. So the front of the house is being used as those dry and wet storages in these uh, houses. And what you see is all these houses have these hinged reinforced windows as per the Laurie Baker's design. If you see, these are very workable in cyclone affected areas, since they can be easily easily movable during a cyclone in the harsh winds. And again, everything else, the courtyard and the backside of the courtyard is same.
Okay,
Next.
thank you for responding. Over to my colleagues now.
Okay, Punita or Harimon, anyone can take it forward. Anyone would like to go forward? Punita? Before that, 068, would you be able to put on
Yes,
your
let me.
camera
Sure, sure, sir.
so that we can see if you have bandwidth?
Harimon.
Are
Okay,
you
that's
able
good.
to see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, so can I go next?
Yeah, Punita,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah. Well, I appreciate all the hard work that you have put in. There are some questions that I will need to know from you at the level of the settlement and then at the level of the unit. When I see your settlement plan, I am assuming that you have kept the settlement plan as it is, right?
Mostly,
The
yes.
plot sizes and everything as it is,
Yes.
for the simple reason that probably they are owned. No, for the simple reason that they are owned by particular people.
Yes, but then also because I think it is important to give them their native kind of setting in order to actually make them believe that yes, they can have a good life in that
Yes,
particular area.
but can you explain to me how the existing settlement works vis-a-vis Cyclone? And if it works, then fine. If it doesn't, then could you have intervened to reorganize the settlement in the same area, giving the same size plot to everybody? Could that have also been done?
Ma'am, same. They were similar size plot. I'll tell you the difference between these plots were about like 2 meters, 3 meters. These were the differences in their plots. Although the plots were quite long for all these, some of the houses. But the front was ranging between like 4.5 meters to 13 meters. This was the range of only one was in 13 meters. Others were like 8 meters, 7 meters. That's it. So I didn't see it was important to actually change the plot sizes or make them organized or something, because they seem organized, because all these people were family which had further divided their plots into single linear plots in order to cater themselves in the same village, same land. And I can go back to my.
Actually, my question was very different. What
Sorry.
I'm trying to ask you is that there is a village layout, right?
Okay.
The
Yes.
existing plot sizes and plot layout,
Yes.
including community spaces and vegetation, the orientation of the entire settlement. So I wanted to know if you had analyzed the settlement layout vis-a-vis cyclone, how it performs when the cyclone happens.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Whether it was conducive, whether it's withstood the cyclone well or not, and therefore you have decided to keep the layout the same.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I did. I did.
Yes, so I would have liked to see that analysis somewhere whereby you tell us that at the settlement level, you have looked at the cyclone aspect and then decided to keep it the same.
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, please go to the previous slide. Previous back, back. Ma'am, to the site plan actually, back. One back. Yes, ma'am. You can stay on this slide. Thank you. Ma'am, actually, if you see, what I learned from my case study is that these linear planned settlement were quite working quite well when you compare it to the wind directions. And if they are in the direction of the wind, they can be protected from any kind of harm, up to if they have compact linear planning for these houses, which was also noticed in these houses. Actually, I shifted the house towards the wind direction. Usually the plots are a bit slanted in the angle of 20, degrees, but I have shifted in the plot itself. I have shifted the houses towards the wind direction in order to keep them in the direction of the wind, to actually protect them from any kind of damage during cyclone.
Yeah, the question has come up because there was no drawing or something that shows us how the wind will move and how and not only are the individual houses protected, but also the entire settlement.
Yes.
It would be nice if that had been there very clearly explained, because this whole concern has I mean, this whole project has started because of the concern with cyclone and the effect that it has on people's lives.
Yes, ma'am. I get it.
And of course, it would go from whole to part. So you look at the settlement first from the point of view of cyclone, and then the individual residents.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, can you please explain also the individual residents? I know the difference in the residences because of their occupation. Okay. But I want to know how you have come to this design from general concerns of lifestyle, cyclone, and plot size, because these three are the governing factors, right?
Right.
Yes. So can you please explain the units from these 3 points of view?
Ma'am, one thing which I noticed, that these people had, that community kind of relationship with every house in the, what to say, they ma'am, you want to know it from the settlement planning or individual houses?
Individual house. So it is like when you do the unit design, I know there is a particular plot size. There is also a general attitude to design.
Right.
General attitude to design that comes from your understanding of their existing houses and lifestyle and materials of construction, as well as its response to cyclone, also with an attitude to community life, right? And of course their profession. So there is a general attitude, and I can see that in your design. But I would like you to explain that how you came to this kind of design. I mean, what was the general attitude? What did you learn from the existing houses or whatever?
Right. I think one thing which was taken care during planning these houses was to how to position the rooms and the open area, because when we talk about the labor class, safety factor is one thing for the women of labor, because these people are going out for jobs
Could you please, sorry to interrupt, but could you please at least bring up a unit plan?
Sure.
Tell us that, okay, this is how it is responding to lifestyle, this is how it is a response to cyclone, and this is how it is responding to the village as a whole and community.
Next. Yeah, we can discuss on this one as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So, ma'am, my major thing was issue in the internal planning was where to bring the courtyard, where to have this courtyard to actually have a safe and connected area with the outside, so that these women who are staying home during the multiple hours of the day, all alone in the houses, are well connected with their indoors and the outdoors. So I try to keep if you see on the right side of the house, there's a path which is connecting them directly to the courtyard. Right.
Is this path open to sky?
No, ma'am. It's just in the.
It is covered. This pathway. This.
Ma'am, this is open to the sky. Yes, this is open to the sky. Yeah. So this allows the people to have a connection. They can even just come out of the room and see who is there on the door. It is connecting them to the outdoors, even after having a commercial zone right in front of the house. So usually these houses have direct entry from the front of the room. They don't have any path to go around the house separately, but they have direct entry from the first room and then leading to the next rooms, the courtyard, and etc. So
okay, so you have introduced this path.
Yes.
Okay, and then if you have introduced this path, yes, you are saying that there is a separate now movement to connect all the different spaces, but does it also play a role in protecting this house from cyclone?
Yes,
As
ma'am.
compared to
Yes, ma'am. It allows a free movement of wind in order to create any damage, any damage to any of the buildings, because there should be a free movement of the wind to avoid. Yeah.
The other thing which I also noticed that a lot of these houses, when I look at the plan, they seem very ill ventilated for somehow, because they have very few openings. If you look at the plan, because it also has a blank wall along the pathway and then the common wall, and sometimes each of those rooms have only one or two openings on one side only. So how does this function? Look at the plans.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of these plants,
Yes.
because it's a hot, humid climate. So I was wondering how it would happen. How would it get ventilated and how it would have enough light?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, usually what was taken care, while designing, what was taken care of was cross ventilation in every room, so that and at least during any wind, any harsh winds, the wind is easily passed if the window is open. At least it won't have pressure of any in the room. It won't create pressure in the room, and usually because of the creation of pressure, these roofs do blow up during cyclones or during anything. So I think I have one. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. And I know you have the diagram of the wind direction.
Yes, ma'am.
But I still thought that some of the layouts, not this one particular, where I find there are not enough number of windows, or I was wondering whether, especially rooms which come somewhere in the middle, uh, I wish there were more technical details about how the toilets would function and how they would be ventilated, how the services work, and how you are actually going to capture the rainwater in rainwater harvesting.
Right.
Because it is both percolating and harvesting, and I would have loved to see that.
Yes,
And the last thing I want to say is that you have approached this design uh, by designing each and every unit. Luckily, there were only 49, so you could design each unit particularly. But up front, it would have been nice if you had stated your general design attitudes and intentions as a whole, and then gone to the particular. Or if you've done the particular, it would have been nice if you had then later on generalized something, so that there is a takeaway from your thesis, which says that, oh, these are the general attitudes whereby you can respond to linear plots and respond to cycling. So you kind of sum up at the end. Either you do it in the beginning, but it could also be in the end, whereby there is a takeaway for anybody who looks at this and says that in a cyclone prone area, okay, maybe only in Orissa, doesn't matter. These are the general attitudes to design of the unit and of the settlement. So I think
I
that would have
understand.
been nice. Yeah. So I think I'm done. So maybe
Harimon, you want to go ahead? Harimon, you can.
Most of the questions are already addressed by Punita ma'am, but I have regarding the general attitude, I would just like to add a query. Nowhere you have mentioned the role of sun's movement or solar angle in placement or making of these houses, because most of these houses were earlier made by themselves. The people themselves would make this house. They don't hire architects for this, right? You as an architect, you are trying to interpret their way of thinking, way of designing, lifestyle, and creating a design for them. So why you have stuck only to wind movement, a cyclone, which actually happens only once in a while. I mean, it's not a day-to-day event. No, cyclone happens say once
So, first of all, I would.
a year or once in a while. But most of the time, it is sun which is present. Sun is present all the time, correct? And where the role of sun orientation, etc., in anywhere in your design, except in the cyclone shelter, you have not shown even the north line. I don't know. I couldn't see in the drawings. So, what is the role of sun in all these designs? How the sunshine comes into the courtyard, or
Yes.
yeah.
So first of all, I would like to correct you in the thing that cyclone here is not. Yes, severe cyclone is not very frequent, but these people have a proximity, to experience harsh winds almost like once in a week. And I myself, when I was on a case study, I have experienced uh, two harsh winds in the area. And seeing that, it really made me work for this particular project. And coming back to my sun directions, yes, ma'am, could you please lead to the site plan? Back. Yes, sorry, the next one. Yes. Here, I want to say that maybe I missed this out, but it was taken care that these people have a habit of working in their verandas for most of the daytime, for their artist work, for any kind of mural making. The women of the house, they are into mural making as well sometimes, but for themselves. So they have a habit of sitting in the verandas. So I'd like to mention that these people are experiencing daylight all the time of the at all the time of the day, from the east to the west. Uh, uh, in their verandas, they are faced in such a way. That's it. Thank you.
But this aspect you should have highlighted in the detailed plans.
Yes, sir.
The solar movement, because there has to be a compromise between wind movement and solar movement, and how you can best create a solution as an architect who's designing for them, because people themselves design some wonderful things for themselves, correct? So as an architect, when you're designing, to get into their mind, that is where Punita ma'am asked about lifestyle. How much have you understood their lifestyle? If they were to remake their house, what efforts they would have taken to compromise between wind direction, wind movement, as well as the need of sun for them, not when harsh sun in the courtyard, because you said that they work in the courtyard most of the time. So the importance of, because that will determine even the height of the walls that you have created. There is no mention of the height of the walls. You could have created wonderful variations in the height of the walls based on solar movement from morning till evening. So which could have added another dimension to the three-dimensionality of the
So the veranda itself says that
based
they do not
and the built form itself, correct? So
sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of your thing. I think it just got cut. Hello?
No, you have done a wonderful presentation, no doubt about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have done a wonderful presentation, no doubt, with detail and good views. Hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you now.
Hello.
Yes, sir, I can hear you now.
So you have done a wonderful presentation. You have done a wonderful presentation, especially in this context. Would have been very interesting if you had highlighted on that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I'll work on it.
Welcome.
Anirudh, can I just squeeze in a last question?
Yeah.
Be
short.
Dr. Pillai? Very short. Just to take what Dr. Pillai has said, I was also, which I didn't ask earlier, of course, is that who builds these houses? And if it was a design of only 45 units for particular users, you could have explored the participatory process of design. So what happens is that you can also, as a general takeaway from this design, is also how is this process of design? How can you involve the locals, not only in building, but also in the design? Because you are designing only these 49 particular or 47 particular houses. Okay, so in that case, it's not an unknown user. So you could have involved the people. So it is also re-examining the role of the architect and the user, and a completely different process of design, which was not explored, but I think this was completely right and appropriate for such a thing.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, first of all, I would like to tell you that initially I had, I had searched for the schemes that this village would have fallen under for the construction of houses. So it falls under PMAY, and it falls under Biju Pakka Ghar Yojana of this which is a local scheme for the Orissa. And yes, and about involving people in designing, my one reason to give construction details and make it very detailed was to so that it is understood to a common man that what exactly I mean from having a roof of this kind, right? And having my I think I tried my best to keep it very simple, not having any kind of any kind of much more detailed drawings, which is at least understood by a common man. I think that is what I.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
And lastly, just you could have also explored ecological rehabilitation of this place, but I don't think we have enough time. But I think this was also an opportunity that could have been explored. So thank you very much for good work. I must congratulate
Thank
you.
you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, no, wait. You might have questions from the audience.
Okay.
So if there are any questions, though I know we are a little late, so if there are any questions, one question from the audience we can take, if there are any, or should we go ahead? So no questions. You don't have any questions from the audience. Thank you, 068. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you all. Yeah, and so before we start the next presentation, for the jurors, the number is 20Z2072. The project is called Redevelopment of Flower Market, Mullik Ghat. Okay, but I'll choose the next presenter. So let me just announce that also. Okay, so is 20Z2074. 20Z2074. It's called Shanti Dhara, Transforming Goshala to a Holistic Farm. Are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Very good. Okay, so you need to prepare. Okay, while 20072, you can start your presentation. 072, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Okay, so you can start your presentation.
Can I make it to full screen? Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, let me start my presentation with the statement of Charles Fourier. For an eternity, Kolkata has turned its back on its river, yet there is no connect between the city and the river. The city should be a celebration of the river Hooghly. Next slide. Next slide, please. Great cities like London, Moscow, Sydney were developed around a river. Kolkata is no exception. Unlike they celebrate it with the pride, and on the other hand, Hooghly River lies abused and neglected. Next slide. So there are about 6 or 7 ghats in the southern part of Howrah Bridge, but only Prinsep Ghat is well maintained. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So there was a proposal back in 2008 after a massive fire incident, but till date there is no implementation of it. Next slide. Next slide. So Malli Ghat and Jagannath Ghat are one of these ghats, which is Malli Ghat is 150 years old and Jagannath Ghat is 250 years old. And the most important part is the Malli Ghat flower market is Asia's largest wholesale flower market. Next slide. So the area marked in red on the map is my site next to the Howrah Bridge, and that is the stand road that leads to the Howrah Bridge, and a service road divided my site into two parts. Next slide. So in the market there are 250 temporary shops and 120 pin shops. Next slide. And the average footfall of about 8,000 and have a sales volume of 15 lakh per day. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So this is a case study that I have done to understand various kinds of shop and how they are interconnected. And these are some street sections from the Kolkata New Market area where freedom were given to the local street vendor for the arrangement of their shop. I got inspired from this shop, how they're managing um, how they're managing the movement pattern using and they are using the building projection for their display of the product and for setting device also. Next slide. Next slide. Coming to the next case study of Varanasi, I have analyzed different activities of the cart and how they are incorporated using different level and platform. The implementation of these studies and analysis can be found in the design stages. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is my site. So as this is a redevelopment project, which is very important to analyze the site first. So for doing so, I have divided my whole site into 15-meter by 15-meter grid and try to analyze the essence of each grid. The big circle marked here is the zone 1, which is Mallikhat area, and the small circle is zone 2, which is Jagannath Ghat area, and the area between them is the old market. And the area marked here as East Bengal market is my zone 4. Next slide. These are some existing section of my site. Next slide. So as I said, Mallikhat is flower market area. So the activities are related to it are related to that market area only. And the Jagannath Ghat is mainly famous for the visitors, where there are activities like performing rituals, local traditional wrestling and all. Next slide. So this is my proposed master plan. So this is my zone 1, which is Mallikhat area. This is my zone 3, which is Jagannath Ghat area, and this is my old market that I have developed. And this is Stand Bank Road, and this is existing circular railway track, and this is my zone 4 that I have extended the market area. And this is the standard that leads to the Howrah Bridge. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we have to understand the flower market ecosystem first. The flowers are mainly imported from the Kharagpur and Mendipur area, and they are then washed in the running water of Ganges, and then it is stored in the Mallikhat, and then it goes for the sailing. Next slide. Next slide. So this is my zone 1. Zone 1 is accessed by this existing staircase, and here it is an open air flower market, which is very colorful and chaotic, with a very colorful and chaotic environment. And what I have found that every person who is walking with the stand route to our station has a tendency to look into this market, and I have tried to keep the same vibe of the place with organized manner. And I have designed this blank wall and canopies so that so that the freedom were given to these street vendors for their seating arrangement and for their movement pattern. And there is also some adda zone or interaction space, and this is a liminal space between the Mallikhat area and the open flower market. These are some temporary storage area. This building and this building is already existing in the area. Next slide. So this is a view of that area, where you can see that liminal space with arcade, and these are some canopies, and these are some walls there. Next slide. So zone 2 is the most complicated and challenging part of my site. According to building law, I cannot build any permanent structure in this place. But I have to fulfill the requirement of the shop. And also this portion has a natural slope. So what I have done is I have designed it in 2 level and approach the design just with a simple grid iron pattern without hampering the existing temple here and these trees. And you can see a staircase in the middle of this there, which leads to the zone 4 with a pedestrian bridge above. Next slide. And next slide. These are some section of this part. Here you can see this level difference, and this is the pedestrian bridge above that leads to the zone 4. Next slide. So this is the view of zone 2. You can see the cluster of shops that are arranged together, maintaining the fire protocols and circulation pattern. This is the pedestrian bridge that I was talking about. Next. This is a view of the market area. Next slide. So this is the zone 3 area. As I have said before, zone 3 area is mainly visitor oriented. So activities are mainly they're performing rituals and traditional wrestling. These platforms are designed for the rituals area. This is some changing room area. This is a pump room station for the safety of this zone 2 area. And this ghat, this these steps of the ghat is used for the sitting area and with a platform in front of them for the wrestling. There is some food kiosk and seating arrangement for the visitors and their parking area also. And this is an abandoned deck that I have used as a viewing deck for my site. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the view of the zone 3 area, Jagannath Ghat. These are the platforms I was talking about, and this is the existing building. Next slide. So this is the zone 4, the market extension part. Zone 4 is actually the market. In the zone 4, it is directly accessible from the Stand Road and connected with the pedestrian bridge from the zone 2. There are 3 main structures in this area, this one, and this one. With shopping units in the ground floor and cold storage in the first floor. So this is the section of this part showing this is the zone 2 and this is the zone 4. You can see the pedestrian bridge that how it is connected. It is in the plan here. And there's also parking facilities in this area. Next slide. This is a view of the, zone 4 extension market, extended market. These are some detail of it. And next slide. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of this entire area. So this is the zone 4. This is existing building. You can see this wrestling platform, viewing deck, food court area, parking area. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah, that's it. That's it, sir. I'm done.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Punita or Harimohan, any one of you can go first if you want.
Okay, may I?
Yeah, sure, Harimohan. Please do.
Let me compliment you on a wonderful presentation. Very graphic and very beautifully presented work. One question I have is, since these flower sellers come from faraway places like Medinipur and Kharagpur, and they come with a big baggage of flowers, and you said that they need to be washed in the river and then they need to be sorted before they go to their selling point, right? So what is their movement and how do they do it in how they did it earlier and how they would be able to do now once you have done this design? That is a very important thing because you are doing it for these flower sellers, right? So their movement and the time of the day when they arrive, because I'm sure they arrive very early in the morning. So there is no you have not mentioned anything about the time of the day and the maximum sale times from morning till evening and their movement within the site, the flower sellers themselves. That you have not addressed. So the design appears very interesting, but the movement of these people is very crucial for the success of the design. So can you just explain that a bit?
Can you move to the slide number 23, the master plan? '23.
Yes.
Can I zoom it? Yes. So they, the movement pattern is they mainly come from by train and they moved here with by walking and then they go to the.
But from this station, from Howrah station, they walk
Yes,
on
sir.
the bridge and come here, right? So
Yes,
did you do any study of the timing? They, I mean, when they come early morning and then because this is
actually,
a
so there are
vibrant place during different times of the day.
actually there are different slot, mainly 3 slot.
Yeah.
One is early morning, and second is at the 12 afternoon, and then at the evening time. This market is still open till 10 p.m. So there are 3 different time slot for this movement.
And so what are the facilities given to them? How do they, you know, you said they have to wash it in Hooghly River. So these ghats are meant for that. They go down these steps and what is the volume of people, flower sellers who come here, the number at a time, at peak time, who come from the railway station all the way here with big baggage of flowers, you know?
The numbers are about 250.
250 flower sellers,
50
right?
per slot. And the footfall of the buyer are 8,000.
Correct.
And
but these 250 flower sellers, they are coming together early in the morning, correct? There must be a special train also. I think I have seen some special train, some trains which are full of flower sellers early in the morning. They land up
not the special train, just the local train. And
yeah, local trains in which they come, right? So when they, you know, some study, some explanation on how they utilize the space given to them efficiently at that time would have added value to your work. No doubt it's a wonderful work, but it would have added value to the function that you are talking about for this flower sellers. Okay.
So my movement
Otherwise,
pattern was
very well presented.
So what I've thought that this is the movement pattern, and then they wash the flower here and they store it in the temporary stored area, and they sell and they move to this market and this market. So this is my movement pattern I have thought about. And for the visitor, what I have thought that they will go from this memorial to this, and they enjoy. They have tried. They will avoid this portion, and they will go to the straight to Jagannath Ghat.
Okay.
Okay, 072, can you just open your camera if you have bandwidth so that we can see you also?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now, yeah, Yashwant, you can ask. You can go ahead. We can see you.
Okay, firstly, my compliments on a very beautifully presented thesis. I have one or two questions for you. You're dealing with a highly perishable product, and I'm sure there's a lot of waste and garbage generated on a daily basis. How are you planning to dispose it?
I have thought of a technique of vermicomposting, that is very basic composting technique with peat. I forgot to mention the location. This was the place I have thought of for the vermicomposting on site, and then it will be used for pigment and syrups and all.
Okay, my second question is about the sky bridge. Do the zoning regulations permit you to go over a road there, and at what height?
The height of the bridge, pedestrian bridge is 5.2 meter. Actually, I have done it for the temporary basis as there is no permission of making permanent structure over there. So yeah, I have made it temporarily.
Okay, can you tell us a little about your choice of materials, building materials, why you selected them, what are the materials you're using here?
For the building material, can we go to the zone 2, page number 29? Next slide. Next slide. Ma'am, next slide. Next. Yeah. The structure of these clustered are made of ISMB 300 with bolting together, and these are corrugated metal sheet which are already present in the market area, which I'm going to reuse it. And these are some. There are some concrete prefabricated concrete block also. These are prefabricated block, and yeah, for the material, this corrugated sheet, a steel member, and concrete. I want this that hard finish look for my site.
Any other materials you've used?
No, sir. For this market area, I have not used any other material.
Okay. Where is the customer vehicle parking and vendors vehicle parking in your entire scheme?
Actually, they do not use any vehicle for the parking. Can you go to the master plan 23 site plan? Yeah, as I said before, there are different time slot. So I expected to them come to the early morning, and here they can load and unload their flowers and all, and they will then supply it to the market area. And for the customer area, they have parking area in this place, and they can go to the market area.
You must be having over 200 people working here every day.
Yes, sir.
How do they come to the site?
They mostly come from this Howrah Bridge to this through this existing staircase, and another path is this from Stand Road to this place, another existing pedestrian bridge.
What is the impact on the river? How sustainable is your entire scheme? And is there going to be any negative impact? Is there anything going to be positive that you are doing to improve the quality of the river? You showed us in a slide that it's in a very bad state. How are you addressing that?
For that reason, what I have thought that the garbage management and the water problem. For that, I want to segregate that flower and the rainwater that come through this area, and want to drain out after the screening to this Ganges. So it is not harmful, just rainwater and flower. So I want to just segregate the flower part and want to drain out to the river.
Can you tell us a little about the infrastructure of services at the site right now and what you're planning to do for things like electricity, water, drainage?
Currently, there are no such a thing. Just random thing, just a drain here to directly go to the river. There is no screening process and all. So yeah, I have thought that screening process to segregate that flower and then drain it to the river. There are a transformer in this area. So yeah, the electricity will supply it from this area.
Okay, thank you. I think I've asked my questions and I pass it to the next juror.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I think most of the things are covered, but I would like to reframe some of these questions. One of my major, I mean, first I have to thank you, of course, and congratulate you for doing something this big. It's actually an urban design project.
Yes.
So if it is an urban design project, I would have liked to see this as a continuity of a large part of the bank of the Hooghly River. I don't think you are showing anywhere how it is a continuity on either side of the bank and how it integrates with the rest of the bank to create a sense of a whole, over and above creating a sense of this particular place. Okay.
I have an illustration for this, the first slide, the introduction slide.
No, not like that. I mean, I would have liked not the collage, but I would have, yes. Which no. I didn't
I
mean it
have
like
just this one where I have tried to merge this elevation and all.
Yeah. This is just an elevation, but it is still just a part of the entire bank.
Yes.
At least what is happening to some distance on one side and some to the other, you would have had, so that it is not it is a continuous thing. You know, a river edge is a continuous thing, and you are addressing only one part of that edge. And so, how does it connect to the left and the right of your place? I'm not talking of this particular view. I mean, I would have liked a larger plan from which you come to your particular thing, and I think that is missing. And I think it is necessary because it's an urban design project.
Actually, this arch and all are inspired from the existing building itself. That is this one. This is how it evolved, and this triangular truss and all that is inspired from the existing warehouse that is 20 meter, just 20 meter away from my site.
I think I'm not very clear. I'm saying I'm not talking of these details. I'm saying that there is a river bank, right? It goes on for kilometers and kilometers, and it's one continuous entity, right?
Yes,
Out of this continuous entity, you are picking up one section and you are addressing the issues there at that section, but you must not forget that it is part of a continuous whole. And so there is no drawing or anything which shows me how it is separate and yet connected to the river bank. Okay,
yes,
what is happening to some distance on the left and some distance on the right of this particular section of the river bank?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have
so that is
that scale.
Yeah, you have to go to, you have to go to that scale. I think somewhere it is necessary, not in detail, but something. Secondly, when I look at your drawings, except for some views somewhere, and what Dr. Pillai has also said is that, and to some degree, Mr. Ramamurthy, is that.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I can't hear you.
Sunita has, I think, gone mute. No, or she's having some internet problems.
Okay, sir.
Yes, I think we have lost her for some time.
We have lost her because I can't see her also. I can't see her, but she's not mute. I can see her.
No, the net is gone from her side.
Yeah. So we will just wait for her for some time to catch up. I'm sure, like, she must be trying. Okay, she's, I think.
I lost connection for a second.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Doesn't matter. So I would have liked basically for these drawings for us to see how people will move, all the 4 or 5 different kinds of category of people, how they will move, how the goods will move, and how these different movements come together, so that there is no clash and there is everything works very smoothly. So nowhere do you, I mean, others have also asked the same question, but you should have had drawings to explain to us very clearly how this happens. You explained it now. No, you don't explain it now. You've explained it, but I wish there were drawings which would have been there to explain all of this. Yeah. And the third thing is that, as far as I know, I'm a little bit familiar with this kind of project. But I also know that the flower sellers also stay here? Somebody stays overnight in the shops, do they?
Yes, ma'am. Some of them stay
Yes.
there.
Yes. So now when you have these flower sellers who stay here the night, you have not explained really how this works from a human point of view.
Okay.
There is, of course, the goods point of view, but it is the human's point of view. So nowhere you explain who is this flower seller, what does he do, when does he come, he lives there at the night. So what are the facilities and amenities that you are giving for these people?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I have an explanation for this. Can I move to the page, slide number 30? That axonometric view is 31. Yes. So these classes are designed in two levels. I have some section and all. The upper portion is for their night stay, and they will access it with a ladder.
Yes, I think there is an expanded or an exploded view of this. And I had already guessed that there is some place
Yes,
to
ma'am.
live upstairs, but you haven't said it. You haven't explained it clearly. That 3D view is all about beam and material and everything, but the human element is not there.
Actually, ma'am, it is in the actually it is in the seat, but I forget to put in my presentation.
All right. Well, anyhow,
I'm sorry.
I'm happy to say that you have thought about it, and there are some things that I had already guessed. And then, and yes, of course. So, how do you? What are the common amenities or facilities like toilets, places for them to eat? You know, the visitors who come here will also spend some time. So, what are the facilities? Public toilets, drinking water facilities, etc.
Can we move to the slide number 33, zone 3? 33, zone 3. Next. No, 33, sorry. So this is the toilets for the visitor, and this is the food kiosk that I have provided. And there is also toilet in the zone 1. Slide number 27. 27. Yeah. There are toilet in. Yes, ma'am. This one. There are toilet below this platform.
But so then again, it would help if you had a smaller master plan with all the services marked out, so that it's very clear. So we know that you've thought about all of these things.
I could not show all these things for the limitation that I have.
No, it doesn't matter. It can be done. Never mind. And then what I want to know is how do you incorporate the existing buildings which are there?
I have not touched.
How are they integrated into the newer program that you have? And just a minute before you answer that, in zone 2, you said whether you are doing an extension of the flower market, right?
Zone 4, that is.
Zone 4. In zone 2, you are allowed to build so much?
Yeah, I can build a temporary structure. I can't build permanent structure there, but I can build temporary structure.
So how is it temporary? I mean, how does one know that it is temporary and not permanent? Means
actually,
it can be dismantled? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, it is just anchored 300 mm with the ground level and have a PCC level of 100 mm over it. And it is.
But I think, yes, but I think
and it can be
ultimately,
dismantled.
yeah, but I think it will ultimately become permanent, isn't it? Nobody's going to dismantle it every evening and then reassemble it in the morning. So, for convenience's sake, you are looking at it as temporary, but actually it is permanent. That is the way I look at it.
If someone want to do it, they can do it, but
they can, but they won't. It is like tweaking the bylaws.
Yes.
I think personally. Well, anyway, I think I will end now. So I appreciate the effort that you have put in, no doubt. But if certain things had been explained, overlaid, or added, I think it would have taken this project further. So I think I will now, Paul, you can take it.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Again, we will see whether the audience has now come to life. Any questions from the audience? Actually, as I understand, the audience are mostly participants here. Otherwise, most of them are seeing it, viewing it in YouTube. If there are no questions, then we go forward. Okay. Yes. So the next project is uh, Shanti Dhara, transforming Goshala to a holistic farm. I hope you're ready. But before that, we
Yes,
will also announce the person who would go next. Just let me open my screen. Okay. So that would be 20Z2091. It's called reinvigorating the genius loci of a mountain of Indian handloom cluster, an integrated handloom production center, Fatehbad, Chanderi, Madhya Pradesh. Are you there? It's
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, good.
Paul, I just have one question. Are we keeping good time or not?
We are actually like maybe extending in terms of jurors' comments. Okay, but it's okay. Don't worry. We will, because I hope that before lunch we finish 5 at least. Okay.
All right.
So.
Yeah, because for us, when we ask questions, there is also a reply. So
I know. I can understand that, and many, because also lot of them are questions they will have to like clarify. So I can agree. I understand that. Okay. So yes. So we can start with otherwise 074. 074. We can start.
yes, sir. Sir, screen. Yeah, hello. A very good morning to all of you. And my topic is Shantidhara the Goshala, transforming Goshala to a holistic farm. Next, please.
If you want, you can keep your camera open.
So I don't have a camera, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So there had been times when cow was and also today is considered holy due to its oral characteristics, which brings peace in oneself and also has great impact on one's health and wealth. From very times, this God's creation was considered as the symbol of health, wealth, and wisdom. According to Hindu scriptures, during the Samudra Manthan period, a breed of cow named Kamdhenu, which is also known as mother of cows, was incarnated, who had the blessings that nothing will go waste from its body production. Today in India, we have totality of 37 species, which we called as Desi Indian cows. These cows from centuries have always been part of our family, and was said that whichever home there is tulsi plant and cow residing, there will be highly less chance of reaching those types. So there was in 1970s there was white revolution in India just because country was facing shortage of milk and indigenous breed just and all of us just gave our indigenous breed sorry and the indigenous breed just gave 8 to 10 liters of milk and we were at the phase of growth. So we donated our cows outside for public use, but still then it wasn't meeting the required amount. So the question was how to increase the production, which led to import of genetic mutated cows from outside, which gave double the production. But that milk we drank led to various diseases like diabetes, cardiac arrest, etc. Global trend has also shown the increased rate since the wild revolution, and India ranks the topmost charts. As we are at the stage where even the adolescents are suffering from it and can't be cured permanently. Even with modern medical science, it just can be surpassed up to a certain extent. So in this project, I will be addressing all such issues such as declination of boss and vicars and the methods of promotion of A2 milk industry, rejuvenation of symbiotic relationship of human and cattle in the community, and upgradation of rural economy by solving the maximum horizons to it as per limitation and scope of work. So in the current scenario, since agriculture is mostly seasonal, many people by dairy farming have a year-round possibility to find employment. Small marginal farmers and landless people are the primary beneficiaries of the dairy program. 42% of the farm households operate on up to 2 hectares, and 37% of the rural households are landless. These landless and small-scale farmers own 53% of cattle, providing 51% of milk. Small and marginal farmers and landless workers therefore play a very important role in the production of milk in the country. The key occupation in broad urban regions where the market for milk is strong may also be taken from dairy processing in. So by the present political setup, the and prepared national law commission for the genetic makeup and enhancement of the milk industry. Next, please. Next. Hello. Yeah. So as to resolve these issues, to and to experiment on the project, the site has been chosen which has ownership which already was in business and has similar objectives with their founders and coalition. Hence, this project will be an ideal prototype focusing on the expansion of organization, which will be rehabilitation of the and multiply the growth so that it can help bringing the revival of the rural economy and the symbiotic balance. So one such site is Kamatipura, located in Madhya Pradesh. They actually had been since 2010, but around they actually had a downfall. So around in 2016, they again bounced back, and their major attempt is to do biomedicines and cosmetic products from the bioproducts of the cow. Again, there is some financial difference, which is normally happening in these Goshalas. In the longer run, they actually fail. Let's see. Yeah, this is the site of Kamatipura, where this is located in Madhya Pradesh. It is located near Kundri, which is near the Jewelry, and the Kamatipura actually has 3 sites, 3 number of sites, which mainly I will be focusing on site number 1 as I'm going to intervene in that particular site, and other 2 can be for the future scope. As you can see, this site is predominantly quite in a variety of locations nearby, as milk is a perishable item, so the solution has to be very suitable. Next, please. And yeah, site is almost 100 acres. And yeah, the scope of this particular project is somewhat having an animal husbandry unit, making stations to milk them, dairy plant, of course, to process the items, and admin for administration purpose, and workshop for small MSME products from the byproduct of the site. But limitations of this particular project would be due to time frame that some of the base sectors could not be used. So next, please, we can be explaining further. Yeah, these were some of the literature studies that I did. Next, please. So this is a growth frame of a time frame of growth in 15 years. If we look in this project, phase-wise, I'm keeping a time frame of more or less 15 years. The growth of bovines as per probable fertility rate, male to female ratio, and death rate. We can identify the herd trend based on age, sex, pregnancy, and lactation cycle. The capacity of accommodation is provided for approximately 4,000 bovines as per site requirements. We can understand by looking at the table year-wise how the herd is managed category-wise. Present strength of Kamatipura is having 500 cows, and after interpolating in coming 10 years, if managed properly by the administration, the strength will be approx 4,700 to 4,800, which includes both milk and non-milk cows, where shed for suckling cows design is separate. By the end of 15 years, we will have a strength of approximately 10,000 cows, out of which milk cows will have strength of more or less 4,000 in numbers, which can accommodate in the proposed building. Later in the time frame of 15 years, a separate accommodation for non-milk cows can be designed on a separate site when the organization property. Whereas when the herd being surplus, the female cows can be donated to farmers in the local to again contribute to dairy plants and have a shared promote entrepreneurship in the local community, and the male for irrigation purposes. Next, please. This is the area program which I have derived for that particular 15-year time frame, and it has a quite a detailed program, so I couldn't go one by one. So next, please.
Zero 074, are you connected? 074, are you connected?
He must be facing some problems. Hello. I think he has lost internet connection. We'll wait for him to reconnect.
Yes, I suppose we will.
Yeah, we'll wait for him to reconnect.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, he's there. He's back again.
I just got dropped. I'm sorry, sir. Next, please, sir.
You can continue. We can hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next is upper area programming. Next, please. Yeah, this is the existing condition of Shanti Bhaya. This is the pipe plan which has this particular which accommodate 500 number of cows and the use of the particular site into. Next, please. Yeah, this is the site anatomy and also showing the topography of the particular site. As this site is a two-line site, this site is actually receiving a lot of watershed from the nearby site surroundings, which actually travel to the site and fill up the site. So, to have to resolve this particular issue, the Sambhura community has actually planned to drain this particular channel this particular all this water to a channel from these reservoirs and throwing it back to the canal. And next, please. This is the climatic analysis which I have got from Energy Plus website from the ISRO. And it shows sun-path diagram, wind rose diagram, and etc. etc. Which are incorporated in my design. Next, please. Hello. Yeah, this is the proposed site plan, and over here, actually, I would like to say that as being an industrial setup, the inline process and function which makes it a bit of a challenge translating it to an artificial out of a state. Above that, there is a preconceived notion of built typology and its morphology with overall character, whether being a cow shed or an industrial plant in an outskirts of a city. In this project, I tried to break down the notion and also try to keep the factory intact of the built space. The project being a grass-to-gate setup, which will be one of a kind which will inject the urban fabric within the radius of 150 to 200 kilometers and its transformation further on. So the overall zoning of this site happens to be like the one that we see on the built structure, the one with the long building and the red structure. That area is the procurement, processing, and production zone, which includes cowsheds and milk corridor and dairy plant. And the one on the very opposite, which has the forest and the grazing paddock, that is a green zone, which is actually reserved for the cows to graze and wander around and to be safe. So, and the one near the administration area is the visitor for staff zone, and the one that actually towards the east near the retrofitted shed and generators with us in the workshop. These are the allied services and site requirements for the site. So as the site is the procurement, processing, and production zone have the majority of services in conjunction to the manure pit, and it is positioning at the lowest point so that all the outgoing services get channelized towards the treatment plant and then directed towards one of the already built reservoir and finally letting it over to the canal. So next, please. So this is the cowshed block. Next, please. Yeah. So cowshed are in a tail to tail setup basically. Over here, I try to showcase the what is it, the ramps for the exercise, and also I have showcased the dirt grass roosting over here, which actually has quite experience for the cows not being captured, and they can be free, roam around whenever they want, and the cows can somewhat be on their own. And the one which is at the great sucking casket, there's the cows for where the adolescents, which are actually in the milking stage, they actually will be kept nearby to the mother. Let's see. Yeah. So over here, I have hello, hello, hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So here, this is the ground floor plan where this particular area. Ma'am, can I actually hover over the particular drawing? How to do that? How to hover over the drawing? Hello. Actually. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Can I just can you just please yes, can you just put the previous slide? And I need to control the mouse over the screen. Can I? Is it possible? Hello.
Hello.
So I need to control the mouse in the slide. Is it possible to control the slide?
Well, I think. Okay, the administrator has to give him the right. I don't think you can control the mouse, but you can draw over it. Can you give the right to him?
If I may help, I think in the view options, there is an option called annotate, and you can use that to draw over it. Yeah.
Okay. Look for annotate.
Yeah, can you see me now?
It's in the view options, like above there is a green bar showing you are viewing Sri Sri University screen. Next to it is a view option. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So over here, like can you just please in the previous slide, can you just switch the previous slide?
I don't know, is it me only, but I can't hear clearly.
Yeah, he's Punita. He's light. We cannot. He's not very audible, and his voice is vanishing sometimes.
Yes. Throughout the presentation, actually.
Yeah, voice is vanishing.
Yes.
Audio quality is very poor. I'm not able to understand the narrative at all.
Yes.
Actually, one solution would have been to have pre-recorded presentation with voiceover. It could have been done actually.
Yeah.
That presentation can have a voiceover, so which we could hear, and then leave this for question answer, this interaction, which would have been better.
074, can you come near to the microphone also?
The advantage of having a pre-recorded thing is that you also stick to the time.
Exactly. You prepare also.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're now audible.
Now, yes.
Actually, I'm sorry, sir. Poor internet connections over here. Sir, can you just please move on to previous slide once? I need to explain something. Previous slide, sir. Previous, yeah, over here. So this is your up and over backing gate over here. This one. This is up and over backing gate, and this is your hog slat over here, and this one, and this is your channeling for cow dung scraper. As cow do their dung and all these things, and that can be scraped automatically out here. And this is open above backing gate to push them towards the milking corridor, which will actually travel them towards the milking station. So this is the first ground floor plan, and this is the blow up of this particular plan of which you can see over here. And this is the isometric block, and over here these shifting gates allow them to do the traffic control, so that they doesn't go out in the compound, and they actually travel to the particular milking station. And this is all done in automation process. So next please. Yeah, this is the inside view of the particular compound, so that the cross ventilation is constantly made. As these cows are quite sensitive to the weather climate, we need to take care of them so that they can produce healthy and rich milk. Next, please.
Please wind up. Your time is over.
Yes, sir. Please, yeah, this is your up and over backing gate. Next, please. This is your this is the gate where they actually travel to the milking corridor. This is the first floor plan. Next, please. Yeah, this is the section. What happens over here? Basically, this is the cow dung scraper alley. They then transfer to the shaft, and then they again go towards this particular another scraping alley. This is your cow dung scraper over here, and this is your shifting gates. So what happens? They actually travel to the particular milking spine in the corridor. You will see in the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the spine which I was talking about. All this particular cow dung is traveled to the particular spine from each and every cow shed, and then it is traveled back towards the manure pit, and then it is used as a biocompost and biogas to fuel up and for vermicomposting plant and for other activities. Next, please.
074, please don't go on explaining your project now. Time is finished. So just show your drawings now when the jurors.
So this is your milking corridor. This is the spine with the milking station. Next, please. This is your milking station, which actually incorporate the milking of the cows, and they are sorted as per the health of the cows, whether they're sick or whether pregnant, whether they are non-milking on that particular area. This is the room layout of the particular internal layout of the particular rotary parlor. Next, please.
074, please stop explaining. Just show your.
Yes, sir. Next, please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next, please. Next, please, sir. Next, please. Sir, next, please. Hello. Sir, next. Hello.
Is there any problem? Is there any problem with the presentation? Hello.
Hello. Next, please.
I think there was some problem with the presentation.
So, so I'm really sorry, sir. This is happening over here.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. They'll come back. You don't need to fluster.
Yes, sir.
They'll just.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just relax now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The people showing the presentation, are they able to solve the problem?
Are we audible, sir?
Yes. Yeah, you're audible now. Is the problem resolved? Like, is the presentation now on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, sir, it's in the end of the slide, sir. Can we, sir, just move on back? Move to back, sir. Sir, it is actually. Can we just move back, sir? Can we start, sir? Can we start from page number 30, slide number 30? Slide number not slide number 30. It's can we start from your 26, slide number 26, slide number 26. Sorry. Yes, this is the rotary plan. Next, please. This is the room layout of the rotary plan, which will house the services. Next, please. This is the typical section of the particular rotary plan. Next, please.
Just show your.
This is the dairy plan.
Don't talk. Just show your views. Go on showing your views.
Yeah, this is a dairy plant. Plan of the dairy plant. View of the dairy plant. Inside view. Section of the dairy plant. This is the administration block. Views and elevations. So workshop. This is the workshop. Next, please. Yeah. This is the typical. This is the views of these are views of the site. Landscape views. This is the forest view. Back of the view. Front end of the view.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Punita, you would have to go first.
Yes, actually, unfortunately, in the beginning, when you were explaining the project, you were not very audible. So some things were missed. But
I'm sorry.
It's okay, doesn't matter. First and foremost, what I really appreciate about this project is that the detailed study and research that you have done, all the detailed programming, all the it is as if you are actually rethinking or reimagining and reinterpreting a traditional Goshala, if I understand correctly. So,
yes,
so all that I appreciate a lot. But to me, the hero of this project is the cow. Okay. Yes. So the hero of the project is really the cow. And when you are rethinking this Goshala, one thing I didn't understand how it is, see, the traditional Gaushalas were very humane in the sense that they really treated the cow as a living being. You know, you have this human connection with the cow. Each cow will have a name, and this kind of
Yes.
bonding and connection actually uh, 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 propagated, I mean, made the cows healthy and happy, you know, which
Yes,
is
ma'am.
very important. So,
Yes, ma'am.
how do you look at this reinterpreting of the traditional Gaushala, and how is this human bonding and connection and a humane treatment of the cow, how does it happen as compared to the traditional one? What are the features that you can explain makes it happen?
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, the thing is basically the traditional Gaushalas have actually been transformed into khatals these days, and they are actually in a very capitalistic business. So it doesn't matter how the cows are being treated; they just need to milk it for the cash. So it's just a cash cow setup present in the khatals. But
Have you
in this
got something
project,
else?
yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello.
No, I couldn't hear you. Yeah. Oh, mine is unstable. All right. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying, ma'am, that these cows have been actually in a capitalistic business these days, as these gaushalas have been mostly transformed into khatals, and these khatals are actually just making them cash cows. So they are just making them for purpose. It doesn't matter whether the cows are being taken care of, or is there any human nature with them. So what's happening basically is these particular nature, the nature and nurture process I wanted to incorporate in this particular site, intervening the technologies, because technology is not bad. Technology helps us to move advance. Why not cow become smart? They can be also, but the thing is in generally in khatals they are in a very captive mode. But over here, as you can see, the cow sheds have tried to provide a kind of a range of the lush green grass pads and sand pads, so that they can actually sit outside and bask the sun, and at the same time they are not captive. So they can move around in the shed when they are hungry. They can move outside. They can bask the sun,
You're not audible.
and hello, and in the routine period.
Yeah. Yeah. Go. You are audible to me. Yes.
Yeah, and in the routine period, these particular cows can actually, when their milking is done, they can actually let go in the particular forest, and they can actually relish that particular time with themselves, with the herd, with the conspecifics. And of course, being in a human nature, every cow will be actually nurtured in such a way that they actually are part of the particular family, Shantara family, not actually a kind of a cash cows, because even after the cow has been in, after the lactation cycle has been completed, these cows actually, Shantidara is actually also having a certain other specific organization named as Dayodaya, where they actually keep these cows, which are the dry cows we say, and they take care of themselves as the regular Goshala. So basically, if we imply the proper administration in this particular sector, if we can have insurance, why can't a cow have insurance? We have if we are actually filling a premium for ourselves, if cow is actually milking out, so why can't we actually keep the premium for the cows? So
Sorry to interrupt you, but well, you have answered my question partly, but not really. What surprises me is that when I look at all your drawings, they are more like technical working drawings, and I don't see a single cow in your drawing. Why is that? I mean, I would have loved to see this drawing full of cows here and there being milking and basking in the sun and eating the fodder and whatnot. So so it seems like a very industrial kind of a drawing, you know. I know it's not for humans, but cows are, well, more than humans, you know, they are living entities. So I would have liked to see these drawings with how the cows come, where are they milked, how are they milked, what time they spend in one particular place or another place, and when do they have time of their own to hang around while something or the other is not being done to them. Okay. So unfortunately, I'm not really understood, because I think the drawings are not very self-explanatory. So that is one of the issues.
May I add something, madam?
Yes, but and then how are these cows milked? Are they milked by machines, or are the humans milking them, or what?
can't milk like 4,000 cows at a time, ma'am, because it will take a day and night. They need to be milked from the rotary machine, because I actually have calculated a lot of machines, because there are various type of machineries available: herringbone, parallel, tungsten, and of course I have applied the rotary parlor, because rotary parlor is the most efficient and energy saving machines available right now till date. So
Have you
yeah.
done any? Have you looked at any study that says that other than milking with human hands, which I know will not be practical here because it is almost like a factory and not an individual person owning 2, 3 cows where each cow has a name and all that. But in this
Yes, ma'am.
case, does milking by the machines, does it have any adverse effect on the cows?
No, ma'am, not at all, because it is sucked through vacuum, and this vacuum is just similarly like a baby suck a mother's breast. It's similarly like that, just like vacuum.
Okay. So the other thing which I was also missing is that, okay, where do the cows go at what time and what is done where and all that. Plus also you explained a lot about the cow dung, but what happens to the movement of the milk? So
Yes,
when
ma'am.
it is milked, where it is taken. So you should have had some diagrams on your master plan that shows us the movement of milk, movement of the animals, the cow dung, the urine, because all of
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is recycled and reused and converted into something else. So some of these things are missing. Uh,
Actually,
that
I
is all I can say.
actually, ma'am, I have incorporated everything, but the thing is, ma'am, due to unfortunate this connection, ma'am, issue, I couldn't able to actually tell all of the story, and
No. Actually, you should have drawings which are self-explanatory. So then we don't have to worry about you telling us. We would have got it anyway. At least if the drawings were there, So when you are audible in anyway, so I think I will just end here and pass it over to the next. I will just sum up what I need to say is that there is a lot of work, but somehow somehow because the presentation is in a certain way, the drawings are of a certain way, and the way you presented, I think the cow as the hero of the project really doesn't come through to me.
May I
Understood.
madam?
Yeah, Harimon, go ahead.
See, what has happened is you have jumped to a final solution. There could have been an incremental solution to this whole problem, starting with the humble Goshala, the human connect with the cow, and how you could incrementally. This is an industrial project. It has become finally an industrial project where the cow has lost her identity in the Indian system. So if this was incremental, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, this could be the phase 3 of a huge industry, as we see in Australia. If you go to Australia, you will see these kind of industries. But in Indian
Yes, sir.
system, if you had hit upon the idea of phase-wise incremental growth and explained the impact on even the economy, the cost of the project. You have given a timeline of 500 cows in the beginning, 2,500 in 5 years, and then it is just the graph is just going up. But how it is possible to start with 100 cows or 200 cows, whether it can be made into a cottage industry as Shanti Dhara, which is a one-step improvement on the existing Goshala, which you said are in very bad condition. So that would have made and so you would have had the opportunity of detailing very interesting solutions, not totally mechanized solutions. And the connection of human being with the cow would have retained, in our context, because this is a very interesting topic. But as Madam has said, it has become the solution has become fully detailed. No doubt it is fully detailed. Everything is possible. There are rotary milking machines being used in developed countries, especially in Australia, we know it. But is it
Yes, sir.
ultimate solution for our country? That's a question.
So actually, I have explained that in the growth in 15 years plan in the Excel sheet, slide number 8.
But then the project itself could have been in phases. 15 years plan for project phase-wise growth. It's a wonderful, great detailed study, but phase-wise, how do you say do with 100 cows or 200 cows, and how it has to work? See, one simple observation that I would like to make is that cow is the only raw material which produces multiple products. Correct?
Right, sir. Right, sir.
In this world, every raw material produces one product or maybe two, but cow produces so many different products which are saleable and which have value. So
Exactly,
that
sir.
aspect is something which you have not explained in an incremental manner. You have hit it
So actually, I have. So can I have slide number 8, please? Yeah, over here, this is the 15 years plan. How I actually the existing one, and in the 5th year, and the 10th year, and the 15th year. Basically, in 5-year phase.
We understand this, but you could have just stuck to the 5-year and an incremental growth of a kind of a mini industry or a small scale industry which grows over a period of time. You understand that? That's it. That's
Yes,
all that
sir.
I have to say. Yeah.
Yes, I should have taken that in account. Yes.
Yashwant, you want to go ahead?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you can.
So a lot of my observations have already been expressed by Professor Mehta and Dr. Pillai. I also feel that somewhere in the transformation from an intimate Goshala, the cow, which is the denominator, seems to have lost its scale. And it's become just a cog in an industry. It's a rather impersonal kind of a drawing, very large, well thought of, well articulated, no doubt. The other problem I have is that there are too many grid lines and so on, like a working drawing. It didn't seem like a concept drawing. It seemed more like a working drawing to me. And there was some inherent confusion there. The last point is that, and this is not your fault, there was a huge problem with the audio. And I think personally, at least, I missed a lot of your narrative in the beginning. But we won't hold that against you. There are a few things that I required some clarification on. You said in one slide that God is in the details. Can you tell us about a few of these godly details that you have come up for this project?
So godly details as in, sir?
Yeah.
We didn't get you, sir. Okay, sir?
The details, please.
Yes, sir. Which details do you want to see, sir? Which particular drawing?
Anything. You know, you made a statement that God is in the details.
Yes, sir. So can you please please take out the cow shed one? It's in slide number 16. After 16, we can actually just move on. Yeah, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we'll have to see a plan or a section.
Anything.
Okay, sir. Please take a section. Next, please. Next. 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 Yes. Yes, sir. Back. Back. Hello. Hello. Back. Hello. Hello. No. Back. Hello. 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 Back. Yeah. This one. Yes, sir.
This one. Is this okay?
Yeah, please go ahead. Explain it to us, please.
Actually, okay. So just a minute. Can I just have control? 1 minute. So just annotate. Okay, and draw. Okay. Yeah. So basically, if we just see over here, this is the cow dung scraper over here, which actually automatically scrapes the cow dung. This one is the herd controlling gate, which is also called up and over gate, which is actually pulled by the lever, and it can actually bend like this, somewhat like this, and can actually ये ऊपर चढ़ जाता है सर. And उसके बाद फिर then these particular gates are the traffic control gates for the people who are actually the human people who are actually putting the silage and feeders and fodders, everything. And this is your suckling calf shed. This is the side view of the suckling calf shed. And this is the typical section of that particular slab. And over here, what happens is this particular scraper, this actually travels through this particular alley. This actually then transfer that particular to the lower section, and then it is then taken outside to the spine. If I can just have the next plan, please. Next. Hello. There are shafts like this all over the floors. Yeah, over here, like this is taken like from here to this particular level, top one and bottom one, and then it is then transferred over here to this particular chamber. If you can just have the section of this particular drawing, please. Next, please. Next. Hello. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, you can see over here like how it is getting channelized. Yeah. Next. You can show next. Hello. Next. Yeah, section of it. Next. Yes, that's it. Over here, like this particular this is the spine of that particular area. How this particular is then transferred from this particular shaft, and then it is transferred to this particular manure pit, and from this can be actually transferred to the ETP plant where the treatment can happen, and then the gas that has been actually collected can be transferred into biogas, and then to the helium balloon, which can be used for your cooking purposes and for various other electrical generative purposes as required. And these particular plant would have 4 sections of dilution, which then can actually be taken apart for vermicomposting and or for making small FMCG products from cow dung or the mixture of it. So there are many other things that we can do with compost.
074, you have been telling us about the production process. Can you show us some of the architectural detailing?
Architectural detailing of like what, sir? Kiska?
Anything that you have done in this project.
Sir, like this is your this is the slab of the particular thing, and this is your tin roofing, which actually connects to the first floor to the ground floor over here, and this is your traffic control gates, which actually control the movement of the traffic. If you can just move on to previous slide, please. Previous slide, the axonometric view of this. Hello. Previous slide, please. Previous slide. Previous. Previous. Yeah, over here. So this is the first floor area where the cows come in. These are the sorting gates over here. All right, and this is the entry one. This is the holding area one. This is the holding area. Holding area one. This is the holding area 2. 1 and 2. So what happens? These cows are then pushed over from this particular backup over gate and transferred towards this rotary parlor. And over here there is like a scanner over here which actually scans the particular cows. If that particular cow is having any health problems or there is any sick issues, that can be actually directly recorded in the herd database, which can be actually also controlled with various technologies these days from your handset. And then it is transferred to the sorting gates over here as per that particular thing. And if the cow is healthy, then it is letting into the rotary parlor, and then the rotary parlor moves on, and then they actually go through this particular site and they move to the grass hold area. And when they come back, then this is the sorting gate over here, which actually sorts the cows. Yes, sir. Hello. Hello.
I think you still haven't got my point. You are showing us the procedure, the process, and so on. My question is simpler. As an architect, what have you designed for the project? It's not the flow of the cow and the product, but is there any components that you have designed yourself here?
Yes, so basically, I think you have asked the question, but he's not able to understand. I think we have to take it.
Okay, so let's move on. You say you talked about the cows being ill. Have you got a veterinary facility here?
Can I just have a next slide, please? Next slide. Yeah, this particular 9, this purple one is your veterinary area over here. We can, if you see over here, veterinary and operating examination area, and these are the services which requires in this particular building block.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, 074. And
thank you, sir.
Sorry for those technical glitches also that we had.
So
Okay. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the participants? Okay, then we start with the next presentation. 091, you're ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, before we start with you, let us also choose another presentation. Okay, so we have with us 20Z2001. It's called Reconsolidating Community Practices of the Existing Glass Bangle Artisans of Firozabad. It's an eco-industrial center. Is he there or is she there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, so you have to get ready. Probably you will be the last one before lunch. Okay. 091, you can start.
All right, sir, before I begin, may I just request the remote control access so that I can change the slide from here, or I think it would be easier for us to navigate.
I think the only right you can be given, I believe, is to annotate. Am I correct? The people who are controlling the presentation.
Yes, sir. Only annotation will be used. Otherwise, I will change the slide for you.
Yeah. So you can take your annotation right away and then explain to them.
All right. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just begin. A very warm afternoon to one and all present here. It indeed is my pleasure to present my thesis at this platform today. So my thesis titles Reinvigorating the Genus Loci of Indian Handloom Clusters, an Integrated Handloom Production Center at Chanderi, Madhya Pradesh. So next slide, please. Yeah, so just to give an outline of my overall presentation, it's divided into two parts. Part one is the background study, where I'll be talking about the living heritage of Indian handloom, the tangible and the intangible heritage of Chanderi, the geographical context of the site, case studies, and the design philosophy. Moving ahead, I'll be coming to the part two, where I'll be discussing my design proposal, the overall site, and then I'll be moving to the individual clusters and finally to the individual units. So I'll just begin from here. Next slide, please. All right. So with over 4.3 million people directly involved in the production, the Indian handloom industry is the second largest employment provider for the rural population of India. So in the production, around 2.4 million looms are actually, it's used in the production, and with these numbers, we can actually fathom the the productivity level this industry actually offers. So the Indian handloom industry basically evolved over a period of time, and there are certain important milestones which we can discuss. To begin with, it can be traced back to 1300 BC during the Indus Valley civilization, where we can find the first traces of the the handloom. And moving forward, during the 19th century, under the British rule, India basically became the exporter of raw material, and the machine-made products were actually imported. And then during our struggle independence, also handloom became an integral part of the revolt. And today it is in a state where it is facing very high competition from the machine-made goods, and it is actually it's hard. The industry is finding really hard to survive in this hard competition. So some important facts about the Indian handloom industry. To begin with, it's really important to note that around 60% of the families involved in the Indian handloom actually earn less than 5,000 rupee per month. So it basically shows the the hardships the weavers are actually facing. Coming to the demographics, it's really important to also notice that this is one of those rare industries where women actually play a vital role, and they formulate about 65% of the total population involved. And about the setting of this industry, around 90% of the whole infrastructure is actually based in the rural part of the country. So it basically shows how important industry it is for the rural India and what vernacular architecture actually contributes in this. Now, talking about the textile architecture symbiosis, the craftsmanship is not only limited to the final product, the handloom product which is being produced, but also in the space they are produced. So The value of the vernacular architecture of handloom clusters is really integral and it's really important. And few of the reasons behind it is they are the weavers' homes. They are dual purpose construction. So basically, they act as the workplace as well as a living space for the weavers. Secondly, it houses a significant population. Around 4.3 million people are housed in these dwellings, and it is practiced all over the country at varied context and demographics to tackle. So at every context, a typical solution actually comes up for these dwellings. And because of this unique characteristics, 8 of the Indian handloom clusters are also identified and they have been listed under the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Moving forward, talking about the Chanderi and Odissi. Chanderi is a small town, historic town in the state of Madhya Pradesh. And if we just talk about the evolution of the city in general, it has been ruled by a lot of rulers from different cultures and background. With it, the rulers they brought with their own cultures, which can be easily seen in the local fabric of the city, where we can see architectural styles from different cultures, the Islamic architecture, and all sorts of other architecture which can be seen at other places in the city of Chanderi. One of the important and very significant, I would say, character of Chanderi is the socio-economic hierarchical construct of the city, where it's a 3-tier system, where at top we have the traders or the mahajans, who actually sort of coordinate the whole flow, whole production system. They get the raw material and they then supply it to weavers. So at top we have Gadidar Mahajans. Below them we have the master weaver, who actually is the most experienced of the weavers who design the whole thing. And at the lower most part of the pyramid we have the weavers. Just talking about the expansion of the city actually city core, which is also called the Andar Shahar, it began from here, and eventually the city expanded towards the southwest. And towards the southwest, this is my site, which I'll be coming for next. Talking about the transformations in the economic hierarchy, it can be observed that the socio-economic construct is sort of fading away in the city, and a new individualistic framework is coming up, which is led by the MNCs and global companies, which are actually coming into the city. And also about the authenticity of the weaving tradition, the MNCs with them are bringing their own designs, and in such a way, Chanderi is losing its own authentic design, which it's famous for. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, now talking about the tangible heritage of Chanderi, as said before, it has a very strong, hierarchical construct of the city. So there's a critical link between the tangible and the intangible heritage. So if you can see this one, the weaver's dwelling, it's the smallest sort of dwelling which you can find. We just have, one loom room where you have one loom, and the whole sort of dwelling revolves around this loom room. And this is a place where during the daytime weavers actually, they weave, and the same place is converted into their bedroom, where they pull out their cots and sleep at night. Now moving forward, you can see this the traders dwellings, which are actually large in size. You can see the scale, how the intangible sort of hierarchy is manifested in the architecture, and how the scale actually increases as we move from weavers dwelling to the traders and the mahajans. Also, if we talk about the settlement pattern of Chanderi, the whole settlement is actually dictated by the handloom process. So there are few characters of the settlement which can be seen in the handloom cluster of Chanderi, like stone paved streets, which are actually linear stretches which are used to dry the dyed yarns, and they are stoned with spaces between stones so that the dye can seep in. So factors like this, it has a very famous sort of wall architecture called Chinkari architecture, which is double-dressed stone wall, which actually provides insulation to these dwellings. So the tangible heritage of Chanderi actually evolves from the handloom weaving, and all of it is dictated by what is required. So if we talk about the bioclimatic requisites of handloom weaving, relative humidity. So this Patora stone wall, stone roof, which is also an integral part of any dwelling which helps maintaining a good proper relative humidity. This at the bottom is a aerial view of a typical cluster. Can you go back, please? Yeah, so here you can see how the units are arranged so that they have these yellow common spaces in between where they can which are used for common weaving purposes like dyeing, drying, warping and all that. And we have these individual units where actual weaving happens. Now, coming to my project details, it is a project which was proposed by the Madhya Pradesh Hastashilp Evam Vikas Nigam Limited, and it was proposed as a weaving household cluster for 150 weaver families. So, but studying the context of Chanderi, it became clear that it's not just the housing which needs to be revamped in this context. There are a lot of other challenges which the weavers are facing, and those are needed to be addressed as well, which may not be a part of architecture. But as architects, we need to also realize that it's not just architecture that can solve all the problems. We need to also think about the other enclaves which can support the architecture. So coming from my context study and site study, these were the three parameters which were sort of understood and realized that the declining social cultural values of the Chanderi cluster, how can architecture actually help regaining or sort of taking forward the social cultural values of Chanderi cluster. The second one was the economic slowdown. The poor economic condition of weavers. Can architecture play a role, as a facilitator for economic growth? It cannot, have direct revenue generation, but can architecture help as a facilitator for growth? And third one was obviously the dilapidating built environment. How can we improve the built environment for the weavers? Just a brief overview of my site. This is my site, and it's around 2.5 kilometers from the city center. It's towards the southwest, and this is a sparsely populated portion of the city. With this state highway is the main axis which links the site to the city, and these are the two narrow, 6-meter wide roads which lead from the state highway to the site. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the geographical context of the site. This is just to give an idea of how the site evolved and what were the parameters which were kept in mind. So beginning from the vacant site, we move like this, and here in this I sort of we mapped out the slopes. So red ones are the steep slopes, yellow ones are the gradual slopes. So this helped at marking out where the belt can come up. So this is how we sort of graduated, moved forward from a vacant site. We came up with this large chunks of blocks which can be the built fabric of the site. And then so this site basically the predominant wind direction is from the north, from the west and northwest. So we try to open up the site, creating these linear stretches so that the whole sort of wind flow is not sort of hampered and it flows throughout the site. Then just keeping all these parameters in mind, we sort of developed the site and came up with probable massing which can be done in the site. Next slide, please. Yeah, so these were the case studies which I did. So my intention was from the case study was not a generic one where we get to a project, see, find its demerits and merits. So I analyzed and I decided that, okay, I'll be analyzing the case studies on 3 parameters. First one, what's the association of the built environment with the handloom weaving culture of that particular settlement? Second one was architecture and the economic enclave. Is the architecture, the built environment actually helping with the economic generation? And the third one was the livability of the users. Is the architecture enhancing the livability? So I took 7 case studies different. So there was no particular, weaving cluster which can be studied. So I took different sort of genres of case studies. First was the handloom weaver settlement of Chanderi itself. It helped me understanding the authentic settlement pattern of Chanderi. The second one was the handloom schools and training facility centers. Then I studied handloom weaving centers, and again the social culture marketplaces. So So these were the sort of analysis and takeaways from the case studies. So if I just mention there's one case study which I did was Ganga Maki studio in Rishikesh, which actually stood good on all three parameters as per my study. So moving forward, next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the design philosophy and area programming. So building onto the theory of Norberg shows the genius loci chose for the spirit of place. I sort of decided, how can we reinstate the spirit of place, keeping all these points in mind. These ones, and the second theory was architecture metaphorism. What can be the analogies that can be derived between architecture and the product which is being produced? So the permeability, continuity, tactility, all these points were kept in mind while designing. Next slide, please. Now coming on to the design proposal. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the overall developed site which was done. So the whole site was divided into broadly 5 clusters. So 4 clusters were the weaving clusters, which had dwelling units and all that. And this quadrant, which is called the social quadrant, is the part where I'm tackling the economic challenge of the site. So this actually helps boosting the economic generation, the revenue generation which can be done through the cluster. Next please. Now I'll be just talking cluster wise and the things which were kept in mind while designing all the clusters. So this is the overall site plan. Here you can see different clusters with the social quadrant. We have 2 axes, one from the
Your
south.
15 minutes is over. You have to wind up.
Yes, sir. So this is the secondary entrance. We have parking here, and the motor is around the boundaries, and all these are pedestrians. So these are some of the site sections which you can see it happens. Now this is the site view. These are the clusters. Just if I can just talk about one cluster and the idea, because the whole idea is same in all the clusters. So each cluster has this master weaver dwelling along the road. Which is the focal point of each cluster, and these are the dwellings, small dwellings, which the weavers actually use. So all the 4 clusters were kept in mind, with this idea, and these are the units of social quadrant with these individual units: the community center, the master weaver dwellings, the weaver dwellings, and this is the final slide, which sort of sums up what was achieved. Sir, you are on mute.
Yeah. Would you like me to start?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, 091. Yeah, you can actually open your camera. 091. You can open your camera. That would be good for the jurors also to see you. Okay, that's good. Yes.
So hello 091.
Yes, sir.
Excellent analysis, but unfortunately you've spent way too much time. Your clock was ticking away and we couldn't see enough of your solution. It has all the promise of being a very successful project, but frankly speaking, we rushed through it so much that none of us can, at least I, speaking for myself, can't really make out what you've done as an architect. You've analyzed it very passionately, but I wish you had spent less time there and more time on the design solution.
Yes, sir. So if I can just tell you about one of the clusters, because all the clusters follow the same thing, it won't take more than half a minute. So it would give
I think we'll let
of...
that happen after my colleagues have also given their comments to you. Particularly, I would like you to focus on 2 things when you do get a chance to come back to us. One is that you said the settlement is dictated by the handloom process. I'd like to see a manifestation of this in your design.
Right.
Second thing you said is that architecture is a facilitator for handloom productivity.
Right.
So these are 2 things that I'd like to see translated from statements into something that is
yes, sir.
Tangible on your design.
Sure, sir.
If I may add something, 091, I would like for you to show me the detail between the wall and the roof you said stone is a very important material. You wanted to express stone in your design.
Yes, sir.
So I was looking forward to more explanations about the design and detailing of that cluster. Not
Yes,
really the
right.
planning aspect, but then please show me the details of the wall and the roof meetings.
Okay. If you can go to the individual, first, if you can come to the slide number 4, I'll just give you how it is actually done, and I'll just then show you how I did my design. So in this part, as you can see, this is how it is done traditionally. So these the flat slats, they are used as the covering on the roof. So, and they are placed on the twigs. So basically, there is an air circulation which happens through the middle of these slats, and it actually the whole air circulation happens from windows, and it
So
sort
let's
of.
see what you have done as detail.
Yes, sir. If you can come down to individual units, the last slides, yeah. No, come down. It's around 32nd or 31st slides. Right. So in this, if you can see here, what I've done is I've used instead of traditional wooden logs, which has a restriction of the span, I've used steel girders. If I can, yeah, in this section you can see. So these are the supporting girders which actually rest on the two stone walls, and on top we have these. Again, we have this steel structure on which the roof is actually sitting. So I've sort of contemporized the structure system, which was initially wooden, because that hampered the span possibility of the dwellings, the traditional dwellings. So with this, we could actually have an enlarged sort of, if you can see this one. So in the traditional dwellings, it was not possible to keep more than two, looms or two looms in a single hall because of the constraints of the span. But adopting, steel girders on supporting the roof, this could actually help us achieving larger spans, which help the weavers to have such sort of setting in their dwellings.
So is that the loft that is seen as double slab in the section, longitudinal section?
So here?
In the longitudinal section, you see two slabs, correct, with the dead space. What is that?
This one, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this part is this common shed area. So this is an outdoor. So this is the section which you're saying, it's cutting through this one. So this is where the semi-open.
No. In the room, in the loom area, you see a dead space there. Section two slabs you are saying, no?
Yeah. So sir,
this is slabs are there. How does it ventilate above?
No, they are not slabs. They are not slabs, sir. They are just steel girders which are placed on which the roof is supported. So it's not a solid slab. The ceiling is coming as such. If you can see here, it's a sloping roof, which is on the plan also you can see it's a traditional roofing system with just minor tweaks which can help us achieving larger spans. So we have similar stone coverings. We have similar way they sort of have it on supports, which was traditionally wood. Now we have steel. So it's not a complete solid thing. It's just cutting through that. This one, which you can see, it's just the girder which is showing in the section.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, 091. Sorry to call you by your number, but that's what we are going to do. I also reiterate what Mr. Ramamurthy said, that you spent a lot of time explaining things which are already known about the plight of weavers. It is good for you to study, of course, but in a time constraint where you need to explain, I think people should, and it's a general comment, students must give more time to their designs. Now, there is something very peculiar when I had looked at your design earlier, I found that you are going from whole to part. Because in your presentation, each of the clusters, how they evolve is explained. Okay.
Yes,
and at the cluster level plan, you only show the roof plan. If I see the plans of the cluster, they are only roof plans.
No, ma'am. Yeah, if you can just go to
Yeah, anyone. Show me the cluster plan, any cluster. Just pick any cluster, it's okay.
Yeah, if you can, maybe we can explain it to the site itself. You can just go to the first thing where the
Any of these clusters will do, just northeast, west, yeah.
No, this is the social quadrant actually.
No, not this one, the earlier ones.
No, if you can, no, the above ones. The above ones.
Yeah, like this, no, this is social
Slide
quadrant.
21 maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Slide 21. Yes, so with each cluster, what I tried to do
Just
was...
a minute. So when I looked at this cluster, and then there are other diagrams that show how it is evolving, the blocking and massing and everything. Can we go to a slide which, this is a view, but can we go to a slide which shows the plan of the cluster?
And it's the next slide, yeah. Right.
Yes. So when you look at the plan, actually it is a roof plan.
Yeah. Yes.
Which I thought was very peculiar, because at that point, I was very curious to know. I mean, looking at the roof, they don't say anything. I can't understand a cluster plan just from the roofs, because it is not about massing, but about individual units and how they respond to the common open space and what comes where. Anyhow, so when I was looking at the cluster, I was missing the ground floor plan. And I don't know why you have a roof plan. It really doesn't do anything. And then when I look at how this cluster evolution, so I'm supposed to read it from down up or up down.
No, it's from down to up. So
all right, so that is, but never mind. So then there is this. So how will the houses come? See, again, in these clusters, the users are identified, right?
Right. Yeah.
So you have a fixed number of people, and you know who they are.
Right.
Right. So so how will a cluster happen? Can you explain?
Yeah, I'll just explain the process, ma'am. So it began, first step was terracing. So because it's a contoured site, so first was to sort of divide the whole cluster into different levels, right?
Okay.
So from there, we came up with the open spaces and the belt where it would come.
Okay.
So the first step was to, I'll just annotate this. Yeah, so the first step was to place these master weaver dwellings.
Okay.
Because these actually form the core of any cluster. This is where the actual action takes place. This is where the
Okay, understood. Next.
So first one were the common spaces, the master weavers, and these are the common spaces which are used for dyeing. These are the which were used by all the weavers. So these are the spaces, like this is the dyeing unit, which would be used by all the weavers, and this is the common exhibition space. So every week, each cluster would have an opportunity to sort of display what they have been producing, and they can sell it.
Yeah. No, you just don't. Sorry to interject. Don't explain the function. Just tell us what it is. We will get it.
Right. So once the common spaces were placed, then I started putting on the dwelling units, which the weavers would be using. So in all, if I talk about the types of dwelling units, there were two. First one was the
two loom and the one loom, right?
Yeah, the one loom and the
fine.
two loom.
Okay,
and,
now,
yeah.
Now that, so I was trying to understand what is the generator of a cluster. From the total master plan, you have the main roads and then you have the clusters, obviously.
Right.
Now, so at that point, it's okay. Now in the cluster, you locate certain common facilities and open spaces and the master weavers.
Right.
Now, did you design the unit first, or so the chicken came first, or the egg came first, or the chicken?
No, so we sort of designed the individual units. We knew what's the what's the footprint of each unit. Then we just blocking and seeing how can the units be combined. Can there be micro clusters which can be generated within a cluster?
Right. So then, because I don't see, so then in your presentation you should have first said that we designed the units first.
Yeah, no, we did that, but
no, wait a minute. No, So you should, because when I was going through, I was wondering, hey, there is no plan of a cluster even. I don't see the walls and I don't see anything. It's only a roof. Anyway, so when I looked at the presentation earlier, then I found that, oh, the units have come later. But I know it cannot be like that. So up front, if you had shown us that these are the units, these have been derived from the case studies and existing houses of the weavers and their lifestyle, etc., fine. So when you do the clustering, what happens is when you actually put these units in a particular location, there will be micro changes as they adapt to the particular location, if I understand correctly. How does one decide the combination of one loom and two loom? And how do they come together to create those clusters, and how do they fit into the particular site?
Sorry, I think there's some network issue. I cannot.
Oh, am I not audible to anybody?
So you're audible. You are audible, Puneet.
Oh.
You're completely audible, Punita.
I think he can't hear me.
Probably.
That's critical. I think we've lost him.
He has gone off.
You can hear us?
No,
Hello?
I think we've lost him.
He is lost, yeah.
Yeah, his screen has gone static. 091, you can hear us?
No, I don't think he will. By the way, this time I can take Paul. Can we please? I don't know. Are we allowed to interject when they are presenting and tell them not to skip some slides?
I'll do that.
I mean, can we tell them to skip some slides or something?
No, not really, but because we have not done it in any other zone. Okay.
So fine. I mean, no, because
but
then
we will tell them beforehand itself. Just now, the next presenter.
I'm sorry, I had network.
Yeah, because I was just waiting for. I mean, then they suffer. That's why.
Yeah, I know. I can understand.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't mind. They can keep going, and then they don't have any time for that. Yes. So 91. Can you hear us? We've lost him again.
Yeah.
Poor thing must be having some network problems. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
Yes, he's back. Can you hear us now?
I'm so sorry. I had some network.
I know. Look. Very quickly, understand what I'm trying to say. Is that first comes the master plan, where you divide the entire site into different clusters, right? And then you also make a common social facilities cluster. This is decision one. Then comes, of course, the unit, the two loom unit and the single loom unit, and of course the master craftsman's unit. Now that you have these things, you will start the process for each cluster, which you did for the entire site. And then when you put the individual two loom or one loom units. Okay. So when you put them in a particular location, do they go through certain changes in their plan as they adapt to each other or that particular location or not? See, this we cannot see because the way you have presented is upside down. And unfortunately, at the level of the cluster, there is no plan. There is only a roof plan. There is no ground floor plan. There are no contours or steps or something. I don't know. There is some problem in the way you have chosen to present in black and white. Some of these drawings are not very readable. See, the thing is that I know you have done a lot of work. There is a lot of potential. There are a lot of nice things, which I can guess, but which I know from the view that you have made of the cluster. But I think as an architect, we would like to see the plans. At least I would have liked to see the plans.
Yeah, ma'am. So actually,
why did you not put them there?
You know, the ground floor plan for each cluster, because I thought, you know, I'm actually. I have a lot of disturbance.
Yeah, oh no, we can hear you now. We can hear you.
So I thought the individual ground floor plans I would cover from my individual units. That would give an idea, and the overall layout would be sort of understood through these plans.
It doesn't work like that. No.
Yeah, I'll rectify that.
It doesn't, because your sections, because of the way you put, and there is a back and front. You know, there is foreground, background. Actually, you can't read it very well. It's all a jumble, your sections. They are important, but probably if you had used some other technique, they would be more readable. But we definitely need plans. Because I know you've made the views because you had the plans. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Right. Yeah, I have the plan. Yes,
of course, and you have the unit plans, and you have the master craftsman plans, and you have the common area plan. So I don't know why you didn't do it. I think it's an opportunity missed. And then, so these are my major issues that I think it must be explained in the process that you actually go through. When you actually do a design in a particular way, then you must present it in the same way. That is what I think personally. Okay. And it was, I thought when I looked at the unit plans, it was too late in the presentation. So this is the only thing I need to say. And of course, what Mr. Ramamurthy has already asked, so you really have to explain what is this concept of genius loci and how does it actually work here in detail at the cluster level plan and unit level plan, but you don't have cluster level plans, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Punita. Any questions from the audience?
If I can just answer Professor Ramamurthy's question, where he asked me to sort of see the manifestation of the process and how I've done that. If I can just walk him through that part.
But it should not take much time, I think. You can't just...
Yeah, right. So I'll first talk about the facilitator, which I talked about, how architecture can be a facilitator for economic growth and all that. So if you can just come to the social quadrant slide quickly, I'll just tell what all we tried to do there. And then I'll just explain the handloom process thing.
Yeah, you have the social quadrant slide.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Sir, I think we lost him.
Yeah, we've lost him again.
No, I'm here, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so just quickly, what I tried to do with this quadrant was that this is where the economic enclave is actually tackled. So we came up with spaces like the community center. So Chanderi presently also hosts a lot of fashion shows and all that. So, for that purpose, the hotels are being used. So maybe how can we bring in the crowd within this cluster so that they also get aware that, okay, this is some sort of settlement, which is, where all of this actually happens. Sort of influx of people, making it a more prominent part of the whole city. So things like community center. Then we came up with the incubation center. So these, this, if you can see my cursor, this is where we thought about, how can the MNCs and the local craftsmen, they can come sit together, they can come up with designs which will not take Chanderi away from its root, but also sort of contemporize what the market is actually wanting. So things like incubation center. Then we have this weaver market, which would suffice to the day-to-day needs of the weavers who are living in this cluster, right? And then we have assembly hall where tours can be arranged and people can come, they can talk, interact with the weavers, students from fashion schools and all that, they can come, they can have a conversation. So all sort of, actually through architecture we can just facilitate all such interactions. And I would say this part was not included in the brief. This is what came up as a result of the analysis and the study, which we felt was really important apart from just the weaving dwellings which these weavers needed. So this was something which came out of study, and this is how we thought, okay, we can tackle the economic enclave of the whole thing which we're talking about. And then I'll just quickly talk about the process manifestation. If you can just come to any cluster, to any view of the cluster, I'll just show how the whole thing from the traditional clusters to this one has been dealt with. Any cluster would do.
Okay, so did you have a chance to run this design through the end user, like the master weaver, to see the design?
Sir, I'm actually in touch still with. So I had a talk with one of those a few days ago as well. So I just shared them, some of these things and he had, and because they helped me a lot in the whole process. I was in Chanderi like several times, and they used to tell me everything, the process and everything. So I just showed them, what do you think about such sort of settlement? Would you like to live here? And one thing which they said कि ये चंदेरी जैसा लग रहा है, मतलब if you just see the newer buildings that are coming up, those are generic RCC structures which are coming, not particularly the weavers dwellings, but the general trend which is coming up that okay, they are the RCC structures, and which can be placed anywhere. It has no contextual roots of Chanderi. So when they looked at the views and sort of spaces, the dwellings which I just shared him the views, he was like, हाँ ये लगता है कि चंदेरी का है. So yeah, it's not like they don't want to have their traditional roots, but they want to sort of, they were surprised and they were happy to.
Okay, I think we have given him another chance. I think we have enough.
Okay, okay, okay. That's, I think, fair. Okay, I think we have lost him also.
Okay, but anyway, I think we are done.
Yeah.
For lunch.
Yeah.
So what time do we meet?
No, we are not breaking for lunch. Wait, one more.
Oh, one more.
Yeah. That's how we chose, because after this we won't choose anymore. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Five. We have to finish 5 before lunch. Okay. So like the presentation before lunch, which we have remaining, is 001. Are you ready, 001?
Yes, sir.
Just to give you brief view, please spend not more than 5 minutes on your study. Go to your design. You have seen the last 2 designs. They just did not spend time on design. Okay. If you spend time on design, the questions asked are lesser. Things become more clearer. Okay. So if you want, just spend 5 minutes on your study and then spend rest of the time. Okay. So you can start with that. We start now. Okay.
Yes, Can I get the control for the marker?
One, we can't hear you.
Sir, can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sir, can I get the control for the marker, sir? The
annotation. Can you give him an annotation control?
It is already there in the upper toolbar. You will find that annotation pen.
View screen.
Annotation.
Yes,
option.
Yes, sir. Yes. Good evening, good afternoon, dear jurors. So my topic is reconsolidating the community practices of the glass bangle artisans of Firozabad. So basically, cut by glass, which I would like to call my thesis. So Firozabad has been a hub for the glass industry since ages and decades. And what we don't know is initially it has started off with the glass bangles, and right now they have expanded it to the different kinds of lighting fixtures, glass bottles, etc., etc. But then the plight of these artisans, who are the original stakeholders of this industry, has not been that good, like since the last 20-30 years, and especially since the type of can we move on to the next slide, sir? Yes. Next slide, please. Hello. Yeah. So basically, these artisans, the conditions in which they live in, it's really not that good. The mortality rates are very high. It's not at all eco-sensitive. They work in these fumes, and these factories are 24/7 running throughout the year. And most of their activities, they get extended to, even after working in the factories, they get extended to their homes as well, like the jari work which is done in bangles and everything. So basically, the environment in which they work is very absurd. So I thought of using my thesis as a tool to somehow improve the working conditions of these working classes there. So we can move on to the next slide. As I've already mentioned that, can we move on to the next slide, please?
Yeah, so right from the era of Akbar, the glass industry has been there. The most important takeaway from this slide is that we need to concentrate on the different kinds of furnaces which belong there. The open pot furnace, which is approximately 90 in number, the closed pot for furnaces, which is 25 in number, and the muffle furnace, which is 400 in number. These are the furnaces which are used in the manufacturing of glass bangles. So this is what I will be taking forward, and I've tried to develop a model of an eco-industrial park uh, these furnaces will be broken down in a ratio which might be followed for the other models to follow by. So I have can we move on to the next slide? Yes, so as you can see, the different types of furnaces here and how they are being laid out, very much architectural in fashion. And the major problem of this industry was that they had to shift from the coal which they were using into the natural gas, because the Taj Mahal, which is nearby, around approximately 40 kilometers from Firozabad, which is Agra there. So that comes under the Taj trapezium zone. So there was a major shift in the way they work there as well. So even after the reduction in the pollution there, yet these houses and these industries, since they fall into the small SMIE sector, they are not at all looked upon. So we'll move on to the next slide. Yeah, so next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so we tried to do a study of Firozabad, and wherein most of the industries have been distributed in these three zones, 1, 2, and 3, as you can see in the map. And the second zone has been selected as the zone for where I've taken my site there, because three of the pollution monitoring stations have been situated there. One falls in the heart of the city, the other falls in the outskirts, and the other one is along the new bypass road, which is just especially meant for industrial purposes. So we'll move on to the next slide. So these are the different types of macro analysis of the areas which I tried to carry out there, and learned about the different kinds of buildings, the different kinds of open spaces existing there, the existing land use map and the proposed land use map, and whether it is justifying my site selection. That is what I studied about here, and it actually fits well because my site is exactly behind the proposed site, and the proposed site is also justified because the truck depots for which the entire design intervention needs to be carried about, because there are a lot of trucks carrying in goods and logistics there. So that is exactly near the bypass road, and the site very well fits there, and it is exactly behind the Center of Glass Development Institute. So it actually adds to the entire flavor and essence of why this site needs to be taken up there, and it's the least in pollution as well as compared to the other two monitoring stations there. So we'll move on to the next slide. Yeah, so I tried to mark the different types of road movements and networks as well, and the different types of the pedestrian movements, the lorries, and the classification of roads as well there. So that also helped me in coming to the design. We'll move on to the next slide. Yes, so this would be my site, and this area, as you can see here, this is the Center of Glass Development here, and this mark zone would be my site, and this is a proposed land for industrial development only. So we'll move on to the next slide. We'll move on to the next slide. Yes, this is basic Hello.
01, there is a slight disturbance from your side.
Hello.
Yeah, you're audible now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah,
Can you hear me, sir? Hello.
You're audible now. Just,
Yes. Yeah. So can we move on to the next slide?
but you're not. We can't hear you clearly.
Hello.
Hi, better.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So we'll move on to the.
Yeah, move on.
Hello. Yeah. We'll move. So am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes. We'll move on to the next slide. So yeah, so this is the ratio which I was talking about. Taken the ratio as 6 pot furnaces, 2 closed pot furnaces, and 24 muffled furnaces. Because for one pot furnace, which is the major thing in manufacturing of these glass bangles. So the pot furnace is the main thing. For one pot furnace, you need 4 muffle furnaces. So that would be the ratio in which I try to proceed forward for this model, which I'm proposing. I will move on to the next one. Yes, sir. I tried to study the style of architecture which exists there and the identity with Firozabad is associated. It's very much raw and very much intricate. The Jali works, because it's a blend of Hindu and Mughal architecture there. You can see arches there in the city, and the entire city is full of exposed bricks. So that is what character I realized that this is the character of the city, and I would like to continue this forward and create an identity for them, because right now there is no identity for the city situated as well. So we'll move on to the next slide. Yes, I try to develop a form which would help in making the building a bit more eco-sensitive. So I tried to explore the curved forms, because these forms tend to have less embodied energy, and they have a natural climate control. They have maximum daylight saving there. So I try to explore with these kind of forms, and I'm trying to propose a green buffer volume transition between the city, and as well as, since it is the bypass, since it's outside. So I would try to propose an industry which is very much green and acts like a transition from the city to the outskirts. So I'll just move on to the next slide. Yes, sir. So the concept, next slide, please. Yeah, so we move on to the next slide, which is the concept. So so already there is an inclusion of fire there, and then there is earth. So I try to purify, because these people are living in a very absurd condition. So in order to purify, my concept would be to use the different kinds of elements, the space, water, fire, earth, and air, and purify their entire surroundings in which they're working in, and also create some kind of liminal space between the formal and informal spaces which exist. Engage them in more interactions, socio-cultural and environmental resilience as well. So we'll move on to the next slide. Yes, sir. So basically I tried to derive a logistic hub, a transition hub, an administrative hub, an industrial hub, and a community hub, and try to see whether how these can be integrated and communicated and connected as well amongst them, and try to develop some kind of connection, and also to involve more green, more passive strategies of cooling, because we know it's Firozabad, it gets very hot during the summers. So different types of wind catchers, wind towers, bioswales, living walls, all these kinds of structures have been I've tried to incorporate them into my design. So we'll move on to the next slide. This is a certain kind of basic massing which I tried to carry out, and the cognitive mapping in order to arrive at a new solution. We'll move a bit further to the next slide. Yes, so this would be the overall mood board. We'll move on to the next slide. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, sir. So this would be my master plan. So as you can see, there are 2 entries here. This being the service entry for the trucks, and this being the main entry. And so you can see that this is the administrative block here. This block would be the bead making block. This is the entire block which belongs to the bangle making. This would be the workshop wherein the logistics and the finished bangles are being processed, and they are carried out by the trucks. Now, this would be the skill development center. Here is a market space for them. There are nurseries here, and as you can see, this is the effluent treatment plant here, and the transformers and the entire electrical substation. This is the parking area. The parking has been proposed, which has been proposed. It's green as well. So we'll move on to the next slide. We'll move on to the next slide. Hello. Yes, sir. The next slide. Hello. Yeah. So I try to understand the different kinds of trees which already exist there in the entire Uttar Pradesh, and which is very much native to the place, and try to see whether how they can be incorporated throughout. So the different kinds of trees, some are nitrogen fixers, some are pollutant indicators, babool, people, kachnar, and I've tried to configure them respectively. I'll just we can move on to the next slide. Yes, sir. So these are basically the different kinds of movement patterns, and how the entire road network is to be taken about within the site. Can we move on to the next slide? Next slide. Yes, sir. So this would be the plan. So this is the lower ground floor plan, mainly consisting of the services, the collector pits, the logistics. We'll move on to the next slide. 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 Yes, sir. So this is the movement directory. Next slide. 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 Yes, sir. So this is a site section, as you can see, and there is this bioswale connecting the entire site in the middle, right from the southeast, right from the southeast towards the northwest. And as you can see, there is this bioretention zone which has been taken up. We can move on to the next slide. This is the elevation of the skill development center. We'll move on to the next slide. This is the OAT, which is behind the skill development center. On either side, you can see the bioswale and the OAT pool there. We will move on to the next slide. So this is the Garden of Reconciliation. If you cut through, this is a section cut through the skill development center, and there is 178 degree of viewing angle. It's a funnel in shape, so it's a funnel shaped structure. The courtyard, and you can see the details of the jali wall there. It's a hit and miss pattern there, and there is a bay window for sitting as well. Because it's mainly to be used for workshops and by students and by tourists. So we'll move on to the next slide. This is the section through the logistic building. We'll move on to the next slide. This is above. This is the section through the administrative block, where you can see the administrative space in the bottom, and there is a space. There is a heritage walk room there on top. So basically, you get to understand and know about the culture of Firozabad and its history. We'll move on to the next slide.
Your 15 minutes is over. You can wind up. Okay.
Yes, yes, I'm winding up. It's almost done. Next slide. Next slide.
Just show the slide now.
Yes, sir. So the previous slide just got skipped. So this is a section through the bio wall.
We'll be just moving the slides. Okay.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Punita, Harimohan, any one of you can start.
Yes, 001.
Yeah. Yes.
I think cut by glass, you have done it to a great level of perfection. I must congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think I have any questions to ask, because I would like to delve a bit in detail on that section of the furnace area, the main furnace area, if you can, and just explain that, because you have integrated different furnace typologies into one, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can we just explain that part?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Can we move on to the previous slide? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, sir, you just skipped it. The previous, yes, sir. This slide. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the bigger furnace here, sir, that is the main furnace or the pot furnace. So which is 6 in number, which I've taken it as per the ratio. That requires a collector pit in the basement, and that requires regular cleaning. So I've provided a staircase also. So you go down and you clean it and you come up. So that is one, and it needs proper lighting and ventilation there also from the top. So there is, if you see the slab, it's cut throughout the top, and that strip runs throughout. If you can see on the plan on the left, the dotted lines. So that is one kind of. So the second pit also requires a pit, but it requires a much smaller pit, because that is for reheating. The furnace on the right, which is in squarish shape, this furnace. Yeah. So this doesn't require a bigger collector pit. And on top, in this section here, the muffle furnaces are there, because these muffle furnaces are basically baking ovens. So you put basically there will be 3 trays, and it's just brickwork, and you put the bangles for baking. So these don't require furnaces at all, and they require least amount of they dissipate least amount of heat there. So if you can see the difference in the width of the height of the building is also different for the use of the different furnaces which I've used. And if moving on to the side, I have ended up with every furnace, because this, if I include as a plot for a certain category or a certain industrial person, like who is owning these two furnaces, because this is a part of one process, so he will have an access to one lift well as well here, and then this thing goes up, and then it enters the final stage for baking here. So this is the entire structure. This is how the model works basically. And then also what problem I faced is they worked in a closed environment. So what I did is I tried to open up this. I tried to give a jali wall on top so that the lighting can be controlled and there will be ventilation there on top. But then the bottom level, the level on which they're working, I kept it free space, because here they are trying to recycle whatever bangles are there and they're putting back, because basically I'm trying to follow principle of industrial symbiosis, wherein the raw material, the raw material for one can be basically the used up materials for someone. So this is what industrial symbiosis is. So for effective functioning and collectiveness, so they which I propose, resource sharing. So this bit can be open, and there can be a through and through connection here, as you can see. So this entire area can be used for collecting those collects, and they can be passed on to any of the furnaces which require them in any point of time. So this is the model I try to strategize through the entire structure. And obviously there is a living wall there on the right hand side. The functioning of it has been given here on top. And this is the collector pit which I was talking about works in this manner, the detail which has been given here. So you basically come down, you collect the grate, and then you collect it, take it, and you go back. So that is how the entire process needs to be carried about.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted with your work. Wonderful work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Punita, Yashwant, any one of you would like to go?
Yeah, firstly, I'd like to congratulate you. It's very well articulated. Graphic details are very good. I just have one or two basic questions. Did you actually refer to the Factories Act to find out whether your building conforms to any bylaws in the Factories Act?
Yes, I'd like to answer.
I'm particularly concerned with emergency exits, fire safety, and so on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If I can just show you in the bigger plan, can we go to the other side? I have considered the bylaws, industrial bylaws there, and also UPSIDA, the Uttar Pradesh Industrial Development Corporation, and also since Terry was working with them, so they also devised different kinds of bylaws as well. So I've studied thoroughly, and there are a few norms which I found which is very much apt with the United Nations Industrial Development Act, so corporation. So I've referred to those bylaws as well and tried to integrate and come up with a comprehensive solution there. Can we go to the previous slides? Previous plan, like where the plans are. Much behind, yes. 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 No, we've skipped it. Come back. Yes. One more slide. Yes. If you can see, sir, there are different evacuation. Like for every pit, like there is through and through evacuation. You can either evacuate from this side, or you can evacuate from here. There is an evacuation strategy for each and every sector. If I take this as one of the plot and a model, which I explained through the section there, so everyone has a through and through evacuation. They have a escape route basically. So that has been taken into account as well. And also there are service shafts for the green wall also, and the lift as well at every level. So they have been adjoined on either sides of the lift or separately. And also if you can see that these pits here also, they have been placed back to back. So that saves energy and fuel as well, because right now they're using it individually scattered all over the place.
Okay, can you tell us a little about the visitor center, please?
Yes, sir. So the visitor center is basically, sir, you enter from here, and then this is the administration block, and the office space is totally in the bottom. So if you want to have it's divided into two parts. This is basically the heritage block, which is there at level 1, and the visitors can also visit the skill development center here. and there are different, there is a nursery here. So there is basically in the movement directory which was showing, there is basically a type of rotation in which the visitors will come across. They'll basically, you end up coming here, you visit the heritage site here, then you come up here, and then you experience the skill development center, how the entire process is working and going. There might be some kind of event going on here in this CoA, and you sit here, and then you come, you enjoy the nursery here, and then you walk through the entire site, through the glass factories here, and then you take a roundabout, you move in from here, you get the transit station, and then you go up. So this is the entire model which has been followed. So there is this heritage center here, and then for the visitors here, can we just go to that slide? It will be better for me to explain. Can we move on to the next slide, the sections in which the visitor center is? Yes, the previous one. Yes. So this is basically the visitors gallery, this which I call it the gallery of commemoration. You try to commemorate the heritage and the culture of Firozabad. So you enter through the administrative block there, and you straight away take up the stairs. There is a bifurcation of the office space and as well as the space for visitors there. So you use it, you go up, and this entire space can, as you can see at the bottom, like these kind of, like I believe that these kind of structures can be proposed there inside. And then you come off, and after coming off, if you can see, can we go back to another slide that we have another section, the funnel, which one I was talking about, previous slides, back. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, back. One more. Yes, sir. So this is the skill development center. So basically here also you can come, you can see, literally see, like even as in you can be a part of the culture which they are in. So people are engaged in meditating, people engaged in workshops. You go up, there is you get an entire rain garden there in between. So basically the visitors get to see the entire culture in the warmth of nature as well. So that is what I was thinking of proposing here. Like, or not only the heritage, you also get to experience how the entire how the skill is being developed, like from basis, like, because you enter the factory, you won't have much communication there with the workers there. So basically when the people are learning, so I thought of moving the people through the skill development center and then come to the OIT. Can we move to the previous slide, the one more? Yes, this is the OIT. So this is another lateral section cut through the skill development center. So this would be the OIT. So you can sit here, and you can end up like having getting some entertainment, or because of the events which are going. So these welfare events, or these are basically many different kinds of pockets which I try to introduce throughout the site, both for the welfare of the workers there as well, and as well as for the visitors. You can see how the way in which they are living there. So this could be one. And can we move on to the last slide, wherein the entire nurseries, I just put it there. Last slide, please. Yes, sir. Yes. So as you can see, these would be the nurseries. So these entire pockets, as you can see, it's the layout of the trees also in which they have been planned. It's basically to channelize wind from that side, because the prevailing winds are coming from that side. And so you can see some kind of event happening, and you are on the either side of the OIT to explore it, or you can enter, like you can go behind the OIT and explore the nurseries there, the different kinds of cultivation, because the nurseries have to be put on the south. So like it also takes away a lot of greenhouse effect, which is like the negative of the greenhouse effect which is occurring there. And that is how I try to explore the ecology there in the site. And if we go to just one slide back, there is the market space in front, which I just try to explain it. One slide, one more slide back. Yes. So this was the market space. So this market space is just adjacent to the administration. So basically, when you enter, you already get a glimpse of the entire market area which is there inside. So apart from providing the artisans an opportunity to sell their own craft which they are making, so it is also very much welcoming for the people that just at the entry you are getting a big market which you have to explore through, and then it arises a sense of curiosity in you in how these things are made and what the culture is. So that is why the market has been there very much, and try to do it as per the sustainable norms. These are like not permanent structures, but yet they'll give you a feeling of complete market there. So if we move on to the next slide, just one slide. Yes, sir. There is one more social space where the visitors can interact with the artisans when the artisans are sitting idle. So if you can see the section here on the right, it's like a step well, which is very much common in Delhi and UP, Firozabad, like the step wells, or like in like the Agra Ki Boli also, which we know. So basically, I tried to convert this bioswale or the biopool into a step well, wherein while having lunch or during doing different kinds of activities, the artisans, they can sit around, and also the persons can come and interact with them or sit in this space. And there is this big jolly wall screen there because it's facing the north. So for when the north light comes and directly it illuminates the well completely. So that is what I thought, that it would be an interesting space, whether in the morning or in the afternoon, like you can have it. It's a great space to be in. That is what I could conceive through. So yeah, sir. So these were a few social hotspots.
It's a very successful design. I'll hand you over to the next juror.
Lisa?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I think first let me appreciate the work you have done. There are many things I've liked about this design. Its materiality, its architectural expression, your presentation drawings that really showcase, the architecture of that place. I know you have also dealt with all the technical aspects. Initially, I was a bit upset because you skipped through all the slides and didn't explain any of the plans, didn't explain how they work or how the material comes or how the people come. And you just skipped all the plans. But fortunately, later on, of course, through questions, you explained to us all the details of the furnace and how it works and all the safety features, etc. So I think I don't want to ask any more questions. Everything is covered. Many good things about this project, including the presentation and everything. And later on, of course, you've explained far more in detail all the other aspects which we would have missed. Looking at the Stepwell Bowley reinterpretation and things like that. There are lots of details. You have also worked it out in extreme detail, which is also very good. I really appreciate that. A lot of detailed wall sections, etc. So I think I don't have really anything else to say. And in the end, I will just say, yes, I appreciate this effort very much. I think it's good work.
Thank you, Punita.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. And thank you, participant 001. And yeah, are there any other questions from any audience? Or I'm sure everybody is hungry now. It's already 13:43. So okay. So we break for lunch now. But before breaking for lunch, let me announce the next participant who would present. Okay, so I'll do that so that you have 30 minutes, half an hour to prepare. So it's 20Z2033. It's called Destigmatizing Kamatipura, a socio-spatial restructuring project. Are you there? Destigmatizing Kamatipura.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, fine. So 033, get prepared for your presentation after lunch. Okay, so we break for lunch. Jurors, would it be okay if we meet at 2:15?
Yes.
Yeah, it's all right.
Fine.
Okay, so we meet at 2:15.
All right.
All right.
Okay. So
it's 1:44 right now, right?
1:44 right now. We have a half an hour break because we're a little late. We are a little late. So we have to do some picking up.
No
so
problem.
I hope that like a short lunch will help us to actually, yeah.
The participants can remain logged in, so we simply just pause the recording.
Yeah, so and also we can also remain logged in. I understand.
Yes.
Oh,
Everybody.
okay, sure. Thank you.
Uh, Sir, I'm back, so please let me know when to share the
Yeah,
screen. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the jurors to come.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Mm. Once the jurors are there, we start.
Okay, sir.
033, I hope you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll wait for the jurors to come. Once the jurors are there, we start. Punita, you're there?
Yeah,
Fine. Imon, you're there? We'll wait for Harimon and Yashwant now.
yeah. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Are we back?
Yeah, we are back. I'm just waiting for Harimon and Yashwant to join me.
4 more to go, right?
Yeah?
4.
Keep you waiting. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Yashwant. No problem, don't worry. Harimon is here also.
Yeah,
Anita, you're there?
Yeah.
I think all are there. All of us are there. So I think, should we start?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. 033. We should start with your presentation. It's the Destigmatizing Kamatipura, a Socio-Spatial Restructuring Project. So we can start.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. The work that is about to follow is looking into Kamatipura, a neighborhood in Mumbai that is one of the most famous red light districts in India. It is synonymous with prostitution, filth, crime, and human trafficking in the heart of Mumbai. Now, every city has two aspects to it. First is the physical landscape, and the other is the imagined landscape. The physical landscape can be quantified in terms of scale and size. However, the imagined landscape can expand or shrink based on one's experience. So there are some places in our cities which occupy tarnished or stigmatized imagination, like the one which we will be encountering, and thus suffer neglect and thereby become hubs of often overlooked illegal or criminal activities which can be as severe as human trafficking. Next. So Kamatipura happens to be a remnant of the British colonial legacy in India. The brothels once served the sailors when Mumbai became a prominent seaport. The illustrated diagram shows women from as far as Russia to China, Turkey, Africa, and Europe were brought in during the colonial era, and more recently from Bangladesh, Bengal, and Nepal. Next. The hypothesis of the project was a quote from the book The Timeless View of Building by Christopher Alexander, which states that every place is given its character by a certain pattern of events that keep on happening there, and that there is a fundamental inner connection between each pattern of events and the pattern of space in which it occurs. So the title of the project, Destigmatizing Kamatipura, can be conversely understood in these terms, that by alteration of pattern of events and patterns of space, one can totally transform the character of the neighborhood, which has been stigmatized since long. Next. The broad objectives are to first establish a clear case for an architectural suggestion to the nature of the problem and the challenges posed by the site in question, and later realizing it through suitable typologies and programs. So in that sense, it can be broadly termed as an urban redevelopment project. Next. In a city like Mumbai, which was already racially segregated between the white town in Fort and the white British town in Fort and the native town beyond, during the colonial period, Kamatipura already had a peripheral status and thus was looked down upon. More so when the prostitutes during the British were moved into Kamatipura after the natives resisted to their presence in their surroundings. Post-independence, it continued to serve as a district where a lot of activities like prostitution, gambling, etc. were tolerated by selective regulation and policing of state authorities, escaping crackdowns due to the notion that such a neighborhood was a necessary evil to maintain the sanity of the huge influx of male migrants living and working in Bombay. Next. So the map on the center shows the extents of the former vice district known for theaters, brothels, cheap hotels, and lodges that entertained the migrant workforce, whereas the portion marked in red on the top right end of this map shows the current profile, illustrating a dramatic shrinkage of what remains and will most likely be gentrified. Now, this entire stretch of 16 lanes is about to undergo transformation by real estate developments, with speculations characterized by a lack of imagination, since all projections are gated high-rises based on eviction and dispersal, rather than accommodation of the vibrant economy that has emerged parallel to the red light district, flourishing over the years as a sidekick of Kamatipura's degraded reputation. Next. Next. So these are the various profile maps associated with the northern end of the neighborhood, some showing cessed buildings
033, can you be a little louder,
The figure
please?
ground shows.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible now? So these are the various profile maps associated with the northern end of the
I
neighborhood.
think there are
Some
connection
showing
issues.
cest buildings as old as. Hello.
Yeah, better. You're better
Am I
now.
audible? Yes. So the
Yes,
figure
you are
ground
audible.
shows the smallest plots in South Mumbai with a very vibrant fabric as streets intersect at regular and close intervals, whereas the land use map shows the intrusion of small commercial establishments in an otherwise predominantly residential neighborhood. Next. Now, this is a small transect of the northern edge of of Kamatipura, illustrating the various formal and informal, legal and illegal activities operating in very close proximity to each other. The formal and legal being the mosques, temples, schools, shops, cafes, small-scale manufacturing and jeans dyeing units, and residences. The formal and illegal include the brothels, which are still operational right now. The informal and legal include hawking, street vending of clothes, snack kiosks, etc. And the informal and illegal constitute the women who are found soliciting on the streets, men selling stolen goods and electronic gadgets along the pavements in bylanes in a sort of chor bazaar. Now, all of this demonstrates that it isn't as monotonous as the skewed public assumption of it. Next. Next. Here are some of the associated cultural activities and economies distributed along the 16 lanes, mostly in the textile and jeans recycling and dyeing and scrap metal workshops that will be erased in case of an exclusionary redevelopment scheme. Especially the jeans and textile dyeing units form a huge portion of the economy that has employed many migrants as tailors and is very well connected to the other markets in Sion, Dadar, Fort, etc. within Mumbai. So in my proposal further down, I will reiterate how these all activities have become a tool to employ the women associated with prostitution as an alternative livelihood strategy, besides retention of the long-term patterns developed and associated with the site, like the famous Ganesh Pandal or the Yellamma Devi Mandir, which is famously a goddess of all outcasts, namely the sex workers or the transgenders. Next. Now here is an anatomical map of the buildings that highlights that how the architecture is aiding and abetting these activities by a series of maze-like interior space configurations, guarded collapsible channel gates at regular intervals, hidden trapdoors and attics that are used in times of police raids. Also, the interiors are very unhygienic since some of these buildings still don't have an integrated plumbing system. All of this along with the complicit state and police that tolerates this activity within these lanes. Also, the buildings here are very low rise as shown in the elevation above with an underrealized FSI and hence forming a very lucrative real estate within the heart of the city. Next. This is the last part of the study where through analysis where we will eventually come upon the typology. So in summary, the term thesis itself implies a contention. So here is a list of contentions to begin with that set up the premises of my work, beginning with why should there be an intervention? The first, to break the perpetual cycle of trafficking that brothel districts have come up to encourage. Second being the stigma and vulnerability associated with the trade. Third being the diversifying practice of prostitution itself. Fourth being the substandard environment, which is a very architectural contention in nature. The fifth, lastly, as I said before, the lack of imagination among developers to convert it into another gated community that would erase all these trades of recycling, dyeing, scrap metal, and denial of stakes to the long-term associations on site. Next. The strategies to formulate how to go about that intervention are summarized as firstly to alter the land uses and determinants, since redevelopment essentially implies redistribution of stakes. Secondly, to hold the streets as assets. Third, being accommodation of the inclusive fabric of Kamatipura in terms of its cultural value. And fourth, being to leverage the value of existing economies that have sprung up over the years. Next. So here are the final typologies with their apparent programmatic equivalents on the right-hand side that I will be further explaining in along with my design. Next. As a final argument, here are the interviews of 3 women who are engaged with the practice, and all of them have a similar story to tell despite the geographical distance that separates them apart. The associated vulnerability and the hugely non-aspirational nature of the profession. Next. Now here all of this just connects. Next, please. Next. No, you just skipped a slide. Just go up once. You just skipped. You're just please take it up for once.
Can you be clear what you want exactly? I should skip or I should wait?
You should just go up to that final analysis sheet.
Go back.
Just go back.
Slide number. Can you tell me the slide number?
Scroll down. No, I actually don't have that.
This one?
Just take it down. Here, slide number 18. Slide number 18. 18, 1-8. Yes. Now, this is the diagram that shows how the road intersecting diagonally is proposed to be extended to meet the street on the north, reconfiguring the entire makeup of the area, also showing the distribution of typologies along the proposed street. Now, just jump down to the first section. I'll be explaining my first typology over there. The first section.
You have to guide me. Where is the first section? Yeah, should I go to the previous page?
Just after this one. No, just down. After the plans. After the plans.
This one?
The plans. You're going up. Please go down. Yes, this one. Here, stay.
You have to wait, okay?
So the first typology, I call it a framework for empowerment. As a side effect of its degraded reputation and therefore cheaper rents, many small-scale industries from textile and jeans dyeing to recycling, scrap metal, wood and tin, etc. have found their way into Kamatipura over the years. Many of these industries are considered dirty or polluting, however, are very crucial from an environmental or waste management point of view. The proposal integrates the women working as commercial sex workers in Kamatipura to this industry, formalized in the proposal under the aegis of various non-profit organizations employed as an alternative livelihood strategy. This would also prevent the small manufacturing units and economies from ceasing operation, which would inevitably be the result of any real estate-driven redevelopment that gentrifies the area. Coupled with this program are the facilities for counseling and rehabilitation and a daycare center for the children of the women who are formerly commercial sex workers, as well as others working in this facility. Also, the associated cultural markers, namely the 2 temples and a famous Ganesh Pandal, which traditionally sits at the exact location where the building is proposed. The open and enclosed spaces of the structure are devised so as to accommodate these patterns. The programmatic equivalents include Hunar Shala in Bhuj and Manav Sadhana in Ahmedabad, among others. Next. So this is the second typology, which I call the Center for Cognizance and Action by Public Engagement. Now, central to the narrative of the second typology is a gallery that is termed as a gallery of apathy, inspired by the very words of a photojournalist who has documented the neighborhood for more than a decade, who said that whenever you left Kamatipura, you sensed a void of not having gathered enough material as evidence, so much so that the world begins to care. The primary intention of the proposition of a gallery was twofold. Firstly, to carry forward the history of Kamatipura, standing as a testament of neglect that has ruined entire lives, discussing and exhibiting prevalent human conditions through various media documentaries, where art becomes a tool to document the human condition. The future vision was to transform this gallery of apathy into a museum of apathy, parallel to the Holocaust Museum in Berlin or Yad Vashem in Jerusalem, out of a human and personal desperation to view apathy as a museum object or a thing of the past. Coupled with this gallery is an umbrella institutional facility dedicated for monitoring and intersectional upliftment of the human condition in Mumbai and beyond, which organizes geographically scattered individuals and groups sharing concern of human rights and development under a common public platform, a physical environment to act as a catalyst between various organizations for synergetic relationships to occur between all those different organizations and maximizing their total effectiveness. The program in parallel of this institutional facility is the Indian Habitat Center, which was conceived as an institution to bring together all organizations which are concerned with habitat issues. So this particular institution would be bringing along all organizations which are concerned with human issues.
Your 15 minutes is over. You can wind up.
Okay.
You can give him 2 minutes more because of infrastructural issues. Just go on. Just go on.
Fine.
So the work accumulates. Next, can you take the next slide? The work accumulates cases and evidences in the pre-designed research for a holistic examination of the situation. Next slide, please. Although the premises of the project were seeking to engage with the neighborhood on grounds of its linkages to trafficking, the interventions, however, do not restrict themselves to the user groups that are only affected by brothel-based prostitution, but goes on to integrate various informal economies and livelihood practices operating on ground, which might as well suffer an erasure in case of a pure market-driven redevelopment. There was a third typology as well that I have utilized to compensate the landlord stakes as well as to derive a huge saleable component to materialize this entire scheme. But for the academic requirements, I've only designed these two. Lastly, the form and materiality. The real core of the work was the examination of these various facets on ground and to devise a programmatic scheme. The form that the project takes is just about accommodation of that scheme. The language and aesthetic is a derivative of space, span, and structures and wasn't the primary motivation itself. So, except the materiality is heavily borrowed from the principles of reversibility in case of a future transformation, and hence steel becomes an obvious choice with additional benefits of using less formwork, greater flexibility covering larger uninterrupted floor plates, and bearing on an inherent ability services within castellated sections without compromising on headrooms. So yeah, this is just a whole speculative attempt. Can you take the last slide, please? Since it takes a client to shred the entire vision and to materialize it and to realize it, this is just about a speculative attempt because everything was left to the imagination of what is possible, and therefore this project is in no way complete, and the programmatic elements and the interrelationships are in no way absolute, and it is a subject of debate and question, with the only definite stance of my thesis being eradicating brothel-based prostitution that operates on demand and supply of young women and is in no way emotionally aspirational, but a last resort.
Thanks.
So
yeah,
I would end on this note. Thank you.
033, you can just open your camera if you have bandwidth. Okay. So otherwise, we would like to invite Punita. You would like to go first?
Yes, please.
Punita, Anirudh, before Punita begins, could you please pick up the slip for the next presenter?
Yeah, I will do that.
Have around
sorry.
half an hour.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very sorry for that. Yeah, so I'll just pick the next slip. Okay. So we have the next presenter. Okay, which is 20Z2070. It's called Metamorphosis of a Riverine Edge, Kolkata, Bridging Urbanity with its Industrial Heritage. Are you there? Hello? 20Z2070.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, fine. Okay, just get ready.
Okay, so I have to confess some things. When I looked at the project, I assumed it would be a female who has done this project. And I'm very, very pleasantly surprised to know that that is not so. And next, I really want to congratulate you, and I really commend this project at two levels. One is the intangible, which is the concern that you are showing not only to the physical condition of that place, which is not in a very good condition, but also to the showing concern for the vulnerable, the neglected, the stigmatized. So architecture goes beyond the physicality, you see, which I think is very good, where we just don't talk about making very beautiful buildings, but we also, in the process, most importantly, address human concerns and human life in general. And then secondly, having said that, so it is a good concern, good beginning, good ideas, good thought processes. And then I also commend you because you have, to my mind, very successfully, I think in a very good way, translated those concerns and intangibles into an architectural project. Okay, so I commend you on these two aspects. But now I would like you to explain this project a little bit in detail. Okay, I know you had less time, so you have skipped many slides, but I would like you to begin from the part where you take the site and then you generate your sites where you are intervening, and then how the program is built into it, and then explain it through the plans as well. Also how it connects to the city, etc. So the slides of the plans of these two buildings or whatever, these two interventions that you've missed, I would like you to begin from the slide before that. So that would be, I will just tell you, it would be from, say, slide 18 and henceforth. Slide 18 till you come to the section, first section, where you have all the floor plans. Can you quickly run us through that?
Okay, ma'am, actually, I'm not able to exit my full screen. So please guide me. I'm not able to see the presentation number. So can you tell me that I have to go to previous slides or?
No, slide 18, from slide 18 onwards. Because this is where the project actually begins, where the sites of intervention are identified and how they are divided and how the project actually evolves from there. Slide 18 has these four maps that shows the extension of the diagonal and all that.
Can you just take one slide before that?
Okay, this one or before?
Those, from why, how. 17.
Why, how? Yeah, this one?
Yes.
No,
no.
Okay. This one?
Next.
Yes. I'm not able to exit my full screen due to some issue. So that's the reason I want you to guide me. I'm just repeating it again.
I guess it would be slide 17.
Yeah, see, the thing is that I'm not able to exit my full screen. So that's the reason I want a guidance.
We can't see the slide number.
Yeah, I don't know what is the number. So just tell me, I have to go previous slides or?
No, you have to go further down.
Further down? Okay, so this side.
Further down.
Further ahead, that means.
Yeah, ahead, exactly. So, more?
Yes. Yeah, just one slide after this one. Yes. Just
this one. Why? What?
So yes. So firstly, I began with like all the contentions, like thesis itself. I began with what are my what you can say, the initial premises, but later on, like I guess by what can I say? The typologies I already like frozen by the right side of this sheet. Like when I am talking about interventions and how they are coming about is all right there through the threading. So if you could just go on the sheets of plans, the first sheet, the one after this one. So I explained, since even the entry before me had this mood board sort of a thing that suggested that such and such would be the nature of the proposal. So the I just mentioned the two typologies and their suggested programmatic equivalents. Like the first being owing some resemblance to the Manav Sadhana. There was some resemblance to for the daycare center to a play school in Tokyo, but eventually when it comes on the site and it materializes, it just uh, like it does not owe any direct interpretation, but like just it remains just a suggestion. So I don't know whether I'm able to.
No, it is a suggestion, but it is a plan. You have
But
drawn it,
how
so it would
those
work,
things,
isn't it? Yes.
what is operating
Yes, yes. I mean, this is
adjacent to
where,
what?
yeah.
I
See,
just
this is
tried
where
to
the ideas fall into
bring
place.
all
So you
those
have to tell
programs
us.
together and
Yeah.
yes. So just when I get the nature of, like, even honestly, I don't have a particular calibrated measure of my area program, like how many square feet would be occupied on a certain floor, how many square feet would be this or that. But like some, like those things don't exist, but all of it just boils down to just a speculative suggestion of.
So how can it be a speculative project? It is a project. So where is your brief and how have you come out at the brief? You know, a thesis project, an architectural project cannot stop at speculation.
Can I just say that it can be suggestive, certainly.
Suggestive.
It can be open-ended also, certainly.
Yeah, open-ended.
But something you have an idea of how it would work or where would be what, at least at an idea level, because you have something physical, isn't it? And we
Yes.
understand that this can be modified, it can be changed, it can go through a transformative process.
The first typology was addressing all the things that are very immediate to the context of Kamatipura, like the jeans dyeing units and the very immediate issue of Kamatipura. But the second typology is it just takes off from there and tries to bring in all scattered individuals and organizations that are working, but are just dispersed all around the city. So it's bringing all of them together, like the Indian Habitat Center has all these IGBC, HUDCO, CoA, all of these offices which are sharing a common concern. All of that is just brought together for other Kamatipuras that might not exist in close proximity to the site. It is just like, it is not a memorial to just look at the empathetic situation, but to work towards it or to provide a ground for advocacy, or like this particular zone, the state had no intervention, since like it kept its hands out of this particular area. So that institution itself becomes a very important gesture to question the state or to
I
advocate
think,
for some
no, I think you
groups,
misunderstood.
marginalized groups or whatever.
Like, for example, you have the plans and you have, like, this is a restaurant, cafe, or this is a garden, or somewhere there is a gallery and a vestibule. You have numbered things. There is turf bed, plantation, daycare center.
How did you arrive at all that?
So all of this you do have, isn't it?
Yes,
You have
it's all in the
functions.
sixth sheet where I'm just beginning with how and ending up with what, and boiling down to the programmatic equivalents that are suggesting the same. Like, I guess
It's like,
it's all
where is the
justified over
Ganesh
there.
Pandal, for example? Can you show us where the Ganesh Pandal is?
Can you just go up on that sheet where there is this vertical map?
Vertical, yeah.
Yes, just the one before this one. So the area that is marked in red, like that is the current red light area, and
Right.
the Ganesh Pandal sits, like if I can open the annotation.
No, but you have now made a provision for a Ganesh Pandal in
This
the
one.
intervention that you are doing, right?
Yes.
Somewhere.
So this one is the place where the Ganesh Pandal is, like Kamatipura Chachintamani is a very famous Ganesh Pandal that operates over here. So my first typology is sitting over here, and the next typology is like taking this road further ahead, and the second typology is sitting over here. And this entire portion I have left for the real estate to consume, like to derive a suitable saleable component to realize these two, and to meet the stakes of almost everyone who has been associated with this space. But I haven't designed that third typology.
No, we can understand that. I mean, yes, there will be something which will help landlords realize profit. You know, if it cannot be a one-way street, it has to be a win-win situation. Only
Yes.
then such projects will actually happen, if they ever happen. So that is not the issue.
So
The
that's
issue.
what that
I was just thinking that
intention was to, like, when I ventured out. Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I think no. I will just say something at the end so that others can take over. It was just that you have talked about all the others who are living in this area, who are a part of this area, who are also contributing to the identity of this place, the economy of the place. And then in these two interventions, which are of course architectural, because that's what you are as an architect, you have made a place for all of this. It's just that you are not explaining it to us how it works, because for us, plan is one means by which we can understand what is happening where over, and of course, there is a section, but then in the plan as well. But never mind, I think I will stop now and then give the other reviewers the platform.
Yeah, Harimon, you can go ahead.
Yes, see, it is a fascinating study. I agree that it's a fascinating study, and you have done speculative study on what all is possible. You have given us 3 solutions. But what is it that you would do? I mean, an architect has to finally take a decision. Okay, this is to be done. This structure needs to be constructed, and it's going to cost so much. These are the details. This is the floor area. These are the stakeholders. These people will be benefited. So where is that final set of architectural drawings which says this is the project which, as an architect, I am doing? I can say that this is a project speculated by a master of planning student, or it's a fantastic study which is equivalent to master of planning students. Master students. But then as an architect, as a designer of a building, a built form, where is that final solution which shows what you learned in 5 years of architecture studies with services, detailing, material use, structural system, circulation? You are a Bachelor of Architecture student.
I think it is there in the plans. He's just
But
not
then you have to
talking of
explain
it.
that.
I just
You have to
thought that the
explain that.
plans are quite direct, like it is just accommodating all those.
No, you don't leave it to us to read. You explain. You are saying कि आपको जो पढ़ना है आप पढ़ लो. It's not my business. That's wrong.
Actually, see, even 15 minutes fell short.
You are
so I
telling us to
just-
read whatever you want to read, but that's not the way an architect presents his project. You can't tell the client to keep reading whatever is there in the drawing. You have to explain to the client every bit of detail of the project proposal, right?
Yes.
And that's what a BR student, Bachelor of Architecture, does once he becomes an architect. You have to explain everything to the client so that the project can take off. A fascinating study, no doubt. I mean, it's fascinating.
I don't understand this hesitancy. I don't know where it is coming from. There are plans, there are sections, there are axonometrics. I can see there are activities also shown, human beings are shown. There are some views of those places. Even in the 3D view, we can see something of how the building engages with the city at the street level, at the upper level. And I can see it is multi-storied. So I'm assuming obviously that it is taking full advantage of the underutilized FSI, which it should. I don't know. maybe there are things I'm seeing, but I can't talk about that. I mean, you have to.
033, you want to respond to that, or should we go ahead?
I had planned only this much.
Okay, fine. Yashwant, you want to ask some questions?
Yes, sir. My question is very short and direct. 033, is this all your own work? Be very honest with us. Did you get help from anybody else?
Can I take the name of the institution? It is not an architectural institution.
No, you can't take name of any institutions here. Okay, it's fine.
No, there have been studies
Just
of
respond to him.
PhD works that have been done in the past. So I took time. Like, this is not a work that was attempted within 6 months of time. So I did not get through in my, this is not my first attempt. So it has its advantages. So
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Yashwant, thank you. Thank you, 033. Any questions from the audience? Okay. Before we go to the next presentation, I will take some time to call on the next presenter who would present. Okay. The next presenter who would be presenting is 20Z2084. It's called Reviving a Tribal Settlement at Jorhat, Intervening through Organic Built Environment. Are you there? I repeat, 20Z2084. It's called Reviving a Tribal. You're there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm there, sir.
Okay, fine. Fantastic. So you have to prepare. While 070, are you prepared? Kolkata, Metamorphosis of Riverine Edge, you're prepared?
Yes.
Okay. So if you are prepared, we can start then.
Hello, everyone. May I begin?
Yeah, you can begin.
Yes, so my topic is Metamorphosis of a Riverine Edge, Kolkata, Bridging Urbanity with its Industrial Heritage. I would like to explain shortly why the title of this project is this. The river serves as an edge to the constantly developing Kolkata. Most of it is currently inaccessible by the public. These land parcels have been witness to the birth and growth of Kolkata, to the colonial history of Bengal, and they have been used and disused through the course of time. They are waiting for the revival and for their stories to be heard. Hence, this proposes a metamorphosis of these areas to link their past heritage to the relevant urban present. And I would also like to say why I chose this project. Since I was a child, I used to pass by these large industrial lands that have been abandoned, and we could see that there are huge warehouses inside, and that always intrigued me as I grew up and passed by those areas. And when this thesis came up, I thought this was the perfect opportunity to explore that aspect. Next slide. So Kolkata, or as first it was known as Kolikata, it used to be a fishing village, but after the British settlement, it transformed into the country's capital for some time, and even still now it continues to be one of the most important centers for trade. And surprisingly, there's a huge huge areas of unused land right now, but land is an expensive resource, and that needs to be utilized. So there's the land that are falling under the Kolkata Port Trust. They have right now they are proposing to reuse these parcels of land to generate revenue and to improve the economy.
these parcels of land used to be the warehouses, and they are not used anymore because of the decline in port uses. And since it's a riverine port, so Kolkata being a riverine port has been declining, its use has been declining. So right now the port facilities have been, it's proposed that it has to be shifted towards more on the seaside, and this river has to be utilized in other ways. Next slide. So this is a proposed project. It's a 30-acre land parcel. It is right next to the, it's all very close to Prinsep Ghat and other prominent areas on the map of Kolkata. Surprisingly, this is not this is not a place that is quite often frequented by people, although it houses two very important memorials within the site. One of those memorials is the indentured memorial. It was, this memorial was constructed in 2012 to mark the migration of a huge number of people, Indian laborers who were shipped off from this particular port to other parts of the world. Because after in 1833, when slavery was abolished, the British Empire needed laborers for their sugarcane plantations. So from this particular port, a lot of thousands of Indian laborers were shipped off to places like Mauritius, Fiji, South Africa, Trinidad, and other Caribbean islands as indentured laborers. And right now in this time, all the Indo-Mauritius and Indo-Fijian culture that are prevailing at this time, their root is this site. So this is an important aspect. Next. This is a brief timeline of how Kolkata has developed. Next. So Kolkata, as we know, is has evolved as a city along the river Hooghly, and this river Hooghly needs the river itself is a heritage corridor that needs to be highlighted. Here I have discussed about how Kolkata Port Trust has raised its importance and also lost its importance with time, and also some interesting facts and folklores, like how the Strand Road was constructed. Like there was a British ship that sunk in the river, and due to that the river changed its course, and today the Strand Road that has been formed was formed because of that change. And there are other folklores like that that need people need to know about it, but this will remain as folklores only and not reach the public until and unless that certain awareness is raised. Next. In addition to the proposals that were provided by the KOPT, I also did surveys of my own on around the area. So I identified 3 residential places. One was a typical Bengali neighborhood. The other one was a railway colony and and a jute mill. Next. So the railway colony was it is inhabited by comparatively better doing people, and they are settled in life, and their aspirations is obviously not the same as the people who are inhabiting the jute mill colony, which is a slum area of the workers who work in the adjacent jute mills. So for this part, I did a study on the different aspirations of the people and how the development of this site could affect the lives of these people in a positive way. And also I identified industrial areas also around the site. There's a kite manufacturing industry very close to the site, but that is dying as we talk about it. And a place that was that used to be filled with manufacturing hubs of kites is now only filled with 2-3 shops, and they are slowly dying as we speak. So they need to be provided with a platform. Next. As we can see here that the site is centrally located and it is surrounded by a lot of important structures and important public areas of Kolkata, but it is not known to the public as of now. Next. Here I would just like to show on the right hand corner, the third picture in the center, that the site also has these kind of natural elements like trees, and they are growing out of anchor chain. So these kind of interesting elements are already present in the site. Next. These are some of the microsite analysis. Next. These are some of the macrosite analysis. Next. These are some of the site visibility pictures. Next. Next. I would just, previous slide, please. Previous one. So here the bottom two pictures are the pictures of a existing building that I have used as the shopping arcade. So as we can see that it's in a dilapidated condition right now, but it has the potential to show and showcase as a good architecture and tell its story to the world. Next. In the bottom, previous slide, please. In the bottom, we can see pictures of the memorials. Next. This is a character analysis that I did throughout the site. So on the site, I have proposed to keep two existing buildings and reuse them, one as the shopping arcade and the other one as the museum, as the port museum. And for all the other industrial sheds that are not to be used anymore, that have to be removed, I have done a character analysis of those structures, so that even if they are not in the site anymore, but their essence and their geometry can be replicated and used through the design proposal. Next. I also did a comparative analysis of riverfronts along the Hooghly to understand what kind of an effect riverfront development has on the life of people. And this I have chosen Chandanagar, next, Srirampur, next slide, Bandel and Chuchura, these four places, and from Kolkata till this area is known as the Little Europe of along Hooghly. And we can see the influences of different colonial settlements, such as the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the French colonies here. Next. So from my studies, I realized the kind of problems that people face. One of the reasons why the site is not accessible right now is because of safety concerns. So as a measure to counteract that problem, I have proposed generating activities on the road front. As for the riverfront part, this site has almost 600 meters of riverfront, so that has to be developed along with ghats. And this site has also been proposed as a river cruise tourism terminal. So I already have two existing jetties that have to be just developed and provided with proper infrastructure to help tourism. Next. This is the master plan. So as we enter the site, one of the first things that I wanted to do was to keep the visual connection of the river intact. And although the length of the from the entry to the, I'll just annotate as I speak. So this is the entry, and I have proposed another entry from here. So I wanted to keep the visual connectivity to the river, and to achieve that, I have added water channels along the side, because it was not possible to see the river through directly. Also, I have added a certain visual axis through the site. I'll just mark the axis. So these are the visual axis that I used through my design. So when we talk about, when I'm talking about the first one through the entry of the site, the building that is, that axis is hitting is an existing building that I've used to be a T-transit shed that I've used as a museum. And along that axis, that part has been opened, the brick walls have been opened up, and the gap between the columns have been replaced with glass to have unobstructed views of the riverfront. Then certain proper reinforcements have been added to support the new roofs for the existing buildings. The two existing buildings, I'll just mark this one and this one. This second one, I've already shown the existing pictures. Then for this part, this area is the active dock area. So I had to be careful while planning because this part is a high security zone and I could not place public activities along this front. So the only built form that have been placed around along that high security area is the cottage, which has the minimum footfall in the site. All spaces, also another aspect while designing that I kept in mind was to make sure that I'm creating multifunctional spaces that could be also adapted to changing users, especially in the light of the ongoing pandemic, where we could need such open spaces for other public utilities. Next slide. So here I've in the first picture I've shown that the proposed port museum has been housed in the existing T transit shed. The workshop block also, again, it functions as an extended exhibit area for the museum. And the least footfall area has been reserved for the cottages and it is already surrounded by water channels. The banquet is shown in the middle picture. Next slide. This is the detail of the arcade. So for the arcade, I had four individual buildings that Hello, am I audible?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Then again, proper reinforcements were used to support the roof structure. For these buildings, I proposed to construct new roof for all the buildings because the existing ones were damaged. And also north light entry was important, so I opened up openings along the roof to let that happen. Also eco-friendly trades were only allowed for these places. For example, the waste material that you get out of the jute mill that is right next to the site could be used here for making handmade paper, and similar crafts like kite manufacturing and all these kind of eco-friendly trades could be accommodated here. Next. This is a interior view of the arcade as I had seen it. Next. This is the museum. This is the port museum. It is a proposed building. Again, for this also, the new reinforcements have been added to support the roof, and steel truss has been used for the roof, and exhibit spaces are double height with the and so this building, the arches that you can see in the view here, these are all existing arches that I have just opened up, and so that light can enter into the space. So these double height spaces that they allow for one level of viewing as the viewing gallery, and from the other level you have the light entering into the inside the place. You also have resting areas in the form of steel space frame structures added onto the along this existing building. I would like to point out the elevation treatment that I did for the northern facade of the building. This has been done because the span of the building for this part to this part is 150 meters, and I had to provide.
Your 15 minutes is over. You can wind up.
Okay, so I'm just going through it quickly. So for 150 meters, I had to give. So can you please go to the previous slide? I'll just cover that and move ahead.
We actually have to just run the slides, okay?
So for the museum, I added that I transformed that emergency exit into a Can I please go back to the slide and just highlight some of the important things?
Anirudh sir, over to you.
Yes. Thank you. So these row of arches are actually the emergency exits, and I have used them as a way to attract the attention of the passing vessels. And this facade, it faces the riverfront. Next. This is a view of the museum entry. Next. This is a form development. I'd just like to say this. First of all, I'll just say that material contrast has been used in all the buildings. So for this building also, this part, the entry of the building is made in exposed concrete and the rest of the building, it has exposed steel and brick. So when you are entering, you know that you're going through a transition of time. In all the buildings, again, another common feature is the combination of nature, like nature coming into the building. So the openness of plants was a very important feature. For this building,
Sorry to interrupt, but Anirudh sir is having some net issue. So I will request the juror if they can ask you the question, because every participant had got 15 minutes. So you are getting more. Punita ma'am, if you can go first.
I think it was somebody else's turn, but no harm. Okay, so let me get on with the questions. Can you go to the master plan or the thing which shows everything? No, not this. No, not the view.
The previous one.
Yeah, this is fine. Now in this, I can see that, of course, on the lower near the road, of course, this is an existing building which you are using, and the museum is also an existing building which you are transforming and using. So can you annotate and show me, other than the cottages, what is the new thing that you are adding to
Yes, yes. So this part is the admin and workshop area. This part is the banquet, and this part is the cottage area. The reason for adding the banquet and the workshop areas was to again generate revenue that could help the jute mill workers and other people who are depending on the site for their livelihood to help them.
Oh, so can you, I can understand the retail and I mean those other crafts and the museum, right? Port museum. But how do you arrive at this program of what you are adding, which are the three things, including the cottages, the banquet and the workshops?
Yes, yes.
How do you come to that program?
Yes. First of all, these things have been already proposed by the brief that I got from the Kolkata Port Trust, and the reason for adding the cottages again, this site. So basically, this jetty is going to function as the river tourism river cruise terminal. So these people who are going to go on the river cruise will need an accommodation, and this also has been roughly mentioned, but it has not. When I went to KOPT, they did not mention it officially to me, but I knew that this would be coming up because of this tourism aspect of the site.
No, I mean, you cannot derive, I think, a program like that. So these are what, rentable cottages,
Yes.
privately owned, or it's
No.
like a resort or a hotel or what?
Yeah, these cottages will be available to the people who are availing the river cruise tourism from this site.
So they will stay here?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know you had to stay just to avail of the cruise. So how long is the cruise?
So from here, actually, cruise to Dhaka, to Bangladesh, to Varanasi, and to Sundarbans have been proposed.
Okay. How do you access these cottages?
We have battery cars can go.
But
through
from
this
where?
pathway I'm showing.
Yeah.
And if a person wants to go through the site, even that is possible. So I've just annotated the two pathways.
Yeah. But so, I mean, it's quite it'll be some distance for people to go there, with their baggage and
yes.
walk.
So that is the reason why that walk has been designed as a journey and not just a plain walk. And also another pathway is through the riverfront too. So this is not just a monotonous walk. It's going to be like a journey for them. And even for people who can't walk that much, for them, the battery car services will be available.
Okay, so then can you run us through about these new buildings that you are doing, one of them?
Yes, sure. Can I go to the next slide? Next slide. Next slide. Next. 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 Yes, so this is one of the this is one of the new buildings. On the top left hand side corner, you can see a visualization of the interior of the building. So this is the admin block. So this, for example, this part is your entry, and then you have the outdoor workshop area here, and you have the dry workshop and wet workshop areas here, and the top part of this functions as the auditorium. And these all again have been, as I said, designed as multifunctional areas that can adapt to any use, as required and when required. And then the materials used are exposed brick and concrete, exposed brick and steel, and concrete has been used as a contrast material at places.
Okay.
And this has been done. This has been done to keep the industrial feel of the site intact.
Okay, and lastly, I just want to ask last question is that what were the guiding forces that helped you do your site layout or a master plan the way it is? Of course, considering that there are existing buildings which are already there.
Yes. Can I go back to the master plan, please? Yes. So since this building was a challenge because it was it had its presence on the site was very imposing. So I had to arrange the buildings on the site keeping in mind how this existing building is already there. So that is the reason why I connected the entry through this axis, and at this point along this part I kept these two buildings. So if you're standing here, it has been designed in such a way, so you're standing here, you can actually see what is here. So you're always connected by that visual, you're connected by the water aspect of the site. So my idea while arranging the buildings was firstly to keep that openness of the site intact. I didn't want a person to feel like he's entering a building when he or she is entering one space. It should feel like you are inside but you're still connected to the outside and the industrial feel of the place. So that was one aspect. And also can I go to the storyboard sheet? Next. I'll be next. Yes, thank you. So this is a more clear explanation of how a person is moving through the site, if I may explain. So in the first cube, I can show you how people are on the street are interacting with the arcade area inside. Then on the next one, this one is the entry to the site. One thing that I did was, since the huge buildings that were already present in the site were all exposed brick, I wanted to create a material contrast, and because of that, these entryways to the site or to a particular building, they were made with exposed concrete, just to make you feel that this is a different zone that you're right now entering. Then the third cube, it shows the junction, that pathway that leads you to the museum, and also the pathway that is connecting the banquet and the admin. The fourth, this large cube, it shows you the space frame pavilions that has been placed between the existing buildings. So again, here I feel that the addition of this new structure amplifies the presence and the materiality of the existing structures.
Okay, I think I will now give the platform to other reviewers. Though I was expecting far more details and something more architectural, which I would, to go into the details of your new buildings and how they connect with the old and together with the existing, how they create a sense of the whole. But I think I now give the platform to other reviewers.
Number 7. May I ask a few questions?
Sure. Harimon, go ahead.
Madam, you have, I look at this project as two big existing, or maybe one big and one small existing structure. So it can be called an adaptive reuse kind of project. There is a very big element of adaptive reuse added with certain urban design, some public spaces added to it. Am I right?
Yes.
So that is in brief about the project. So if it is adaptive reuse of those two structures, did you get complete detailed drawings, structural details, material details of that, and the space details, age of the structure, etc., to do any intervention in them? Because those details are missing in your drawings. What
So
exactly is
first
the
of
nature
all,
of those structures? How old they are? What is the construction system? What kind of spaces are there? What are the sections of the slabs? And they are old structures, right?
yes.
So you haven't changed their plan. You are just retaining it. So then where are
So
the details of that?
So I could not do on-site documentation of these buildings because this site is a high security zone, and I have only been permitted to go into the site and just to see. I have not been allowed to take any measurements. Whatever I have done have been done for this. For example, this building, it was on the road front, so whatever I could do while not entering the site, I have done.
So so one minute. That means both those proposals are just like
They are conceptual.
conceptual. So that is conceptual. So the new,
Yes.
so that is, we can just eliminate them because they're just conceptual. They're not detailed.
They are
Now
actually at idea level only.
Idea level only. And then Punita ma'am asked you about details of those new proposal. There also you are lacking a lot in detailing. I mean,
Yes.
you're not shown plans, elevation section, material. You can't talk about materiality. You have to show through drawings and details, which is totally missing in them. I mean, though overall the concept of doing something at the riverine edge is fascinating, and the story is interesting, but the detailing is missing. That's what
So
I
the
feel.
details can be shown through the exploded views that I have given.
No. Architects make drawings, plans, sections, details.
Can I go to
Period
the
descriptions.
section previous slide?
Professor Yashwant, you may ask.
Previous slide.
I mean, okay, no, this is fine. This is okay, visual, but where are the details? These are all conceptual
one.
views. Here, where are the details?
Yes.
I mean, that existing structure, what is it?
Yes.
What is the materiality? What are those arches? And how
Yes, so-
old the structure is? What are the trusses like? Your view shows concrete columns inside within, but do concrete
so
columns
that is-
exist there?
So
inside
that
the
is not
structure?
concrete. That is a steel structure inside.
So what exactly, how did you do it without getting the drawings? You are just visuals. They are just visuals.
So I could study other warehouses on the riverfront, and that exact thing I have incorporated for this.
As an architect working on a real project, you can't do it. You are, as a fresh graduate, you are supposed to work on real project. So when you do a thesis, fascinating theme, but you have to come down to earth and look at the realities of a selected site actually. If you can't do it, you should go to some other site. I mean, the whole proposal looks fascinating, but when we get into the nitty-gritty of details, I don't know, somehow it doesn't appeal. Yashwant sir, you may ask.
Yashwant, you can ask questions.
Yes, so I'm just left with one question. What does someone in a cruise boat actually see as he's approaching the site? Have you generated any views except for this one elevation that shows emergency stairs along the facade? I am imagining myself sitting in a cruise boat coming from Dhaka. What is it that I encounter at this site? as I approach.
Can I go to the second last slide? Last slide. Yes. So this is this should be like a smaller. I know you're asking for a larger picture, but this is a part of that picture that you're going to see when you're approaching the site, because this is the view that you're getting from the jetty ghat, existing jetty that is there, and from there, if you're standing after getting off the jetty, this is the view that you're seeing if you're looking towards the Howrah Bridge side. So
It doesn't answer my question sufficiently. My other question is, there are rules that govern conservation of buildings, and as you know, you've been asked before, how have you proposed these girders and so on without any structural designs? And
So-
you also propose now to puncture and add these staircases on the outside of the building. That's a historic building. Will you be permitted to do it?
yes, so for that, first of all, the KOPT, they are already going to work on these buildings. But as for your question, I have not tampered with the building. I have only added things to it. I have only retrofitted. I have not tampered with the building except for adding a new roof to the structure, because the existing roof, I feel, needed to be changed. And as for the emergency exits, they are just independent archways that have been just placed on the facade, but they don't have any structural connection to the building, existing building facade. They are just connected through through a platform from where people can exit in cases of emergency. These also serve as resting areas for the viewers when they are moving around the museum.
But they changed the historic facade, you know. I mean, you can't say nothing has changed. When you add something, anything,
yes,
it may touch, it may not, it doesn't matter, but its materiality, its language has to be carefully thought of, because it will change that facade, you know. And in conservation, this is an important aspect.
Yes.
Yes, I understand that.
As I see it, it's quite bulky actually.
The
Drastically
existing,
changes.
the existing building, for example, this stretch that you see, it's 150 meters of just archways. So in order to break that monotony, I proposed this kind of elevation treatment.
It doesn't work this way. Everybody's shaking their head.
You know, it could have become a very interesting adaptive reuse study and full study, but you allowed the building, and you said that security reasons they did not allow you to document it. But then you are saying, so you'll do something like this. Which organization or which government organization will give you approval for this? You know, for adding fire escape staircases without touching the, I don't know. These are all, the strategies are quite questionable actually.
Even the upper line of clear story windows, am I right that was also added by you?
No, sir. All these four rows of arches are already present there.
But I think it would also depend upon the grading of this building, you know, at what grade, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and accordingly, or maybe it is not worth grading at all, and then the interventions will depend upon that.
Ma'am, I have checked the list of the existing graded buildings, and it does not fall under any of them.
All right. Then probably you're on safer ground, but yet a certain amount of sensitivity is demanded. And I think the whole project seems to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But I think I will just stop there.
Okay, are we done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, 070. Any questions from the audience? Okay, there seems to be none. Okay, thank you, 070.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So we will go with the next project. Okay, which is 084. But before we start with 084, we will announce the next participant who would present. Okay, So we have now 200Z2092. Okay, it's called Museum of Urban History, Bhubaneswar. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we are all there. So 20Z2092, Museum of Urban History. So otherwise we can start 084. We can start. Your topic is called reviving a tribal settlement at Jorhat. Okay, intervening through organic built environment. Are you ready?
Yes, sir, I am ready, sir.
Okay, so you can start.
Yeah, good morning, everyone present over here. First, good afternoon, everyone present over here. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my thesis work at this national level. My topic is reviving a tribal settlement at Jorhat, intervening through organic built environment. Next slide, please. Next. Jorhat is a district situated in Assam. In Jorhat, there is a forest called Molai Kathani. It is often regarded as the only human-made forest made by Jadav Payeng, missing tribeman. Many of you might not know he is the one of the forest men of India. He started planting trees in a barren land in between Brahmaputra since 1979 to sustain the rich biodiverse ecology over there. Next slide. Hello. Yeah. To access this diverse ecosystem, one has to pass through a missing tribal village, the village which played an important character in the development of the world's largest man-made forest that acted as an important transition node connecting the rich eco-reserve and the man-made city. The missing village, next slide please. The missing village, which once an essential character in the development of the world's largest man-made forest, has now been ignored, has been deprived from basic amenities, and is in constant threat of being flooded by Brahmaputra. But the Molai forest and the village can be swallowed by the powerful Brahmaputra anytime. But still, the villagers are putting up a brave face to protect them. So the people of this village face problems throughout the year because of the infrastructure, the landform, and the river. Next slide. So my overall, and the next slide, please. So my overall aim is to develop that existing tribal village, improving their living condition along the river Brahmaputra near Molai Kathani. So before going on to the development part and all, I have divided the overall project objectives into two parts, study part and the design part. What a study part, which consists of the study of the settlement pattern and the planning pattern, how to improve their living standard of the people living over there, the study on their improve and replacement of houses, to know about the coping strategy during and after the flood. And over the design strategies, it had include the design of building spaces that will make themselves reliable, upgrade the visual and movement connectivity between village and forest, and also to generate income opportunity to reduce migration. Next slide. So this is a key plan showing my site and this overall scale of the project, over which the overall area is 45 acres, and which consists of about 120 people, including up to 35 houses. Next slide, please. Next slide. So while coming to the project, I have studied 4 cases, of which one is from Orissa, the other is from Nepal, and 2 villages from Assam. So from Orissa, there is the observations that I have learned. I have got about the proper division of spaces and proper utilization of it, and the spaces that makes it known as the living workshop of handicraft village. In the next slide. Then from Bangamati, that is a place in Nepal, I have learned how to carry out a revival process after any environmental damage happened to a place here, a city and all. And the next slide, please. And these are the 2 villages that gave me an idea about the typical Assam village, their construction process, how the construction process are carried out, their proper division of spaces in Assam, the typical Assam type of Assam villages. So these are the overall observations and inferences that have been drawn from the cases, and which had helped me in the coming conceptual development of the project. Coming to the site analysis, next slide. Next slide. As stated earlier, my site is located in Jorhat, Assam. So just along the site, I have the river Brahmaputra. So the site is in undulating plain with varying altitude of 87 to 83 meters. So the water level of Brahmaputra changes throughout the year, which is the reason for the flood too. Next slide, please. It reaches its highest level in the month of June and July. So over in this slide, this shows the analysis of the water speed mapping in the village due to the rising water level of Brahmaputra. And these sections shows the water level of Brahmaputra and the danger level, the warning level, and the highest flood level that the village has received till now. Next slide. Since I have visited the village and I have stayed there over 2 days and had a conversation with the villagers and all. So next slide, please. These are the analyses that I have taken from the village and all. These are the spaces. These images shows the spaces of the village that are in very bad condition at present now. Next slide. I have divided the village into 5 nodes. These are the total 5 nodes that I have did over there and went to there. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I have also taken the reviews from the resident, how they want to convert their spaces, what type of spaces they want, what type of housing units they want in future, so that they don't face any problems throughout the coming years and all. Next slide. This is the background analysis of tribe. Their housing pattern, their structures, their livelihood. And the most important thing that I have learned over there that the community has a good bonding in nature. So they always need a house along with the nature, not against the nature. And the next slide. The next slide. Next. This slide shows, next slide, please. This slide shows the analysis of the spaces and the activities that has been carried out in the village. And next slide. Okay. These are the inferences that I have drawn from the site analysis that will probably help me, had helped me in my conceptual development over my project. Next slide. So the main focus of my overall design is to design spaces to self-involvement and requirement of the village community. So next slide. Next slide. So my site is about 45 acres, to which include various spaces. So this site plan shows the area of the intervention and structures that are to be replaced by the new ones. So next slide. These built up outcomes from activities. The rotational unit, I will explain what is a rotational unit in my project means. Then the residential unit, Shiva temple, community space, review space, shelters, viewing tower, and airport. And below are the spaces that are to be proposed that are without built up, that are the embankment public spaces for the tourists and all. And the 2 important nodes, the node connecting the village and the city, and the node connecting the village and the forest, that are to the main important part of my design. And overall, I have to design my done my thesis keeping in 2 priorities, the design and the user priorities, over which the design include the priorities has been divided according to the cost, the rotation unit, public space, and animal shelters. Overall, the user priorities has been divided into 3 priorities: locals, the visitors, and the public coming during picnic seasons. Next slide, please. These are the spaces and activities and the area analysis of the spaces that I have done. Next slide. Before coming to the project, I want to describe my design process. So I have done, my design has been done keeping in mind 5 processes, that is a site contextual, and keeping the sense of the place, the resilient building structures, the user need, and also the climatic oriented design. So my overall thought process of my project is that architecture is not only designing spaces, but also connecting the people living over there to the surroundings. So next slide. So Next slide, please. So I have proposed the proper master plan for the various site, but before, can you go to the previous slide? Yeah, thank you. I have proposed a proper master plan for the various site, but before coming to that master plan, I want to describe how I reached that the main part, the concept of my project. So for the project, I have divided my project into two parts, that is the design philosophy and the design consideration. The design philosophy is organic architecture. The idea behind the project is to intervene the whole site organically by creating a harmony between the human and nature. So my overall aim is to integrate the site with the surroundings. And the design consideration includes the current settlement pattern, their livelihood, their lifestyle, the outsider influx, and also the flood effects. Next slide, please. These are the concepts that I have done regarding my project and all. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. This conceptual view shows the reconstructed structures, the new proposals, and the retained structures, followed by the design elements that has been used in the site. Next slide, please. Next slide. So next. So my aim is to provide a proper living condition to the people and include spaces for tourist spot, which will help in income generation for the people living over there. So now coming to the master plan, this is the color-coded master plan showing the reconstructed structures, the new proposals, and the retained structures. Out of which, in the new proposed structures, these are the three retained structures. Now coming to the next slide. So the section shows the main junctions of the settlement. And these sections shows the flood statistics of the village, of which I have assumed since now the village has reached 87.37 meter, that is the highest flood level. So I have assumed that 88 meter to be the highest for the future. And according to that, I have designed the structures for the village. Next slide. So now coming to the point, what are rotational units? So in my project, the rotation units are the structures that will be used for hosting the villagers for about 1.5 months, like for the revival process, while the reconstruction of the village is in progress. And after the reconstruction of the village is done, those units, rotation units, will be used for their actual purpose that they will constructed for. For example, Morang, before constructing of villages, the Morang will be first constructed. These structures will be first constructed. After that, the housing units will be constructed for the villagers. So while those will be in progress, the villagers will stay over there in these units. For example, Morang is known as will be used for the festival purposes. Then governing body of the village that will be run by the head of the villagers, and the guest house and mitigation space. Mitigation space in the case if the village reach a flood level more than 88 meters, so they can stay over there, because in Assam the flood stays about 5 to 10 days. So they can the people of the village can stay over there for their duration. This is the overall site plan, which is followed by the site images. The journey for the Malay begins with this village. So the village is a home to ethnic Muslim tribe, showcasing their lifestyle and culture. Next slide, please. Yeah. I divided the village into 8 nodes, 8 to 7 nodes. This is the very first node of the village. So our bamboo trees has been used at the entrance point of the village, giving an enduring experience. It also shows a normal residential unit, along with the activities carried out in different interval of the day in the courtyard. So this part shows the detail of the residential unit, along with the material specifications and also the features of the construction styles. I have used the amalgamation of bamboo and with concrete has been used for construction, and repetitive structural elements has been used to ease the construction of the site. So the residential unit that has been made has been considered flood effects, villagers' living style, and also indigenous method of construction. Right? Specification I have talked about in the earlier slide. This is expanded view showing the amalgamation of bamboo and the concrete. And the what plan shows the design spaces of the forest man of India. These are the spaces. Since I have written it since I talked to him, so he said he needed his own residential units, but wants to get the other units to be reconstructed and all. Coming to the next slide. The third spot plan, the bamboo platform has been created. A simple unit structure has been created just to create a post point. Emotional. Just like this. Hello. Go to the previous slide, please. Another previous slide. Yeah, thank you. So this bamboo platform has been created to a post point to enforce the visual, emotional, and physical between the Molai forest and the village. This includes the residential module for viewers, the community center, and that is known as a morang in Mishing, and a viewing tower.
Your 15 minutes is over. You need to wind up your presentation.
Okay, just go through your slides now. Nothing more.
So what do you?
Okay, are you done? Okay. 084, you're done? You've finished your presentation? Zero 084, can you hear us? Hello? Hello, 084, you can hear us? Hello? Can others hear 084? Or
No,
is it?
we can't hear him. I think we've lost him.
Okay, okay. We'll wait for him to join back because he must also be having internet issues.
Okay, okay.
Okay, 084. He says 082. Says so electricity went off in his house. He's trying to rejoin. We'll give him some time.
Yeah.
No problem. Just we tell him that just to relax. He says he's trying to join through another device.
Isn't he able to connect?
He says he is joining from the second device. Let me try. He says 2 minutes he's going to take.
Okay.
We'll wait for some time.
Yes, sure.
He's here. Hello, 084, you are here? Hello?
No, he's not here yet. 084, right?
No, he's not here, no?
No, no. This is 084, right?
084. You're right, Jayashree.
No, he's not here.
He says he's trying to join through another device.
Okay. Waiting room is showing some movement. Let's just wait for a couple of minutes.
Yeah. We'll wait for, because otherwise it doesn't make sense to again start another one without him finishing.
Yes. The next number that you have announced is 92, right? 092.
Yeah, 092, the Museum of Urban History.
That was probably the last one that you had on your list, 10 of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There should be one more, right?
Yeah, there should be one more. We missed one because there was one in the morning.
Okay.
They were like, the participant was not there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he's back. 084 is here. I've just admitted him. He will join in a few seconds.
Yeah.
So my mic went off.
It's okay, don't worry. 084, you can hear us?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay. So we will start asking you questions.
Yes, sir.
Harimon sir or anybody, or Yashwant, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So firstly, I have to commend you. It's a very good design. It's unpretentious. It's very workable. It's
Thank you,
low
sir.
impact. It respects the land. So simple as it might be, it's a very good solution, and it's very well worked out, well thought of. My question is, although this is not mandated, have you been able to do a costing of this project?
Sir, I didn't get you, sir. Costing?
Have you been able to do an estimate for this project?
No, sir. I haven't done an estimate for a project, but yes, I can do it, sir. If
Okay.
I means.
And did you actually work with bamboo workers to see how the construction is possible?
Yes, sir. While going to the site, since I am from Assam only, so while going to the site, I talked with the bamboo workers over there how to amalgamate bamboo and concrete and all. And there is a factory over there where also I have gone to see how the bamboo being converted into beams and slabs and all.
Were you able to make a prototype of this small unit?
Sir, prototype model, sir, yes, I can make, sir, but I will need help from some workers and all, sir.
Okay, right. That's all I have to ask you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Number 84.
Yes, sir.
It's a fantastic work. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I have one or two questions to ask. See, your work is more like not that of an architect, but an architect as a participant in society.
Yes,
there
sir.
is your intervention you have kept very minimum, but you are able to extract a wonderful project out of the people through your participation. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
I mean, that's what I see. But I have one question. In this process of interacting with them, could you also find out or get all the technical terminologies which they would be using in Assamese rather than using in English in your presentation? Is it
Yes,
possible?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you have that, it'd be wonderful to record everything in Assamese language.
Yes, I am Assamese, sir. I can speak Assamese, sir, so I know some of the terms, sir.
So, because it is of the people, by the people, but helped by the architect. So, looks something like that. So, wonderful work. I'm pretty impressed with your work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sunita, you would ask questions?
Yes, there are many things that I like about this project. And in fact, at first glance, it would seem like there is very little done, very gently done. and it's a completely different approach to an architectural project. But at one point, I also thought, is that enough? Because you take a site, and because your intervention is so little, I was just thinking that as a real project, yes, but for a thesis project, I don't know whether there was enough quantum of work that would go through. Because most of the drawings are like sketches and things. They're very small units, obviously, because the project is like that, mostly in sketch form, because nothing is touched really. So like Dr. Pillai said, that does it count even as a full architectural project?
Sir, ma'am, actually, ma'am, I have every sketches and all, every drawings I have done in AutoCAD only, but for the presentation level, I have just printed it out and did the sketches. But all the drawings are in scale only, ma'am. They are not in...
Fine. No,
Yeah.
no harm. I think you should do hand-drawn drawings.
Yes,
sir. Depending upon what it is that you're presenting. If it is handmade, used with organic materials, of course it can be hand-drawn.
Yes, ma'am.
But as the quantum of project, I thought because the site is not changed, nothing is changed, only some are reconstructed, some are built. Most of them are kept as they are.
No, ma'am. Actually, I have just written only 3 structures out of 35 houses, and the rest I have, ma'am. I have make units, proper units for them. Since, ma'am, I can show you. Please, can
because
you?
When I looked at the earlier plan, the red which were to be rebuilt were not very many.
Ma'am, I can show. Can you go to slide 45 or 44? I think.
Okay.
After the site plan, master site plan. Yeah. Next. Go on. I will say where to stop.
Yes, this one.
Yeah, stop over there. Yeah, ma'am. Over here, only the one I have written over your site details. The written structures are, ma'am, only this thing. I'll show you. This is the house of Jadav Payan. So this one is written. Then this is one structure that is written, that is in proper condition, and this one. And none of the structures are written, ma'am. All the structures has been redesigned and reconstructed in the project and all. Can you go to the next slide? Next. Yeah, this is the typology that I have followed. This is the construction typology, the amalgamation of bamboo and the concrete that I have used so that it can resist the floods and all. And these are the only normal units for the villagers. And then next. Next. Then, ma'am, this is the Shiva temple that I have constructed according to their knowledge, according to their style and all. Ma'am, then this is the unit that also includes weaving culture, so that the people who goes there during picnic seasons and all, they can get a view, they can get a knowledge about the weaving culture, because they are very good at weaving garu blanket that is very popular in Assam. So many of us don't know the process and all of this generation and from older generation also, so that they can get an opportunity to know how that carries on. Now, can you go to the next? And ma'am, this is the Morang. Ma'am, this is a structure, a village community structure that I have constructed for them, so that because when I went there and have studied over there, they don't have a proper place to have meetings, have festivals and all, because throughout the year they have 3 important festivals. One is Ali Lailang and one is Po Poirag and all. All those are harvest festivals only that come on during February, April, and
Okay, so other than these units, have you changed anything in the site, added new features other than buildings?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, you can see over here, ma'am. Since the roads are make the road proper paved road, but I have made them keep in a old village style. But I have provide, ma'am, bamboo twist, which I have named them as the fibrils, because they connect the whole village, ma'am. And that can be used during rainy days, because during rainy days, ma'am, you can see आप देख सकते हो कि normal जो road होता है वो मतलब they become muddy and all, because and they face very problems, but they don't want those roads to be changed. So apart from that, I have installed pavement throughout their road that will act like a fuel and connect the whole villages. And they can use only not only during rainy days but also during throughout the years. And next, ma'am, I have included planted floras that will also help not only help them biologically but also through economically and all. Then coming to the next point, next slide.
I think that should do it.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. You've also done the river edge and everything.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, because here in this is, ma'am, this is the node connecting the forest and the village. So I have designed the deck according to the change in river of Brahmaputra, because Brahmaputra's river water level changes throughout the year. So according to that, I have changed designed the decks. So that
does the river does the village get inundated at the high flood level?
Yeah, ma'am. They have faced a high flood level of about 87 point some meters. So according to that, I have designed the structures. I have made them at a level of 88 meters, so that assuming 88 meters, so that they don't face any problems in the coming years and all. And
so in all of these, so in some of these, in these units, what happens in the space below?
Yeah, ma'am. The below space there, yes, ma'am. I have shown in. Can you go to the previous two slides? The previous slide. Previous slide. Previous. Yeah, thank you. And so here I have shown it. Ma'am, below they can be used for ma'am making wheat and flour and all, ma'am, which in Assamese we call it as theki. Ma'am, we call it as theki. Ma'am, then which are used to make grind rice and all for making pithas and all, which we used to do during festivals and all. Ma'am, then in the below areas they can also be used to keep those animal shelters and all, to keep animals, because they usually used to rear pigs and keep goats and cows and all. But for them also, but for the animals also, I have provided shelter so that during during flood they can use that shelters, avoiding the floods and all.
But the height which is there between the usable floor and the ground, that will vary, right? Depending upon where the house is located, or is it the same?
No, it is the same from the ground level, ma'am. It is the same from the ground level.
Okay. And so how different is it from a traditional house? Have you reinterpreted it, or?
No, ma'am, I haven't reinterpreted it. I have just taken, because they usually used to live in their housing style is I-shaped, ma'am, from which the first include the veranda, then veranda.
Yeah, you have shown it earlier somewhere.
Yeah, ma'am. I have shown in the case studies also.
Yeah, it's a rectangle.
Yeah, it's a rectangle, but I have divided the space so that they can be used properly throughout the day, so they don't face a problem, because I don't want to change the living style, ma'am.
Because sorry, but I'm trying to understand then what is your contribution to all of this. If the location is the same, if the technology is the same, the house plan is more or less the same.
Technology is not the same, ma'am. Actually,
okay, so that is different.
Yeah, that is different. Technology is different, ma'am. The idea is different, ma'am. The connectivity their connection between the forest, that is an important part of Assam, and the villagers, that is an important. And through the development of the village in future, if it get developed, because if it get a proper government finalization and all, ma'am, then many of us can come to know about that forest, for which Tata Pine has been awarded much of the trophies in the coming years.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Punita. Okay, any questions from the audience? Okay, I think none. There are none. Okay, 084, thank you. And what we will do now is we will go ahead with the next presentation, 092. But before that, Jayashree, do we want to know whether 012 is there or not? Hello, Jayashree, you're there?
Yes, Anirudh, I think we can check out. I believe she is
Sir,
there.
I'm here. Sir, I'm here.
Okay.
So we can take that.
Our earlier participant 012 in the morning, she was not there. It seems she had some emergency. Okay, but now it seems she's there. So So 012, the project was an artist village in Himachal Pradesh. Okay, so we will go ahead with 012, and before that we will start with 092. That is the Museum of Urban History. So 012, you can prepare now.
Okay, sir.
Okay. And 092, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start.
Okay. So hello everyone. Can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so cities are like settlements facing continuous social changes. They are kind of living organisms which have been shaped successively in all the periods since the time of the establishment. Bhubaneswar, being a contemporary temple city, has a very strong hold of its cultural roots. This city of Bhubaneswar has a history that can be traced back to 3rd century BCE with a very diverse range of heritage resources. And from ancient caves to a temple city are now being ranked one in Smart Cities mission. Since then, it's been a proper traditional and a contemporary city. The establishment of a new capital at Bhubaneswar after independence became an important landmark in the history of Odisha due to two reasons. Firstly, the opening of a new urban center, and secondly, the establishment of a new capital at the place of an older one, and very evident remains of the past and a past. And a urban history museum can play a vital role in presenting and preserving the ideologies of a city and its urbanistic aspect to show the possibilities of its coexistence. Next. About the site context. The site is present near the capital complex of Bhubaneswar next to a major node with important buildings such as the Accountant General Office, the Secretariat, and the Assembly Building. I tried to come up with a graphic to map the degree of impact in the terms of the public involvement and importance in the city, with public spaces having a major influence shows the possibilities of high footfall in the context. As we can classify the visitors in two types, one being the actual visitor, people having an like people visiting the museum due to an intellectual inclination, and the other being the potential visitors which feel a little inclination for visiting when they actually see or acknowledge the presence of a museum in the surroundings. Next. The unit designs in the planned city of Bhubaneswar ensure large green areas. We could see public and private green areas with close proximity have a strong network of the green spaces, which could be connected. And from the analysis of the street character, streets around have a very distinctive character in terms of its hierarchy. Next. And the study of the buildings designed by the principal architect of Bhubaneswar, Julius Vaz, one could infer that the building design are mostly in the capital complex radiate the same architectural harmony that can be seen in the temple complexes of Bhubaneswar, in the like merging the outdoors with the indoors and providing proper green areas. The architecture is mostly inspired by horizontal planes and vertical elements. Like one could see the sense of power is induced through vertical components. Like Odisha State Assembly being the most important building in the surrounding has more vertical elements. Next. This basically represents the climates, which is hot and humid, and the wind direction being from the south and southwest. Next. For the case studies, I took 6 museums and studied them around some major aspects. For example, the study of the representation of the city, the study and the ways they reflect the character of the city and how they have tried to represent the context and the surroundings, and other form, zoning. Next. And the factors such as iconicity, how the museums have tried to do it through materials, some have tried to do it through bold forms and iconic elements, and how they have tried to make the museums inclusive, and what kind of materials they have used and what are they used for. Next. For the concept, I tried to create a network of various smaller ideas, such as urban physiognomy, deconstructed vism, urban semiotics, and terms like urban identity and inclusivity being the main points, cities need to develop effective identities, and the identity is formed by entire value and the characters of the city, and the urban identity, which is defined with the natural and artificial elements, and then and social responsiveness, like museums should listen and respond. Museums have evolved to be like generating new dimensions in the city. There should be communities, there should be places for interactions and discussions, a place where individual representations can be accounted for. Next. So for the next, please. Design development. Initial design started by creating a public space in front of an in as a active frontage and taking the courtyard level lower than the entrance level to ensure free movement of both the visitors and people using the public area. And all the trees were conserved in the form and accommodated in the design. More courtyards were created in the third one as an extension to the frontage. Then and more open spaces were introduced, connecting the streets to the larger surface area of the building through various functions and further subdividing the mass into a smaller form. Next. The zoning. The museum building is arranged around various courtyards. Like the whole building is basically divided into two parts, which are connected through walkways and bridges, with the entrance and the exit being in the middle. And for the vertical zoning, the public spaces are marked in yellow, are mostly spread out on the ground levels and on the top level, and ensures minimal disturbance to the museum spaces, which are marked in blue, are in between. Whereas the bottom levels and the basement accommodates the supporting spaces, and various service courts spread out on all the floors are marked in red. Next. Next, please. The elevation. The left bottom of this front facade is like an informal entrance to the city level public who can just walk in and use various public amenities, and kind of ensures it's on the major road. The facade is designed in such a way to divide the larger masses into small elements. And the public space. Instead of incorporating the public spaces completely inside the building, the courtyard and the roof becomes extended green public spaces. The idea is like to develop the museum like an urban plaza, and kind of merging the lines of the formal image of the museum with the informal kind of activities, and establishing the continuity helps to achieve so. Next. And coming to the entrance, by providing like a one single permeability, as you could see in the section, while entering, the visitor walks through various spatial and volumetric arrangements, and like in turns take and providing one permeability ring to the other spaces and volumes while entering the space. The intensity and the sense of containment is induced in it. Next. The facade is primarily designed to ensure natural diffuse sunlight and like reduce the glare. Next. So this is the first how. Firstly, you enter to the orientation gallery, then to the orientation theater. Then you take a walk through the city model. That will be 1/10 scale model of this city. Then you move into the gallery of the ancient forts and caves, and then to the temple gallery. Next. So for the Buddha gallery, Bhubaneswar has been a provisional headquarters for Emperor Ashoka. So it has a prominent remains of Jain and Buddhist ideology. So this basic particular exhibit is dedicated to that. Next. Then the temple gallery. It is designed using a basic planning strategies of an Indian temple, which uses like the sense of depth and the grandeur of the entrance and columns, and like the intensity of light decreases and the massing increases once you enter the exhibit. And as one further moves inside through the ramps, here is a theater which has a scaled model of a temple made of foam board, like a white board, which replicates the basic form of all Kalingan style temples, where the projections could be made for different temples, and people sitting around could see and know about it. Next. The other part which presents the pre-planning stages of it. So starting from the colonial buildings and development, then Odisha as a province, how it was made and how it became a state, then how then selection of capital site. And I have tried to interactive exhibits to deal with like experiential processes, and you take a walk through a walkway through the seasons just to break the monotony of all the exhibitions. You just have this, and then you enter to the exhibition hall with firstly starts with the explains you the city planning processes, the phases of city planning. Then you move into another gallery which explains the concepts and planning of the city Bhubaneswar. Then you move through the how the various divisions were made. Next. Then on the upper floor, this section basically explains the planned city of Bhubaneswar, like how the growth maps is explained, then the architectural style of the buildings, the current architectural style of it. I have used experiential sections like closely how the one who's traveling through it experiences everything. And I've also tried to induce interactive gaming areas, like to break the monotonous nature of the exhibitions. Certain activities have been arranged in order to engage the visitors and for some relaxing and informative experience at the same time, like playing and learning being a popular concept. And yeah, next please. While after that, this basically back previous slide. Previous slide. Okay, thank you. Bhubaneswar now. This basically explains what the city looks like now. When entering this part, you go through a photographic gallery, then you go through a green city gallery, which basically explains the greenness and how the gallery dedicated to Bhubaneswar as a green city. Then after that, you walk into the people gallery. The moment, for example, uh, uh, yeah, this will be the first point of see the whole city view. After knowing most of the things about the city, one could just sit and appreciate and view the city through a large space. Then one travels through another gallery, which is Life in Bhubaneswar, then to another from there with the gallery, which is dedicated. The moment we include various cultures and social groups, it gives them a platform to like represent themselves. The people of Bhubaneswar could be represented over there. Then you go through. Then you go back to the exit gallery. And next slide, please. Over here, once you come to the roof, there is this rooftop restaurant, and there's museum shops, and you could either exit through the exit gallery, or you could go and access the terrace garden over here. Next slide. Next slide, please. The exit gallery. It acts as an exit gallery for the visitors and also entrance to the public interested in accessing the public amenities on the roof, which the basic principles of awareness, like exhibits include scientific evidences on global problems and facts, and these gallery basically keeps on changing to not have the same kind of exhibits all the time. It basically intends to like create awareness, and yeah, it's something this visitors observe and relate to more, include more topics to create awareness like personal development and getting involved. How like we could have a gallery dedicated to public participation, like someone could draw something and something like that. This will have sections for public participation as well. And next. So these are the service layouts, the administration, the museum support services, and I have marked the fire exits and for the other plan, the AHUs, the chiller plants, all the services are marked out. at proper intervals. Next.
Zero 092, actually your voice is breaking. I think there is some network problem.
Yes, that is true. We
Okay.
cannot hear him all the time.
Hello.
Yeah, now you're audible.
Okay, sorry. Can you go to the next slide, please? These are the parking layouts. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. 092, thank you for that. So, like, Harimon, if you want to go ahead, you want to ask?
Yes, 92. A wonderful spatial presentation. I mean, totally spatial and three-dimensional journey through the spaces that you have visualized. Very nicely presented. But I have one question. Your entire exterior facade, is it connected to the city in any way? Because everything looks inward into the courtyards which you have created. But the exterior facade, though you have used interesting materials, but is the building connected in any way to the city from the exterior surfaces? I didn't see, I was
Yes,
looking for that somewhere, but except for that last part where the gallery, you can see the city. Otherwise, is it a totally inward looking spatial configuration?
Yes, sir. Till the point you are being like, you see the exhibits and you get knowledge about the city planning, it's planned inwards. And after you get the knowledge and after you know everything about the city, then I have tried to make it an extroverted design. Like after only you know everything about the city, I have tried to make that experience in that way. You finally view the city.
And so your
Otherwise that it's all introverted. Yes, sir.
yeah, so your breakout spaces after each experience is actually inward, right? Into the inner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So overall, a very good experience, and maybe I'll wait for others also to question you on some aspects. I enjoyed your presentation. Thank you.
May I?
Yeah. Yes, madam.
I think it is a very good project.
Yes.
For one thing, because if you look at the museum as a narrative and a journey, I think it is very well organized. It is also experientially rich. There are many kinds of experiences. There is this travelator where you experience seasons and different ways of approaching and moving rather than a mundane corridor. I also like the way the building is cut away from the middle, creating a public place for the city which can be accessed even if you are not going into the museum, which is also very good. The way you have explained and taken us through this journey was also very good. And I like the way you have presented. You have worked it out in detail. All services, everything has been worked out. And that is appreciated too. And coming to the fact that it's an inward looking building, I think most museums are inward looking, where though breakout spaces can be there so that when you're moving from one gallery to another, you can actually view the city or view the courtyard, which I think in some cases it is possible. I also like the fact that the left half of this museum, where because you are also working out the program, I guess, is talking about urban planning processes, because none of these things are ever told or are transparent to the people of the city. So this museum is for both the people of the city, because they want to know their city, want to know many opaque processes and aspects which otherwise they don't, as well as for tourists, because they will get to know Bhubaneswar in another dimension. I know you have also made a lot of effort in working out each of these galleries and trying to make the displays as interesting as possible, but I think something more could have been done. There are only some contentious issues I have, and that is not with the design, but with the content. And that is when you have architectural part, there is one section on contemporary architects, and then the question is who decides whose work will be displayed and whose will not be displayed. I don't think you should, you see, because this is talking about Bhubaneswar city as something that belongs to the entire public. I think individual architects' works or see, everybody is making the city what it is, for good, bad, or otherwise. Okay, so I don't think you should really talk about contemporary architects and their contribution to making the city what it is. And lastly, you have a city model that also I appreciate, because you can view it from many different vantage points, which is nice. But the city is not a finite entity. See, other displays you will be able to change over a period of time if they are digital or even physical. But a model which is very finite, what happens when the city will change? What do you think? So, I mean, can you, because I have this one long comment come question, so can you answer this? Especially regarding the architects.
Ma'am, as a museum, it would keep changing, like the exhibits, and like we would have to give reasons for the visitors to visit it again. Like mostly people visiting museums, once they have seen everything, they won't prefer coming back and see it. So the thing we can do is with the curatorial practices, like keep on changing the exhibits and creating interesting factors, not by completely removing it or creating different activities around the same exhibits also could help.
No, because you have designed a separate space for a city model, but you know the city grows, in its size. So if you have a 1:10 model now, and it will fit there, but what happens if the city grows 1.5 times?
Madam, may I suggest something here?
Yes.
I think that space which he has created could be wonderful for having a regular opinion poll from the citizens,
Yes.
What is happening in the city? Do you like it or don't you like it? So have a regular opinions poll space. So that is what it's not a city model space, but what people feel about the city, they can have opinion polls there, perhaps some kind of a.
Yes, but I think it's a good idea, but that can be incorporated in the open space where you have these scribble walls where people can write their comments and say whatever it is that they want to say about the city.
True.
Irrespective of the fact that whether you are visiting the museum or not.
Yes.
As a citizen of the city, I mean, you should have this opportunity maybe after they have seen it or whenever.
Actually, museum can be converted into a living entity, not of dead objects, something like that.
Yeah. But I like the architecture. I like the way the building sits on the site. I like the way the open space and the built create a dialogue.
Wonderful articulation of spaces.
Yeah. Yes. I think it is a good work. So I'm done.
If you could move to the last slide, please, to the exit gallery. Yeah, over here, to previous one back. Thank you. That thing I have tried to incorporate over here, like having a participatory approach and having those mood boards. This is basically the exit gallery, which would be used by the people exiting the museum and also by the visitors who want to access the public spaces on the top, like the restaurants and the open terrace gardens. So over here, I have tried to like include issues which are more like up to date and more modern. And if something new is coming up in the city, what people feel about it, those things could be incorporated over here in this particular gallery.
Yes, wonderful.
Okay, Yashwant, you want to respond?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions.
Yeah, sure. Go
How
ahead.
did you decide the design brief for this project? On what basis did you decide how many square feet has to be apportioned in each gallery and so on?
So the approach I took was I started with the exhibits. I first planned out the exhibits. This is the approach I took. Like firstly, I planned out the exhibits. How much spaces do they need to move around? What kind of exhibits should I have? This was the motive. Like for something digital, it didn't require a larger space. Like we could have the experience in a small area. And for if we are having a bigger scaled models, we would need a larger volume. And if there is a space which is for like relaxing, and it would need a proper buffer from the normal pathways. These were the small elements which were combined to bring up the whole design.
I'm still not convinced. I get a feeling that arbitrarily you said, okay, this gallery will be 3,000 square feet, the next gallery will be 2,600 square feet. There should have been some kind of scientific basis to decide the sizes of each of these galleries.
Yes, sir. Like for having like particular exhibits and the distance we need to view it from, and for how long and for how big the narrative is, this is how I basically derived it, using normal
in many
distances.
cases, these are your assumptions, right? And they are
Yes, sir. Yes,
your
sir.
assumptions on ideal situations, not on real situations.
Yes, sir. But with the proper standards for the museums. It's
Okay.
not overly done. Yes, sir.
And why have you made this museum a series of sealed boxes which are air conditioned? You started off by saying that the wind direction is from the south and the southwest. I don't see that impacting this building in any way.
Yes, sir. So most of the exhibits are like they can't be exposed to the outer environment for reasons like they might deteriorate as it's a hot and humid climate. So wherever it's possible, I have tried to open it where it's not being exposed to the exhibits. So there is a very minimal possibility for the exhibition halls to actually being open to the climate. And we could do that for the public spaces. I have done it to the public spaces. They are open and they could get the breeze from outside. But for most of the exhibits, I have tried to keep it through artificial ventilation and artificial cooling and everything.
So it's a very energy inefficient building, I think. Have you used any kind of solar panels to generate electricity and so on?
No, sir.
And how does this building grow in the future? Every museum needs to add galleries. Where and how are you going to plan future additions to this?
So I have provided some galleries which are like temporary, which are temporary exhibitions, and other than that, there is no additional proper space for expansion right now in this design. Yes, sir, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Sir is on mute, but he's talking. Can you tell him to unmute himself?
He's on mute?
He's on mute, but he's talking.
He's on mute. Okay.
Can you ask him to unmute?
Anirudh, you're on mute, I think.
Okay. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. So I'm done with my questions.
Okay. Thank you. 092. Thank you also.
Thank you, sir.
If there are any more questions, we can take. Otherwise, we'll move to the last presentation of the day. That is 012. And the project is the Artist Village in Himachal Pradesh. 012, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So then we will start with you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, you can start.
Yes. Can you please skip to page 7? Just scroll a little bit down. Yes, the image. Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is Artist Village, as it says. It's located in Baragran village of Himachal Pradesh. And I just first like to introduce why I've chosen this particular topic. So talking about traditional handicrafts in India, they're on a verge of dying because of the modernization and all the technological advancements in the field. They're being replaced with their modern equivalents, and one of such places is Himachal Pradesh, which is known for its wide range of handicrafts and traditional artifacts, as well as wood and stone architecture. And one particular architectural style out of these wooden stone buildings is called Katkuni building technique, which is seen here. So this is a dry building system which is earthquake resistant, as well as it uses all the materials which can be reused again to build another building after the life of the one particular building. So as the topic suggests, I want to conserve all the art forms that this particular community of Himachal Pradesh, which falls into the regions of Kullu Valley and Tirthan Valley, where mostly the Katkuni building technique is practiced. I want to conserve these art forms as well as the architectural style in my center. So the entire center is done in this particular style, and the artifacts that I'll be talking about, I've done a detailed study of these arts, right from how the raw materials are chosen to the finished product. Next, please. Next. 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 Okay. Keep going, please. Next. Next, keep going. Yes, stop. So to start with my process, I was not able to understand how do I pick up a art style, and how do I start with providing spaces, and how do I develop this artist village I'm talking about. So I did 3 case studies based on 3 different aspects. Namely, first one is based on development, or on a development process, and another one is based on a concept, and the third one is based on the vernacular aspects of the region, which is a live case study. As it can be seen, I've studied the village of this particular village, which shows the site development right from making of adobe bricks to the finished product, which shows a continuum of tradition, as well as imparting the new factors such as solar panels and some of the new building techniques into the traditional Bhunga house form in Kutch region. Next, please. Keep going. Yes, the another one was Raghurajpur village, which helped me understand how a village entirely could be a living museum, where every house can be an art studio, and every person could be an artist, which is what I took away from this in this case study. Next. Yeah, this one is the live case study which I went to study in order to understand the vernacular aspects involved in this particular Katkuni building technique. And next, please. Next. Okay, so from here it can be seen how the hierarchy of courtyards is used to segregate importance of the deities they worship. This is a Bhimkali temple complex, and it shows how the use of wood and stone differs in the Katkuni building as it rises the upper level. It can be seen that the stone courses used are at the lower levels, and as the building rises to an upper level, the wooden courses keep increasing. Next, please. Okay, coming to the study of the handicrafts, the detailed studies I've done includes 6 handicrafts, which is the first one is Kullu shawls. It shows how the raw materials, the threads, and all the handlooms are set up, and how the finished product is obtained. I've done these studies in detail because in order to design a space for an artist, I think I particularly need to understand how each and every painting or as this shawl is made, and only then I can provide a space for them. Next. The next one is Thanka paintings, which shows how a cloth is used and how a silk cloth is used and fixed on a wooden frame, and how the entire painting is done. Next, please. Keep going. Next. Same goes with the traditional jewelry, which is still is an important aspect. when it comes to festivals and weddings in Himachal Pradesh. Next, please. The most important one is the tandoor making, which is a conventional heating system used in all the Katkuni buildings still existing in Himachal Pradesh, as well as other traditional houses. And it is a multi-purpose. Heating system. It also keeps the interior warm, as well as it can be used for cooking purposes, as it can be seen in the last image where the women are sitting around and cooking, and also the interiors are warm. Next, please. And the last one is the Himachali caps, and the last one is wooden carvings done on the Katkuni buildings. Next, please. The wooden okay, this shows the wooden carving, and okay, next. Coming to the site of the project, the site is located in between the Manali and Kullu cities, and to be particular, it is 25 kilometers from Manali and 20 kilometers from Kullu. The site under reference shows that there is a NH21 highway to the left of the site, and River Bias flows at the right of the site. The site is at an elevation of 1,516 meters and totally comprises an area of 11 acres. Next, please. Okay, the portions marked in red shows how the site is located in comparison to the surrounding valley and the river, and the areas marked in the right side picture show how it is surrounded by residential, commercial, and commercial areas, and a bridge is shown in the purple color, which is connecting the river, which is connecting two valleys over the river. Next, please. Next, keep going. Yes, this shows how the contours are varying across the site. The lowest contour is the dark green part shown to the extreme left of the site, and the highest contour is the light yellow part, and all the contour levels are mentioned over here. The white arrows show how the natural water flow is going through across the site, and the lower image shows how the sun path is varying according to the direction of north of the site. And another lower image shows how the region appears when it snows at the site. Next, please. Okay, one of the strength of these sites, one of the aspect of choosing this site was that it is approved by HPPWD, and it is proposed to be a traditional arts and handicraft center, which gives an advantage advantage to my project. Next, please. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, okay. Okay. The basic concept I want to impart on my project was that I wanted there to be a flow and transition of spaces from open to semi-open and to an interior closed space, with also varying of public, semi-public, and a private space. Since my project comprises of art galleries as well as the making of the handicrafts, there are a lot of different activities for visitors. There would be few visitors who just want to come through the gallery and visit the different galleries of the handicrafts and just go through them and leave the center. And there might be few people who would want to see the place where go through the process how the actual handicraft is made. So I've segregated those two spaces. Next, please. Next. Okay, can you please zoom this? A little bit more. Okay, so the NH21 highway located to the left of the site provides the main access to the site. The entrance to the site is right at the top where I've marked it, and the person who is entering to the site has an access to the drop point, as well as when the vehicle leaves, there is a pickup point and there is a separate exit for the vehicles. The entire interior campus is pedestrian, and there are service roads provided at the outskirts of the entire development. So starting with the administration block, the right The one seen over here is the administration block, and it is combined with a multi-purpose hall so that there could be some lectures or any event, and it is placed right at the entrance because there would be few people who just come to attend this particular event and don't want to go through the entire site, and hence yeah, that explains the placement of this block. The other thing that is the most accessible is the art galleries over here, because there would be people who just want to visit the gallery and not the entire center, and hence it is placed there. The another one, the other part is linked through a passage of courtyards as well as a few interior courtyards belonging to these particular blocks, which creates an inward flowing space. And this area is where the handicrafts would be made on a daily basis, which could also be sold through different market spaces and the existing shops on this particular center. And there exists another research and design development area where there could be innovations made in the existing traditional designs, which could be more useful in today's time. And an eatery over here, which is placed at this particular center, so that the residential quarters over here, which are for the staff as well as a few guests, could access the cafeteria, and even the research area could access the cafeteria as well as the artisans in the handicraft making. And at the end there is an amphitheater, which is for the purpose of conducting events which won't be used on a daily basis, but maybe once in a week. And at the end, there is a watchtower at the highest contour, at the higher level of the contours, and which will provide a view of the entire site as well as the river on the right. Next, please. Okay, these show the site elevations, how the blocks are placed with different contour levels and compared to the watchtower at the higher contour. And the river Bias is right behind this entire mass. Okay, next. There are detailed plans of the art galleries, and the main thing that art gallery as the visitor would enter the art gallery, the first thing it sees is this tandoor heating system, which will be active for particular hours of the day. So this is placed right at the start, so that when a person enters, he or she could experience this thermal comfort of the Katkuni style of architecture. And why is it so important, and how much does it differ? It mainly differs up to 7 to 10 degrees from the exterior and exterior to interior temperature. And connecting to that is another gallery for the shawls exhibit. And all these spaces are designed on the basis of the earlier detailed study done of the handicrafts, and how they would be exhibited, the sizes of the Thangaka paintings, as well as how the wooden carvings could be presented. The wooden carvings also are placed right with the windows, which are a part of the existing, which will be the part of this particular building, and not a separate display, so that it shows how it would actually be seen when it is used in a building. And yes, so this was the entrance to the art gallery, and coming through different levels. These levels keep changing since the contours keep changing. And
Your 15 minutes is over, so
okay,
you have to wind up.
Yes, okay. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. So there are just sewage and water supply layout. I haven't detailed them out quite properly, but I've just calculated the capacity required.
Just go through
as I'm
your
expecting.
presentation. No explanations now. Just show your drawings. If there are questions, we will ask you. Is that the end?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Punita, we would like to start?
All right.
Okay.
I think I appreciate the fact that you have done a lot of the things that I like about the project, of course, and then is that you are using the same architecture, the same Katkuni style, the same material, the same language. You have studied the traditional settlements and the houses, and you have done all the area study that is required for each of these crafts that you're going to design for.
Yes.
I have this question that when I look at your site plan, I don't know, you are another student who doesn't have the plan at the ground floor level. I mean, at the site level, there is no plan, only a roof plan.
Ma'am, at site level, I have only the roof plan, but then I have detailed it out to show the different blocks.
But that is not how it works, because as an architect, you also have to tell us how this entire thing works. So at the site, I would have loved to know the levels at which each of these plans are, and how does one transit the levels, the plan on the site plan, or not the roof plan. Because right now I don't know how I go from one building to another. What is the plan of this building and this building? How do they sit at different levels, and whether I'm going by ramps or steps or how?
Okay.
What plans
Ma'am,
that?
I've shown the connectivity of the blocks through this one entire pathway in the middle, which is connecting different courtyards and pools, and that is the only connectivity to different blocks. And then I've detailed it out in the separate plans.
Yeah. So this will be ramping up. Then this plan.
This pathway, ma'am, since the contours are rising up through the at the left of the pathway and lowering down at the right of the pathway, the pathway goes entirely with the levels of the contour, and it will be a ramp. There are no stairs on that particular pathway. It goes like a ramp.
Yeah, but a site plan with a proper plan of all the buildings would be greatly appreciated. Because when we look at each of these buildings, it is not only separate, but it is also a part of the whole, is it not?
Yes, yes.
And then it has something to do with the buildings on either side of it, or on next to it, or whatever it is.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So if I want to see the detail of something, yes, but I have to. This project has to be understood really well at both levels, the site and the individual blocks.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So that is the first comment that I would like to make. Other than that, I mean, you have shown all the other infrastructure of the site and things like that, which is quite okay. I wish your presentation could have been better.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Had more life in it, where you could have shown the materiality in the elevation sections, including the plans. To me, they seem very basic, I think, just black and white lines. They could be more lively, so that the idea is that the presentation should be able to showcase the effort that you're putting in, all the things that you have considered. All of this is only visible in the views, but the drawings to me are too basic. And lastly, just a minute, I'm just going to the detailed blocks because I have the presentation here. Sorry. Yeah, the detailed blocks. Okay. Yeah, the detailed blocks are fine. When you cut the section in the roof, I don't see any structural members or any such thing.
Ma'am, I've tried to show a typical section actually, but okay, just a minute.
It's like when I see section, any of the blocks, individual blocks, when I see sections, I see the section line on top and the elevation line below, but there is nothing in between. It's a blank space.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I should detail it out.
Yes, so to my mind, I think there is effort. I mean, it's not that you've not put in the effort in terms of design, concern, understanding the local construction techniques, arts and crafts, but I think it is, so this is my comment, that it is still, I think a lot needs to be added to this.
Yes, okay.
So somebody else can take over.
Yes, I agree with ma'am. the absence of an integrated plan of all the built forms on the site is actually preventing you even from judging how the drainage layout will be, how water supply will be, because everything will be changing according to levels, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, to take that decision about drainage of the site, you need to have proper planning and indicating all the levels. That is one. And about the roof section, definitely, because you have different spans of different spaces. So how does the roof with a gentle slope that you have shown sit over there? That becomes very important, because you have actually focused only on the wall construction, the typical Katkoni construction, which is part of the wall detailing, but there must be some specific way of delineating the roof detailing also in this context, which you have not spoken about. You have spoken about Manvi, the connector between the wooden members, correct?
Yes.
But similarly, in the similar vein, when wall can be constructed like this, how is the roof constructed? That aspect also you should have explored. So these are some of the weaknesses. The overall organization of spaces were interesting, but when it comes to detailing, they become the weaknesses. Okay.
Okay, sir.
I find your design very contextual. It does lack in sufficient detailing, but it's very cognizant of local technologies, and I find that commendable.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anirudh,
Okay,
we are done.
012. Okay, 012. Like you have finished your presentation. That's the last presentation. Anyone has comments from anywhere, like the audience? Any comments? Otherwise, this is the last presentation of the day. So thank you to all the participants. And actually now I would request in the offline format, we would have given more time and we would have taken the comments of the jurors. But in the online format, we will have to also hear the jurors out. We'll have to hear the jurors and the comments. The jurors would be advised to keep the comments to generic and specific comments, not generic comments, not specific comments on any project. So about the quality of the work and about like the learnings from these projects that can be taken forward, and also what could be done to improve the work. So I would ask the jurors to actually give the comments to all the participants. So any one of you can start now.
Okay, may I say, I mean, this is one issue which I have been struggling with all these years in teaching as well as in profession, is what should be the objective of a BR's thesis? What should be the outcome or objective of a BR thesis? As I see it, BR graduates should be able to make meticulous drawings. Very important. Meticulous drawings and details with full knowledge of structural system and constructional details and building services. But over the years, I mean, it was so in our times, I remember when we were doing manual drawings, but over the years with all the technology at disposal, we come across very few projects which have got all these full details. Most of them are wonderful presentations, very beautiful looking presentations, wonderful concepts, very well articulated designs, but no foundation detail, no structural detail, no, so I mean, I keep looking for these kind of details, which is expected from a fresh graduate architect. So we come across wonderful projects, no doubt about that, but constructional details, foundation details, structural system, building services, clarity of all these things, generally we find missing in most of the final year project of thesis. In 5 years, whatever they have learned, it should be seen in the thesis. That's what I have felt. But generally, I find them missing in, I mean, simple things like how much water consumption is required in this particular campus or in this built form, or absolutely no study of that. How much water consumption is there? People live in those spaces or use those spaces. So these kind of important aspects I generally find missing in thesis projects. That's my general comment. Each student who presented today can look at these things, because this is what the reality which you have to face when you go out in the profession. Thank you. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, so students could look forward to, I mean, do a a relook at their project and see if they have really considered these realities which they have to deal with when they come out of the college as an architect while designing projects. Water supply, water requirement, constructional details, costing of the project. No, I don't know how many projects are totally done in costing mode when they are in 5 years of college. At least thesis could be done in a costing mode also. What will be the exact cost of the project? Somehow these issues are missing in most of the theses that we see these days. So maybe you can just have a relook at your thesis and figure out these things also, because in profession, this is what you face. You need to know how to do costing of your project. You need to do full services of your project. You need to give foundation details. You need to know what is the structural system of the project, not just making wonderful presentations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Harimon. Punita or Yashwant, you all would like to also give your comments?
I have a few points. I think the most important thing for a student is the choice of the topic and the kind of scale of the topic that he or she has to do. Sometimes these are very over-ambitious topics, and somewhere the student loses clarity because there are just too many.
Somebody's mic is on. Sorry.
074. Can you keep your mic mute? 074. Can you mute your mic? 074.
Okay, may I continue? So, if a project is too large, too ambitious, the scale is too big, I find somehow the design doesn't come out. Students seem to get lost in the scale of the project. The second thing is that there must be a contextuality. Contextuality with the land that it sits on, with the society that it's working for, so on and so forth. That clarity should come out. With rendering of a project, I think some places students are overdoing it. I think you need to know where to stop. There are some of the entries that we saw today where there are way too many trees, for example. The building is hidden completely behind the over decoration and the over emphasis on rendering. We need to also have some basic knowledge of services and structural compatibility, whether this is possible or not. Very few students have addressed services. It would be a good idea to integrate the knowledge that a student has during his academic career into at least 1 or 2 sheets of a thesis. Some of the drawings, for example, had too many grid lines. Again, there should not be confusion between a working drawing and a presentation drawing and a concept drawing. So I think we need clarity on that situation also. So these are a few pointers from my side. Thank you so much.
So I think I will just add to what this is. I totally agree that the practical aspects of the projects, which is the material palette, the construction details, the services, the structure, all this is certainly necessary. But the way I look at it is that the project actually gains its strength from the ideas that it espouses, from the non-architectural concerns that the student is talking about. Because I feel that addressing society or societal concerns is also something that the architect should be doing. And I know that the student will now graduate, will become a professional, certainly is almost an architect now. But I feel that in the academics, this is also a platform where we can re-question, rethink, and push the boundaries and try for things that otherwise don't happen in real life. because this is like a lab, this is something where new ideas can be born, and only once they are born in this place can they actually happen in real life. So to me, over and above all this, the ideas are also very important, and pushing the boundaries is also very important. And one of the comments that I want to make is that I know for every architectural thesis, there is a lot of background research and work and study involved, which means that you are doing case studies, measure drawing, reading up on literature or theories, etc. But in the presentation, when you do for the awards jury, most of the students I find are giving too much importance to this aspect rather than actually concentrating on their design, which is what is important, I feel, because all the background studies only inform and guide you, but it is for you to take whatever is necessary and then apply it into your design. So I find then they run short, and that is very unfortunate. Uh, uh, Surprisingly, there were some projects where they don't have a site plan, which I think is unusual. I don't know how that can happen. So you require proper architectural drawings at all levels, uh, be it the site, the individual, right up to what Mr. Ramamurthy and Mr. Pillai are talking about, having the details, the services, and going right up to wall sections. So that is another thing. And the last thing is that there is a lot of disparity in the scale of the projects, the detail at which you are going into the projects. That is all right. But if it is a quantifiably small project, then I would expect that the student goes into far more detail. Sometimes the projects are really very large and extremely technical. Uh, uh, but I suppose one has to have a whole gamut of projects. And I found, at least today, that there is such a gamut of, there's a wide variety and diversity of projects, which are very interesting. So that was commendable, I would think. Well, other than that, and I think it would be nice if architectural projects are first and foremost born of non-architectural concerns and then translated into, which most projects are, but some of them are not. So other than that, I think all in all, it was for me an enjoyable process, a learning process also, seeing this wide variety of projects. And that is our takeaway. There is something for us in this too. So I thank all the participants and of course council for, and all the other people from CC University who are all working to make this happen. Thank you. And my fellow reviewers, I enjoyed being part of the panel.
Thank you, jurors. With this, we come to the end of the session, the event itself. I would call in Jayashree, madam. Jayashree, you're there?
Yes, I'm there, Anirudh.
Yeah.
Can we request our jury members to please share their observations about the entire proceeding, the kind of projects they have seen?
They just did, Jayashree.
All of them?
Yeah, all of them. All of them.
Okay. Okay, then I think that brings us to the actual official close of the presentations in this zone. But before we really do that, I think it is my duty to place on record the vote of thanks. And I would sincerely like to thank all those who have made this program successful and possible. Just give me a minute, please. My thanks actually to the jury panel comprising of architect Yashwant Ramamurthy, Professors Punita Mehta and Dr. Harimohan Pillai. Throughout the day, they've been sharing valuable inputs with the participants and they've been really motivating, going into the depths of each project. And I'm sure that the students have learned a lot during the short interactions that they have had with them today. I would also like to thank you, Professor Anirudh, for patiently handling all the little nitty-gritties of the platform to conduct the jury seamlessly. For the audience, I would like to inform that Professor Paul has been with us on the Thesis Awards Committee since its inception and has always been a great support, not only to this, but all activities of TRC and NIASA. The zonal coordinators team at the Faculty of Architecture, Sri Sri University, led by Professor Sri Lakshmi Swami and Geeta Vaidyanathan, architect Sarit Mukherjee, architect Upal Shah, and architect Rishabh Rai, has been a dedicated and involved team. They've been rising to every occasion and resolving all the little queries that may have been there. I think it was a great effort by the entire team, and I thank them sincerely for having been with us for this entire zonal jury process. The participants who have presented their projects today have shown a whole lot of diverse issues, and I'm sure they found ways to take their projects to even higher levels after interacting with the jury members. For those who did not get selected and were not able to present today, I would say do not lose heart, because in reality, you all have been the best in your college and therefore were selected by your college to represent them here. So, congratulations to all of you who have submitted today and presented today. And I thank you very much. It's only because you people keep responding to our calls for entries and keep reminding us to begin the program every year that makes this program so successful and makes it enjoyable for us to conduct this for you. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank all the faculty and the students who have viewed this jury and yesterday's jury and sent a lot of positive feedback to us. We look forward to having you with us for the next 3 days as well, when we shall be conducting the jury of the remaining 3 zones. Thank you, one and all. We will now close this session, and we shall be in a position to declare the names of the winning entries tomorrow in the next jury. We shall also circulate a poster containing the names and details of the winners. I would request the jury members to log off from this platform and log in on the WebEx platform, because it is expected that the jurors meet together and deliberate to arrive at the names of the 2 winners of the zone. We have already sent you the link, and it would be nice to have you there for a short discussion so that you can share with us the names of the 2 winners. And yes, that now formally brings us to the end of a long day, but a very interesting day. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, bye bye. So we will log into the other link.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to log in right away or come back?
I don't know. I don't mind. It depends on the other 2 reviewers also.
Yashwant sir, what would you prefer?
I just need a 3-minute break and I'll be back. I just need a 3-minute break and I'll be back, I said.
Sure. Harimon sir, what about you? Oh, he got logged out, is it?
Oh.
Okay, I will connect with him. Not a problem. We'll meet in a few minutes time.
Okay.
Thank
I
you,
will log in.
ma'am. It was really nice to hear
Thank you,
your
ma'am.
comments.
Thank you. You all have done a great job, and I must appreciate this. Right,
Thank
even through the day-to-day little things that you were doing really helped to smoothen out the entire process. Thank you so much.
ma'am. Anytime for CoA TRC.
Thank you. So
Okay.
nice of you.
Yeah. Can we log out, ma'am?